Pero qué bueno, pudiste resolver. Este tema lo
Ay,
corto ahí,
se me desapareció
en
ya.
la sala. Ah, pues perfecto. Porque se va a firmar como a las 10:30.
Ah, qué
El
bonito.
presidente llega a las 10.
Sí, sí.
Sí, que el presidente llega a las 10. Entonces, al final de este evento lo metemos.
Está tallado estoy yo aquí, pero bueno, aquí pegaditos.
No, pero igual es ahorita. Después era uno y uno y yo. Sí, que se sienta acá con Peter y Alfred. Es que no quiero que se retrase mucho por la agenda de los otros ministros. Hola. ¿Cómo?
Este trípode se ha caído, ¿no?
¿Es el trípode? No
Sí,
sé.
he visto algo moverse desde lejos, pero sí, esto.
Ah, sí, mejor. Bueno. You're the best.
Ah, solo vamos a reservar una. Ajá.
Buenos días. Hola, hola, hola.
Hola, hola, hola. Este está prendido.
Este está apagado. O ya suena. ¿Nos escuchan ya? Perfecto.
Can you hear us?
Bueno, sí. Lo que queremos es que esta silla siempre quede
If
reservada.
you need translation
Porque como
devices, we
vamos a
have
estar-
them
Vamos a
outside.
estar.
We're going to do this
eh,
in Spanish and English. So if you need translation services, please do bring your own translating device from outside.
sí. ¿No? Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the CAF Pavilion. And this is a pavilion where we are trying to give a voice to Latin America and the Caribbean in this COP in Colombia. We are very happy today because we're going to be having an ocean day. And this day was organized together with WRI, Ocean Action. I have Cynthia right next to me, and with the World Economic Forum. We will have great speakers, we will have ministers, scientists, etc. Cynthia, welcome.
To CAF's official Ocean Day. So let's just bring in a big applause for CAF for supporting the ocean. Thank you, everyone. We have a great day full of sessions. We're live streaming all of the sessions so that anyone that is not here is able to have access to this very interesting day full of wonderful sessions. We will discuss a lot of things from sustainability to climate to biodiversity, you name it. So thank you for being here and thank you for joining us. And let me introduce to you our wonderful panelist from today. Well, Alfredo, you're just one of us, so why don't you come here? These are the co-hosts of today. So just welcome everyone with me, please.
Thank you so much. Pero yo lo voy a decir en español porque veo que todos ya tienen sus headsets.
I will speak Spanish because I see that you all have your headsets now. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, CAF, for your collaboration and for devoting this space not only today, but all this decor. Thank you, CAF, for your commitment. And as we will hear later, CAF is one of the banks that has invested the most in blue economy and in the region. So thank you for that. And thank you all for being here. We are going to have a day full of activities. And as the World Economic Forum, we are very excited to be here. So now we are going to give the floor to the other speakers. Thank you, Alfredo. This is a great opportunity to have two great leaders that support, in the case of Peter Thompson, he's our special envoy from the UN in oceans. So he is the best speaker to start with the opening remarks. And then we are going to have our wonderful host, Alicia Montalvo. She made all of this possible. She supported us for us to have an ocean day. And she's also a great leader in the blue agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. So with that, I'd like to give the floor to our great blue champion, Peter Thompson, so that he can inspire us today.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Thank you, Alfredo. If I look around the room, I can only see one person who was at Blue Africa Summit with me, Patricia Ricard, 2 weeks ago in Morocco. So I can repeat some of the things that I said in that speech. And only Patricia will say, oh, God, he says the same thing everywhere. So I began that speech because when I woke up in Morocco, we were on the surf coast of Morocco and thundering surf coming in. And, of course, jet lag, you get up before it's light. And I was standing there and looking out at the sea. The sun was rising up out of the Sahara. The Atlantic was in front of us. And as the sun came up, it just caught the top of the surf and started turning it a gorgeous color of pink. And it made me think of that poem, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, that ancient poem, where the words were, awake, for morning in the bowl of night has flung the stone that puts the stars to flight. And it just came to me at that moment. So I thought, I'll go and wake everybody up at the speech that I have to give in half an hour by that quotation. And I've used it a couple of times since because it tends to wake up the audience because they think, oh my God, this guy's losing his mind. But say a little bit of poetry, a little bit of music in your life if you haven't got it. The other thing is it leads me on to thinking about awake. Are we awake to the triple planetary crisis? I think the answer is yes. Are we awake to the fact that the ocean's health is measurably declining? I think yes. The answer to that is yes now. I can assure you that we were fast asleep back in 2014, 2015 when we were forming the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. It was such an uphill battle that small island developing states in particular had to convince the world that if we were going to have sustainable development goals, that we had to have one for the ocean. Why? We could see in the islands that the ocean was in trouble. We could see our coral dying. We could see the plastic on our beaches. We could see our fish disappearing. So we said, the ocean is 70% of the planet. How can we have sustainable development goals without an ocean goal? Huge opposition, especially from the superpowers. They tend to think of the ocean as theirs, always have all through history. And eventually we got there just by saying, if we don't have a sustainable ocean goal, we don't want any sustainable goal. That's basically what it came to. So they let us have it. Since then, of course, that awakening has happened. It's a snowballing through the UN ocean conferences of this awareness that we now have. And so the big question now is, what are we going to do about it? That's what we're all focused on now. What are we going to do about it? So look, first of all, I'd like to thank CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. I've been working with them through Alicia and through Cynthia for many years now. It's amazing what CAF does, and I really want to thank you sincerely. Also, I want to say it's amazing what Latin America does. I look to the 3 C's for inspiration all the time. The 3 C's, for me, that's Chile, and it's Costa Rica, and it's Colombia, because they're just ahead of the game. They're ahead of my game. And so I learned so much from what's being done in this region. So congratulations to you all. And also a thank you, which I usually do at the beginning of speeches, to you all for coming along and giving me the privilege of addressing you. I just make 2 quick points, and then I'll sit down. The first point is that I'm old enough to realize that when you come to these meetings, you can just get lost in a blur. You've got to know before you come to meetings like this what you want to get out of them. You've got to get that, and then you can go home with satisfaction. In my case, it's all about 30 by 30. We got that 2 years ago in Montreal. It was amazing consensus, amazing, at a time of toxic geopolitical world, but we all came together and said, okay, we've got to protect 30% of the planet by 2030. Otherwise, we're in real trouble. Not just the butterflies, but us. We're in real trouble. So we came together for that. But, what are nice words without action? And we don't actually, as far as I'm aware, have a good solid action plan of what we're going to do in the next 6 years to get that 30%. So my takeaway from this conference will be to leave here with a understanding engendered through meetings like this and meetings I've been having over the last 48 hours of how we're actually going to get there. And I'm a simple guy, and I can see a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet's no longer more than 2 pages. It's basically a top 20 list of all the marine protected areas in the high seas, but also big ones in the EEZs that are going to get us to that 30% by 2030. Okay, there's the list, the top 20. And if you've got any good ideas on that, let me know, because I'm actually putting that down on paper over the next couple of days. Next column is, who's actually going to be responsible for putting those giant MPAs in place. We know who the people are, basically. If you look at something like the high seas pockets in the South Seas, it's the governments of the South Pacific. Next column would be, what are the regional negotiations required? For something like the giant Chilean one, which is top of the list for me, the one, I've got to learn its name, basically running from Easter Island across to mainland Chile. That is just an amazing high seas MPA. Obviously, Chile would be responsible for that one and probably don't need much regional consultation since it's within their country, their amazing coastline. So then you'll probably have another column about who's going to do the environmental impact assessments for this top 20 list, because we've got to get that done on the BB&J. And probably the final column is, well, who's going to prepare the BB&J submission to get this approved by the global community? And that would be the last column. And when is all this presented? It's presented in 2028 or 2029, probably at COP2 of BB&J. Because COP1, you want to cover this sort of thing. And that's the plan. And so by 2030, we can say, yeah, here's our 30% from the ocean of the 30 by 30 plan. So to me, it's just a very big task, which we've got to get ourselves organized and to do. That's my takeaway from Cali. And anybody in the audience that wants to be part of that, please just approach me over the next couple of days. I think the second point I want to make before I sit down is that, when I ask the question, what are we going to do about it? Well, it's basically the green transition. We've agreed. We've just got to stop burning fossil fuels. We've got to move to an electrified world that is powered by renewable energy. We've got to be living with sustainable economic models that operate within ecological planetary boundaries. That's the green transition. And we've got so little time to make it happen. So again, that's a takeaway from Cali. We've got to go home satisfied that you're part of that green transition. So look, we're here at the CAF Pavilion. We've got a big program ahead of us. I'll sit down now, but how can we help you get what you came to Cali for? How can we help you? Let's talk to each other about helping each other get what you came for, and then we can all go home happy. But whatever it is that you came for, whether it's networking or whatever, I hope it's part of staying the course on a sustainable and nature-positive future. I hope that it's about making peace with nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for inspiring us. So, as you heard, Ambassador Thompson, he has just not only set the tone, but also it's a call for action. And anyone who's got an idea, it's a very open invitation on how to address what we're here for. I think it's a great opportunity. Let us not forget about BB&J and ratifying BB&J. Of course, it's of the utmost importance. So we need to move forward also on this. And let us not forget about Target 3 and hitting the target on the 30%, specifically on the marine side of things, 8% until today. So we need to get to that target. And it is my great pleasure now to introduce to you Alicia Montalvo Santa María. She's the Gerente de Acción Climática y Biodiversidad Positiva.
Positive Biodiversity Manager of the Corporate Vice Presidency of Strategic Program.
Get it so that I can get it right. So not only she's great in everything she does, but she's a supporter of the Blue Agenda. So please help me greet our host today, Alicia. The floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias, Cintia. Embajador
Thank you, Cynthia, Ambassador Thompson. Thank you for being here with us. And as you can see, we have devoted this to the mangroves, all the decor, and this shows our commitment to the blue economy. It is easy to be excited with people like Cynthia or Alfredo, and this collaboration is being very fruitful, and we feel that we are on the right path, however long. Our president will join us soon. He was on his way, but he asked for me to give you these opening remarks just to start with our commitment and to reiterate our commitment with the ocean, with the blue economy, working on topics linked to the ocean and thinking about the ocean conference next year in Nice. And I think that this will be also a historic moment in acknowledging the importance of the oceans for climate change and biodiversity. We are here working specifically around biodiversity, but we know that climate change will affect and that the ocean could be a very important contribution to the solution of these problems. Please remember that CAF has a commitment, a funding commitment for issues related to the blue economy of 1.2 billion. At the end of this day, we are going to give you information about how we are doing on this, but I think that we are on the right track with a very interesting agenda. But especially what we want to do is to mainstream all the issues related to oceans in our agenda. And this also implies topics that are avant garde, like the development of a blue taxonomy. We are working on it right now and we want to socialize it because this will allow us to be much more rigorous in our actions. The goal is to reach the 30 by 30. We are all working into that direction. Mr. Ambassador, as you well said, this is something that we need to have in our horizon. And as a bank, we work around funding. And yesterday we had a day devoted to the ocean also at the COP. Today we are working around finances and we merged both topics in our agenda. Financing for blue economy. We are developing innovating instruments. We have set in motion an ecosystem approach at CAF. And of course, in this region, many of these are related to the ocean, some of them very linked to it, like coral reefs, mangroves in the Caribbean. We are all working so that the ocean can be very present in our agenda, and we are committing $300 million for a regional program devoted to ecosystems.
Una gran presencia. Yo voy a
Well, we really hope that it will have a big presence. I will finish here and then let you know. Then we will have Dia Granados, our president, because we can sign a memorandum of understanding with WEFE that you will be witnesses of. And in about half an hour, when the next panel ends, we will all be able to celebrate. So I invite you to stay here for the day, and then we can have exchanges, formal and formal, especially. And there you can have some coffee so that you can enjoy your day. Well, very well. So, continuing with this agenda, we have simultaneous translation into both languages. It is also an integration effort. We want panels to be bilingual, some bit of English, Spanish, well, Portuguese, we have a doubt here with our Brazilian colleagues. But it's going to be an integral day with an agenda where we are going to have sustainable biodiversity, private financing. We're going to have the different ministries of the Pacific pathways. And we're also going to have a break from 4 to 6 with the different announcements that I cannot tell you right now, but we're going to have very big announcements. So, to start the day, we're going to start as motivation with a video about oceans that I hope you enjoy.
Los océanos nos presentan desafíos urgentes. El 50% de corales ha desaparecido en los últimos 70 años. Como consecuencia del calentamiento y la acidificación de los ecosistemas marinos provocados por el cambio climático. El aumento del nivel del mar por el deshielo de los polos amenaza al 40% de la población global que vive en zonas costeras. El 90% de los stocks de peces está sobreexplotado, poniendo en riesgo la seguridad alimentaria global. Es hora de que las cosas cambien. Los océanos producen el 50% del oxígeno que respiramos. Albergan la mayor biodiversidad del planeta. Son la principal fuente de proteínas para más de 1.000 millones de personas y generan alrededor de 350 millones de empleos en pesca, turismo e investigación. América Latina y el Caribe, a pesar de no ser un contribuyente mayor al cambio climático, será una de las regiones más afectadas por sus efectos en los océanos, especialmente en su pesca y turismo. Nuevos consensos internacionales a favor de la salud de los océanos, economías azules más resilientes y diversificadas, son necesarias. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe. Buscamos apoyar y contribuir con soluciones para posicionar nuestra región como un actor imprescindible en la lucha contra el cambio climático y la protección de los océanos y la biodiversidad marina. Destinaremos $25.000 millones en financiamiento verde hasta el 2026. La economía azul y la salud de los océanos es una de nuestras áreas prioritarias de acción. Buscamos apoyar a nuestros países a lograr el ODS 14 y aumentar las inversiones en infraestructura verde que promuevan la recuperación, conservación y uso sostenible de los ecosistemas marino-costeros. Es así que apoyamos el fortalecimiento del corredor marino del Pacífico Tropical Oriental, una región natural compartida por Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador y Panamá, que genera $3.000 millones anuales de ingresos, principalmente de la pesca, el turismo y el transporte marítimo. CAF, en su camino a convertirse en el Banco Verde y el Banco Azul de la región, ha comprometido $1.250 millones en financiación directa para la protección y el desarrollo sostenible de las zonas marítimas y costeras de América Latina y el Caribe. Se ha elaborado un decálogo de compromisos CAF Azul, documento base para la propuesta estratégica para el océano y la economía azul sostenible en América Latina y el Caribe. Como referente para impulsar acciones positivas por los océanos y como parte de la estrategia de ser una región solución, este decálogo busca motivar a las naciones latinoamericanas y caribeñas a consolidar la economía azul como una oportunidad de crecimiento económico inclusivo en una región megadiversa y multicultural que mejore la calidad de vida de la población mediante la conservación y utilización sostenible, su biodiversidad marina y aumente su resiliencia frente a los efectos negativos del cambio climático. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe.
Okay, so moving forward with our agenda, we had as a main speaker Sandra Vesudo, who is a scientific research. She's Colombian. She's an activist and director of Malpelo Foundation, who unluckily she is in Malpelo and the boat was supposed to arrive yesterday, but well, you know that we do not control the oceans and the seas. So Sandra has sent us a video. It's not an edited video. She just sent it yesterday, and we're inviting you because on the 30th she's going to have a special event with us and she will be here in person. So okay, so that video is going to be wonderful. And we are letting you know all of the wonderful things that we will have during the day. Right now, I would like to thank Alfredo, Alicia, and Edith. And I wish Peter could come here and stay with us, as well as darle.
Here, please. Thank you. Bien, we're going to open session 1, and with Your Excellency is here, please. Can you join us both? Linking sustainable ocean plans to the global biodiversity framework. As you know, thank you. So, as you know, the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy has been working and committed to action since 2020 when the Transformations Agenda was first launched. This Transformations Agenda has more than 70 concrete actions to actually tackle climate change, but also to tackle biodiversity loss. So for that reason, 19 serving world leaders around the world are working to develop and implement sustainable ocean plans. I must say that together they make 50% of the world's coastlines and 45% of the EEZ of the world. So they are committed, they are ambitious, and half of them have already delivered on this target before 2025. They have all committed to deliver within 5 years. And UAE has been the latest member to join this wonderful group of leaders. So today we have Her Excellency Razan with us, just because she's not only the champion of UNFCCC, president of IUCN, but she's also our Sherpa champion at the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. So thank you so much for joining us both. Yes. Yes. And someone who has been from the beginning with us on this as a special advisor, as a pusher, as a carrier of the messaging that needs to be out there everywhere in the world is, of course, our ambassador, Peter Thompson. So for that reason, yes. And just because he has been basically, I think, the lighthouse that we all chase, I would like for him to open this session and the work of the high-level panel. He knows it very well. He's been there from the beginning. And then we'll hear from our latest member, UAE, from Her Excellency Razan. So thank you both. And Peter, the floor yours.
Hi, well, you've already heard from me, so I won't say too much. But what a pleasure to be sitting up here with Razan. She really is a true world leader when it comes to what we're all trying to achieve here. You know, sustainable ocean plans. It's not a very successful name, I think. It doesn't sort of have it's not sexy, sustainable ocean plans. But, you know, like accountancy, it's necessary. You know, like lawyers, they're necessary. It's not sexy. And maybe we should call them the sexy ocean plans. So we just got to get it across to everybody that this is the basic thing, right? This comes from the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, right, which we formed under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister of Norway and the President of Palau back in, I don't know, it seems like decades, but it was probably about 2020, was it, Cynthia? I don't know when it was formed. It's now 19, sorry? 2018, yeah. So it nearly is a decade. Look, it's made up of serving heads of government. That's where it's different from every other panel that I've ever been part of or any other organization. It's serving heads of government. And when a prime minister or a president is replaced through elections, we've found that in every case, they've said, yes, we'd like to continue serving on the panel. So once a year, we all get together in New York, but there are these Sherpa meetings in between. So this is an amazing group of people. In fact, if you ask me what were the two most significant things done since the start of SDG 14, I would say it would be the UN Decade of Ocean Science, which all of us agreed we don't know enough about the ocean, therefore we need this decade. We only know about 20% of the ocean science. So that's been extremely successful. There's more work being done on ocean science now than ever before in human history. And the other one that I'd put right up there is the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy. And if you look at the expert reports which have come out of this panel, this high-level panel, it is amazing. The world's best experts on such a diverse range of topics publish these blue papers which have really changed the world, and that's not an exaggeration. So if you say, okay, in 3 words, what is the outcome of all this incredible work that's been put together at high level and at expert level? It's sustainable ocean plans. Why? Because it's actually the sort of basic thing which, like ocean science, is what we've got to build all our sustainable economy, all our conservation, all our efforts have to be based on proper planning of the ocean. You imagine a terrestrial setting, right? You imagine you've got a beautiful virgin area, and then somebody says, well, sorry, but this is going to be developed now for human habitation, human commerce. If you just let it happen, I can assure you, because I've seen hundreds of examples around the world, including in my own country, chaos. You've got informal settlements mixed up with high development stuff, mixed up with industries putting all their pollution into residential areas. It's chaos. You need to have town planning. That's why every country in the world now has a town planning or country planning. So for land, we've got it. We need it for the ocean. That's why sustainable ocean plans are so important. And when we talk 30 by 30, we need to know where that 30% goes and what's going to happen to the other 70%. We're not just saying that's the chaos bit. We look after the 30% bit. We have to look after the totality, 100%. And that's why sustainable ocean plans may not sound sexy, but they're absolutely essential for our way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Maybe we do need to think about the name. So it is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce our next champion, because she is a champion. She's a global leader, and she not only supports within the work that she does for IUCN and also within the UNFCCC champions on climate, but she also supported us within the presidency of COP28 to sign on a joint declaration where countries that are part of the Organization of American States actually joined the efforts of the Ocean Panel. They're supported and committed. So we need more of that. We need global ambition and action. And COP Presidency 28 was a huge milestone to get everyone's attention on the very much needed sustainable ocean plans globally. So today with us, someone that is going to bring, so a bit of a spoiler, some good announcements today. So stay tuned because we're in for a very nice treat. So who's up for good news today? Raise your hands. Great. Let's give a big applause to Her Excellency Rosana Mubarak.
Good morning. Still morning, isn't it? Yes, wonderful. Wonderful to be here. Wonderful to be supported by such an incredible community. And I'd like to also raise my hat, my chapeau to our patron of nature who is here with us today and who has really supported ocean research and has championed oceans way before I have. So thank you very much for being with us here today. I was asked before this good news announcement to really answer two fundamental questions. The first one, why did the UAE join this high-level panel? And at the onset, on behalf of the United Arab Emirates and on behalf of our president, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, I'd like to say that we're truly honored to be part of this panel. And fundamentally, we saw it as an opportunity to address three important imperatives. From a local perspective, the UAE is very much dependent on the oceans. From trade, shipping, tourism, fisheries, but also a sense of national identity and culture. And when we looked at the sectors that the Ocean Panel is looking at, as well as other initiatives that I'd like to also raise my hat on as high-level champion, the Ocean Breakthroughs, the sectors were extremely interesting. So what are these sectors? Nature conservation, shipping, renewable energy in the ocean, food security, and as well as coastal tourism. And to be really honest, the idea of how do we innovate, these sectors are ripe for innovation. We must look at ocean conservation really at scale. We've been doing wonderful work, and as IUCN president, I can say that there's been incredible success stories on ocean nature conservation. But the question is, how do we scale it up and how do we scale across? The other areas, of course, that are ripe for disruption and are shipping, renewable energies in the oceans. And so we really do see that as an opportunity to make these sectors much in line with the being nature positive and climate neutral. And then the third point is we felt that the Ocean Panel really embodied a fundamental policy direction that the UAE has, which is we cannot achieve the goals of Paris without nature, and oceans really sit at the nexus of the climate and nature goals and needs and actions. And as Cynthia said, it was brought to life with this joint statement on oceans and climate that was established at COP28. The second question I was asked is, so what is the outlook of the Ocean Panel, and what does a new member like the UAE going to do as part of the Ocean Panel? The first is to really break this idea that the oceans are too big to fail. We see that oceans are being, the resilience of our oceans is being eaten away by various practices, whether it's climate, coastal development, pollution, plastics. And this is jeopardizing nature and the ocean in particular when we need it the most from a climate change perspective. And so it's really important, as our ambassador Peter Thompson just mentioned, that we move from rhetoric and words into action. And we felt that the panel was action-oriented. So on behalf of the panel, which represents 19 countries, and as you've also heard, are significant because they represent, and in those countries, half of the world's coastlines, that we are launching a campaign, and that is, I think, part of the good news, to extend this idea beyond the panel members the idea of a 100% alliance campaign. And the 100% alliance campaign calls on all ocean and coastal countries to work together on sustainable management plans that go beyond the 30 by 30 in their national oceans by 2030. And I'd like to really announce here that the UAE is committed to be part of this campaign and is committed to be the first and to submit the first regional sustainable ocean panel and to be part of the 100% alliance. We will have something to submit at the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, and we will be using the drumbeat of other important international conventions that will be coming our way in 2025 and 2026. And here I'd like to allude to two of those: the IUCN's World Conservation Congress that will be hosted in my country in Abu Dhabi in 2025, as well as the UN Water Conference in 2026, also hosted in the UAE. So thank you very much for your attention. We are very excited to be part of this panel and really to drive words into action and real implementation plans that ensure we engage the overall community. And engaging overall communities is a value of the Sustainable Ocean Plans as well as the Ocean Panel. And with that, I'd pleased to also announce on behalf of the panel the blue paper we are co-producing with indigenous peoples, specifically on engaging indigenous peoples on traditional and knowledge engagement on sustainable ocean plans. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. So you've heard the good news. Not only UAE joins the panel and has the ambition to deliver on their own sustainable ocean plan, but as of today, with this announcement, we would like to let you know that the latest blue paper, more than 20 blue papers already from the Ocean Panel, has been officially launched by Her Excellency. And behind me and in those probably in the rest of the room, you'll see the QR code where you can download and access this wonderful, wonderful blue paper on equity called Co-Producing Sustainable Ocean Plans with Indigenous Peoples and Knowledge Holders. And we have a very special guest that will talk about it, one of the co-authors. So with no further ado, I would like to, for all of us, to give a big applause to our two champions. And what a great start of our whole Ocean Day focus sessions. So big applause to Your Excellencies, Ambassador Peter Thompson and Her Excellency Razan. Thank you so much for this. We are waiting for CAF's president, but I think there's a bit of traffic today. So I'm going to carry on, if that's okay. And we'd like to give a warm welcome to, hold on a second because I need to get this right. Sorry about it. Our keynote speaker, Ken Paul, presenting the latest blue paper from the Ocean Panel as one of the co-authors of Co-Producing Sustainable Ocean Plans with Indigenous and Traditional Knowledge Holders. Ken, can you join me? Let's give Ken a big applause. I'm going to work on your PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. I'm good. Okay, gracias. Okay. Nidali was sagli kapudmu and naga nuchiao stukig nugukuk Ulibimgiskak Spichinuok naga Nidapiag. Yeah, my name is Ken Paul. I come from an indigenous nation, the Williston Nation. We are situated on the border of Canada and the U.S., up in North America, up in the Atlantic coast. We have a membership of about 15,000 of us. Our territory is quite vast. It's built around the Woolastook, which is the beautiful and bountiful river, which opens up into the Bay of Fundy and into the Atlantic Ocean. We're a fishing nation, from freshwater fish to ocean fish, fin fish to shellfish, which has sustained our ancestors for many, many years. I really appreciate the Ocean High-Level Panel allowing us to put this paper together. And also want to specifically mention Micheline Kahn, who couldn't be here today, but she was coordinating all of the authors. I was one of the lead authors for one of the 5 chapters. We had a writing team, I think there was about 25 of us altogether, and it was really hard to coordinate all that, but Micheline did a really good job on that. The paper itself, I'm not going to go through the paper because I'm sure that everybody will have a chance to go through that. I did want to talk a little bit about an underlying framework of how we approached it. So I'm going to show you a balanced model. It talks about a holistic model. It talks about sustainability. So this model is a 4 directions model. It starts off with a circle. And I can't actually, oh, there it is, there. And the thing about a circle, it's one of the most common symbols for any spiritual or religious groups around the world. The second common symbol is a tree, which if you think of a tree, if you cut it across the trunk, it's a circle itself. The leaves all reach out in different directions, so that's a circle. Some roots of some of the trees, such as spruce, they'll reach out in all 4 directions, so these are all circles too. These are very, very important because it talks about holism. A circle doesn't have a beginning or an end, and circle and cycles are very, very common. So the way we have our circle presented, the way this was taught to me by elders, the circle fundamentally for an individual represents our 4 aspects of our health. Our physical health, which is our body, our mental health, which became in the highlight during COVID because we were all stuck at home. That's our mind. Our emotional health with our hearts. We want to have healthy relationships. We want to be able to express ourselves well. And our spiritual health, which talks about our connection to nature. When we bring these 4 aspects out to a societal level, make them at a macro level, the spiritual aspect becomes the culture. So that's the manifestation of our songs, our stories, theater, dance, arts, the written work, anything, film. So that these are things that we need in our society. The emotional part of our health talks about our relationships. So that's our communities, our social structures, all of those things that we need to help build healthy economies and healthy communities. The physical part of it becomes our economics. And economics is used to make sure that we have good food to eat, we have shelter, that we have food, that we have methods of transportation, and all of those physical needs that we have and other goods for trade. And the mental part of it becomes our politics, where we create our policies, our regulations, and our laws. And our society needs all 4 aspects of these health. And in fact, where they're placed on our circle is very important. When we have our politics and create our policies in the north, we have to look at the opposite for the balance, make sure that we include the communities. We can't create policies without including communities. Is that okay? When we're dealing with our economics, we have to make sure that we understand the impact that our economies are going to have on our culture and our communities. So this is a framework that we had used and talked about when we were trying to develop what we were going to put in the paper. Another way of looking at this as well, this is, again, was instructions from the elders to tell me to do this. I work in the resource sector. Oh, got nothing there now. Hello? Yeah? Wait, okay. I'll let you guys memorize this. Yeah? Okay. So when I worked in the resource sector, the elders had gave me instructions to start working this model into the work that I do in the resource sector, mainly in fisheries. So I put politics with knowledge systems. And we also talk about, at an international level, at a local level in Canada, and at a regional level, about Indigenous knowledge or traditional knowledge. But the knowledge itself is not a thing. It's actually something that has to be in context. So we try to expand that so that people know it's a knowledge system. It's a way of knowing things. There's a methodology behind it. Just like a Western knowledge system. What is that? Yeah. Try this. Hello? Okay, here we go. All right. Yeah? Okay. So we try to use knowledge systems in the way that you have these mental exercises. That's all about your intellect and how we do that at a global level, at a macro level. You look to the south of that, the balance. We want to make sure that we balance the biodiversity. So we have to understand how fish interact with other fish, how fish interact with seaweed, how insects interact with fish, how fish interact with shorelines and trees and things on terrestrial lands. It's all about the relationships. So that's why I put that in with social and community. If you look at the Western aspect, technology are tools. These are physical tools to make us to make our lives better so that we can actually do more work. But we have to balance that off with what's the impact on the environment. So I know that everybody in this room here is attuned to this kind of idea, but I also want to make sure that we honor all four aspects, because we need all four aspects for nature. We need all four aspects for our society. So when I first learned about economics as part of the traditional framework for indigenous peoples, I really had a hard time accepting that, because I felt like our global economies was the thing that was destroying nature. But what I tried to think about was, okay, if this is true now, this was true before contact 500 years ago in North America. And yes, back then we had an economy. We had to create economy for our food, for our clothing, for our transportation, for our shelter, and for trading goods. But I had to think about, well, why did I have a hard time with that? So then I was taught about the life cycle of a tree. So a tree has basically 4 stages of life. There's the birth, which is the creation of little trees. There's its growth. There's its death. So the death is a process. You'll see some of the trees in my region, they actually die from the bottom up, where there's still green leaves at the top, but it's a process that they'll go through. And then once they die and fall to the earth, then there's the decay. So if we look at our economy this way, the way that our global economic system is based right now is that we want to create new jobs and we want to grow the economy. But we can't just have continual growth. We actually have to start planning for the downfall of the economy so we can have healthy, newer economies. And if you look at what's happening with the carbon industry, for example, the carbon industry is actually going through this natural cycle so that we have sustainable energy is the thing that's coming in. It's starting to replace the carbon cycles. So it's healthier to do this, and if we ignore that, if we don't plan for it, it's going to happen to us anyway. If you look at 2008 with the subprime mortgage crisis globally, that was something where we're trying to grow the economies, but it became unsustainable, and then there was a crash. So the bigger the tree, the harder the fall. So this is part of the circle and the cycles that we have to realize. So when we have our 4 directions and our elements, what we have here in our society is that we tend to focus a lot on the economies and a lot on the technologies, a lot on the politics, and a lot on our knowledge systems, but we tend not to pay a lot of attention to the biodiversity. This is why we're going through this biodiversity with the CBD, and we tend not to include the communities into all of these models that we're trying to build. We can't do this from the top down. We have to do this inclusively. The culture and the environment is the other thing that's suffering when we take this approach. And the reason why we do this globally, the motivating factor, is fear. There's a fear that our economies are going to collapse, that we're not going to get ahead, but we live in a finite ecosystem. We can't use fear as the motivator, because fear is a good motivator. You know, there's a lot of people that will use fear as a motivator, but when you use fear as a motivator, it becomes kind of reactionary. It doesn't mean for long-term planning. So what we try to do, and what the elders have taught me on how to address this, the better way to do it, I'll wait because I see a picture painting there, is try to use love as our motivation. So that love of self-respect, that love of other people, that love of nature, and do that trust to have that positive outlook. Because we can use words like protect, for example. I try to stay away from fear-based languages. This is another lesson from my elders. And I try to use the word respect every time I see the word protect. Because when you respect something, that gives you permission to interact. It gives you the responsibility to learn about it, and it gives you the ability to protect it if you have to. Because when I think of the word protect, it's kind of like I'm building a fence around something and making it prohibitive. So this is just some of the lessons. So some of the things that you'll see in our paper, the lessons which we try to weave through our paper as a holistic approach. We want people to honor the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I don't think we talk about that enough when we talk about Indigenous peoples. It's a very powerful tool, and there's a lot of good work that was put into that document. We want to honor the inherent rights and treaties with Indigenous peoples. So where I come from in North America, we've had treaties with the Crown, with England, from the 1700s, before the US became a country, before Canada became a country. While those treaties are still in place, they're still enforced, we have to honor those as agreements between nations. We want to honor the ocean as a living being. If we think of the ocean as this thing where we're just going to extract resources from, the ocean itself is going to react negatively. But if we recognize the ocean as a living being, as a spirit, then we will actually be able to develop a relationship with it, and she will be able to, I guess, build our relationship and act in the best interests of the oceans. Because if the oceans are neglected, the oceans are going to react. So this is why we're having like more frequent hurricanes and more frequent droughts, because the ocean affects every single person on the planet because of the weather, even if you live inland. The ocean is the engine for our weather, and the ocean will react if it is feeling it's being abused. Reciprocity, this is another inherent value within Indigenous peoples, that you have to give if you're going to take, even if it's only in a spiritual sense. But we just can't look at the ocean as something that we can just pull resources from. We see disappearing fish stocks. There's underwater mining that's being developed around the world. But we can use those resources, but what are we doing to actually repair these areas where we're actually, if we don't have mitigation or adaptation plans in place? When we work with Indigenous peoples, I like to see investment into Indigenous peoples and investment into Indigenous knowledges. I think that most people around the world actually don't really understand what Indigenous knowledge is. I think they think of it as sort of like a piece of information that you can pull to fill up your science deficiencies. But Indigenous knowledge is something that cannot be separated from Indigenous communities. It's localized. It has to be put into context. And when you work with Indigenous coastal communities, you will also learn a whole different value system, and you'll actually enter in a different paradigm. It's very difficult to pair up Indigenous knowledges with just Western science. It can be done, but in those areas of disagreement, that's where a lot of work has to be done. So you have to sort of build up Indigenous communities by investment so that they can develop their sciences. Develop equitable partnerships with Indigenous peoples. So this is all part of the investment, but also work with Indigenous peoples at the onset when you're doing the work. Prioritize support for coastal communities. Know that the food security is very important in those communities, that you're actually affecting their way of life, and that they're going to be very passionate about what has happened, and they need stronger voices, and plan for the future generations. As an Indigenous person, I'm always looking and trying to plan for the 7 generations down the road. So these are the elements that you'll see within the paper itself, written in different contexts, and we're hoping we're making a good contribution to the Ocean Decade and the rest of the biodiversity work.
Hello. Thank you so much, Ken. This is an excellent example why recognizing diverse knowledge is very much needed. Shall we proceed with the panelists, or shall we wait for CAS president? Vale. So bear with me for a minute, please. We're trying to work along the traffic issues. So we're going to present a video, if it's okay with the next group of wonderful panelists, and we'll be with you shortly. Presenta tu video.
Buenas, como les comentaba.
Hello, as I was saying, we are going to be watching a brief video by Dr. Sandra Besudo, a researcher from Colombia. She's a scientist, and she is probably responsible for one of the most important protective marine areas in Colombia, Malbelo. And because of her, management there has been very good. She was the biggest advocate of this ecosystem. So if please we can watch the video now. Thank you.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Sandra Besudo, soy fundadora y directora de la
I'm Sandra Tesudo. I am the founder of my foundation. Sorry, we are not getting the sound to the for the translation. I am very sorry. We're going to do our best to translate, but the sound is very poor. For over 25 years, we've been trying to protect not only the ecosystem, but also the species located here, because many of them are endangered and they are highly migration species. With our programs that we've been working with, we were fighting against illegal fishing, but also we work in monitoring and researching species ecosystems. Since the year 2000, our foundation has been supporting multidisciplinary research where each group works in a different aspect: fish, endemic species, marine mammals, oceanography. And the foundation has been working especially with sharks and other fish. We've been working with acoustic techniques, and also we were trying to study the migration of these species, and we learned about the connectivity among species, not only here in this region, but in other areas as well, like in Costa Rica, Panama, Galapagos in Ecuador, but also what is happening with the north shoreline in Colombia in order to determine where is this shark growing mainly. From the beginning, we've been trying to support the creation of a sanctuary here. And we've been working very hard to keep on protecting this area of 47,000 square kilometers. And also, we issued a technical document that the Colombian government submitted before UNESCO, so this area could be considered natural heritage. Also, the foundation has received several awards because of its hard work. And this area is very large and very famous for its diving activities. Unfortunately, we couldn't join you there because we already had other commitments scheduled, but we would have loved to be there. And I want to reiterate our commitment with the foreign agencies that come here to support us, and especially for those who visit us for diving purposes. So I want to tell you that we are very happy to receive you, and I hope that I can meet you all soon. The foundation was created to take care of the institutionality at the national and subnational level, and also to protect and make known this beautiful landscape that is national and international heritage. And strengthening institutions has been crucial to us.
Bueno, solo dejarles saber que Sandra Besudo va a estar aquí en el pabellón.
Sandra will visit us on the 30th in a special event. And we would like now to welcome our executive president, Dr. Sergio Diaz Granados, and he will make some remarks. And then we're going to be signing a memorandum of understanding among the WRI, Ocean Action, CAF, and World Economic Forum. And this partnership that has been happening naturally, we're going to be strengthening it before the UN Conference on Oceans next year in Nice. And most importantly, the three of us agree upon the fact that the main goal is for Latin America and the Caribbean to have a strong voice on the oceans, to be present and can have regional solutions. Mr. President, you have the floor. First of all, I'd like to welcome you all and Peter Thompson. I already said hello before.
Un saludo muy especial también a Cintia Barzú.
And also, I would like to say hello to Cynthia Barzuna, Alfredo Giron from the WEF, Carlos Correa, former Minister of Environment in Colombia, and Sandra Besudo. We were colleagues before in President Santos' administrations, and we had several of these conversations. And now, let me talk about the bank on what we are doing, because I know that Alicia and our biodiversity manager already talked about this. But 3 years ago, when I became president of the bank, we found an opportunity to have conversations with the bank board of directors in order to challenge the status quo in the bank and take the bank into a green bank direction, or green and blue, I would say. That was our bet in December 2021. And we talked to our board, which are the finance ministers in Latin America and the Caribbean, the highest capital increase in the history of the bank. Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are contributing with a pay-in of almost $7 billion to double the size of the bank from here to 2030, 2032. And we are also using the opportunity to extend the geographical coverage of the bank. The bank was mainly South American at the beginning. Now it is expanding to Latin America as a whole and the Caribbean. So that was our second great step in December 2021. And as of now, we have almost 6 Caribbean islands that are joining us. So we are the regional bank with the biggest presence in Latin America and the Caribbean. And those two decisions, increasing the capital and extending our geographical coverage, are taking us to think about our programming, considering strategic ecosystems, seeing the region in a holistic perspective, and mainly raising the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean about the protection of its seas and oceans. We see a great opportunity here also from the bank side. When we had Lisbon's conference a couple of years ago, we said, okay, we want to go here, but we want to go with a pledge, with an announcement from our side, from CAF's side, about our commitment to be champions in blue economy and the restoration of maritime ecosystems with $1.2 billion. The commitment of the bank is to work with the countries in the region in this regard. So for this, we require partnerships. We need knowledge. The bank has a group of experts which are very committed, and we have access to finance ministries in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have a big coordination capacity of local governments in Latin America and the Caribbean, but we also need allies contributing with their expertise, their science, helping us strengthen our network. And this is why the memorandum that we're going to be signing today is so important. And I am sorry because I do not look like a bank's president right now. 6 a.m. this morning, we were in Cali's Botanical Garden with two organizations that we've been working very close, BirdLife International and Otterberg. And 3 years ago, we dreamt about having a corridor protecting birds in the entire hemisphere, both in the land and on the seas. And we made our first announcement in Montreal with Alicia. And now we finally have a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan. And I was with them this morning very early. Thank you, Peter. So tomorrow we are also going to be signing with the New York Botanical Garden an agreement to strengthen our botanical gardens in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we want to transform this bank into a green and blue bank. And this is our mission. And I am sure that what we are going to be doing today together with Peter for this memorandum will take us a little bit closer to that goal. For more than 10 years, we've been observing the UN system. We were a part of the Summer Summit of the Future in New York 1.5 months ago, and we've ratified our commitment with these agendas. And with these side negotiations, we need to keep on working, keep on delivering the things that we are discussing and debating here in the region. So basically, these were just some remarks to tell you that you can count on us. You can count on this bank that belongs to Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a blue and green bank. Thank you very much.
Presidente, por favor, quédese de una vez acá. Muchas gracias.
Mr. President, please stay here. Thank you very much for your kind words. And not only we are going to be signing the memorandum, but also we are going to have some great witness. Please, Mr. Thompson, Ambassador Thompson, and the director of WRI that is here as our witness, and our minister, Carlos Correa, and our positive biodiversity manager is here too. So basically, this memorandum seeks to position blue economy in Latin America and the Caribbean. We want for Latin America and the Caribbean to have a voice before Nice's conference. Also, the finance forum that we are going to be having before that in Monaco. And with these amazing witnesses, we are going to have double the work, Cynthia and Alfredo, because we're going to be having and expecting lots of results. Please, after you.
Perfecto. Bueno, sí, muchas gracias a todos. Este fue como un breve en nuestra agenda, pero de verdad.
Thank you very much, everybody. We are really very excited for strengthening this cooperation in front of our conference.
Cintia, tu panel en tiempo récord, además ahora.
Tiempo récord, está bien. Gracias, gracias. ¿Me pasa mi teléfono, Carlos? Pásame eso, please. Can I invite our distinguished guests and panelists, please join me. Sorry for running a bit late, but this is so exciting, isn't it? So, Mark, Vidor, Alicia, Nick, can you join me and I'll introduce you in a minute. Oh, what an exciting day. Thank you everyone for joining us. Let's see. Okay, let me introduce this very great group of families. Alicia Montalvo needs no further introduction, so I'll direct my attention to Vidor Helgensen. He's the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, IOC UNESCO, and Assistant Director General of UNESCO. We also have Nicholas Harman, the Commonwealth Secretary of Sustainable Ocean Management in the Commonwealth with us, and Mark Lambeets, Director of the Department of Sustainable Development of the Organization of the American States. So I'll start maybe with you, Alicia, because this is a great day so far. So given CAF's significant leadership on blue finance, what are the biggest challenges you see in financing sustainable ocean plans, and what innovative financial mechanisms do you think we could introduce to scale investment in blue economy, specifically on your side from the Latin American Caribbean perspective? Thank you. ¿Funciona o te doy el mío? Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cynthia. And thanks to everyone for being witness of these moments of signature. Well, I think that the Sustainable Ocean Plans are a key instrument. As you well know, Cynthia, we have been very enthusiastic with the possibility of having one instrument that allows us to really identify what are the priorities to finance the sustainability plans for the ocean and in the different countries. We joined Ocean Action 2030, I think 1 year and a half ago, 1 year ago. And I think that this is crucial. Even though only 3 countries from the Latin American and Caribbean region are part of the high-level panel, we consider that this instrument should be used beyond, because the most important thing is that we are able to really identify these instruments. And also we need to really develop new innovative instruments such as blue bonds, other kinds of instruments that we are now working on. We are very active right now in the Caribbean region with the Global Environmental Facility, and we are promoting different actions to really create more marine protected areas. So in short, we see that this could be really a very useful instrument to mobilize financing, because the question is not only to be able to identify actions, but to have them in an integrated document where you can identify the priorities and you can also see how the different institutions involved in the protection of the ocean are working together at country level. So for us, you know very well, this instrument is very useful, and we hope we can keep supporting you in this initiative, learning very much about the experience. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alicia. CAF is one of Ocean Action 2030 members. Ocean Action 2030 is a coalition of United Nations agencies, of NGOs, of multi-development banks, of course, across the globe to aim countries in their goal of developing and implementing sustainable ocean plans. IOC UNESCO happens to be another partner, a great one indeed, and that has actually raised the bar when it comes to ambition. And Vidar has this duality because he was part of the ocean panel from the beginning. So it was easy to sell you the idea of working together on this one. So, any thoughts on 100% sustainable ocean management through sustainable ocean plans, please?
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to be here and fantastic to see the progress that the concept of sustainable ocean planning and the high-level panel are making. Since you made it sound like I have a conflict of interest here, I would like to say that the IOC took on sustainable ocean planning and management before I joined it. And I think that speaks to the importance of the concept. It needs to be based on science. The IOC is the UN's ocean science body, and we're really happy to work intensively and increasingly with the high-level panel and all those other countries that are now committing to sustainable ocean management, because that planning needs to be based on sound science and knowledge and data about what exists in terms of biodiversity and other ocean dynamics, and let that filter into decision-making in political and business contexts. So for us, supporting multilateral processes is really important, like the CBD, but it is also important to support countries and governments that are committed to 100% sustainable management of their own national ocean territories.
Thank you, Peter. Nick, can I put you on the spot? You just arrived after, I guess, 40 hours of traveling. So thank you for being here, for starters. We're going to give you coffee for sure after the session. But before that, Shogun meeting, very important Commonwealth member states meeting that you were just at. Would you like to share some news, updates, announcements, anything that you would like to share with us today? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Cynthia. No, it's great to be here, and just come from half a world away in the South Pacific, but really just on our doorstep here, because it's one Pacific Ocean that joins us all, and we have one ocean on our planet. And so the first thing, yes, I do want to say that in Apia in Samoa, the Commonwealth heads of government met, and they adopted a landmark Apia Commonwealth Ocean Declaration for one resilient common future, which really aligns the ambitions of all 56 Commonwealth countries towards a sustainable ocean. Commonwealth countries have been coming together since 2018 for the ocean, when we launched the Commonwealth Blue Charter, and learning to work together, building communities, understanding each other's needs, and building capacity. And so this came out of that process where there was a call for really putting some substantial commitments down on what we're going to do. And so 30 by 30, absolutely, 30% restoration to getting BBNJ done by 2025 in there, and concluding the plastics treaty as soon as possible as well. Getting the WTO fisheries subsidies agreement done. It's all in there, and this is also important to what we're doing. But one of the things that's in there is also the really recognizing that need for 100% sustainable ocean planning, because when I first arrived in Samoa, the first morning I went snorkeling in a small MPA. It was where they have giant clams, 100-kilo clams, and but this is a tiny MPA. You can snorkel across it in 20 minutes. We saw Enrique Sala's paper last week that says, we need 85 medium-sized MPAs per day, so like much bigger than this one, between now and 2030 if we're going to get there. How do we scale that when we just do it piecemeal, one at a time? But if we have a lot of governments signed up to do full marine spatial planning, manage 100% of their ocean area, including mapping where those ocean MPAs should be, then we can scale faster, much faster. And we're seeing this already. So Minister Schuster in Samoa last week announced that his plan to actually, under the Marine Spatial Plan that they've been doing with WAIT, for each of the villages around the coast to be able to establish their own MPA and own that MPA and run it. And so getting the whole community working together to establish this network of MPAs rather than just doing them one at a time. That's fantastic. We also saw Rotary launch a new mangrove MPA project that with money they just raised to get the local community involved. We saw Conservation International put 1.6 million in. WAIT are ready to release their 51 million they've aligned to 5 Commonwealth countries in the Pacific. So things are moving, and it's there, and that's exciting, and we can move faster. But unless we plan, unless we get it all done together, we're not going to get there in time. So really excited to say, you're looking for 100 members of the 100% Alliance, and well, we've just had 56 countries, 49 with a coastline, say that they think this is a good idea. So there you go.
Thank you for that exciting news. More countries to work with, and we're ready. We're ready for a Commonwealth, and hope we could actually work very close. So, I'm originally from Costa Rica, Latin America. So it is with great pleasure that I actually convinced Mark to have OES, Organization of American States, as part of the coalition, and they said yes. Not only they said yes, but ever since they have been strong partners in delivering the ambition, but also action, and how Latin America and the Caribbean could actually join these efforts and develop their own sustainable ocean plans and implement them. Mark, care to share with us your thoughts on this as part of the development, Sustainable Development Secretariat from the Organization of the American States?
Indeed, and this word, yes. So thank you for that, Cynthia, and what an exciting morning so far. Really, congratulations to CAF and WRI, and then for the recent signing of the MOU, including WEF in that, just tremendous, and also on the release of the Indigenous Peoples Paper. For those of you who are in the room, you heard Ken Paul talk about really the Indigenous philosophy and the relationship with their elders, and it really was inspiring to me. And while I work at the OES, I'm going to speak personally for a second. He gave a very interesting diagram about the relationship between the elements of our being and really focus on politics, the difference between driving our economy with fear versus love. And as an American, I look forward to next week and think about the election that's coming up. And I wish he could come to my country and really talk about how do you use love to really drive some of our communities, the way we think about our economy and think about moving forward. I say that not just to get into a little bit of politics, but also to tie back into something Alicia said just a moment ago about the fact that we have 3 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in this coalition. Let's also remember we have 5 countries in the Americas, so both the U.S. and Canada being members of this important coalition. As the Organization of American States, and for those of you who may not know the organization, we're the political organization for this hemisphere. So we work on policy dialogue, convening people together, provide a lot of technical assistance, knowledge management. And in that context, our relationship to helping countries of the Americas drive sustainable economies is really on me, and I'm the leader of the Department of Sustainable Development. When we execute initiatives to help our countries drive sustainable development and sound solutions in that arena, we do this through partnerships, as we are not a bank. When it comes to our partnerships with money, relationship with CAF in particular is really essential to getting this job done. So I'm really excited about our just growing relationship with CAF. We work with other partners in the hemisphere like the Inter-American Development Bank on the global level with the GEF, World Bank, and others. We work with these institutions, providing resources not for the benefit of the OAS, which is a small organization, but to really facilitate access by our member states. 34 member states in the hemisphere, of which 32 of those member states have oceanfront property. So we are really an ocean hemisphere. And I use the word ocean, not oceans, as has been alluded to earlier. We really are living on one ocean. And so together we use these partnerships to help our countries. And Cynthia, to your question, just real briefly, the SOPs is an amazing platform for countries to have really a common framework for the way that we treat the ocean. We think about the things we put in our water that flow down our rivers. So we think about the trees that protect the cuencas, the aquifers, and we think about what we do in and on the ocean. So I just, I'm really proud to be part of this process and really think about the way that we protect the ocean using the Sustainable Ocean Planning mechanism. And our commitment is to not just as an organization say we will support this, but to actually work country by country to go from, say, 5 countries of the Americas to 34 countries of the Americas that sign on to these. It'll take time, but with partnerships like with WRI and CAF, we're going to set up a technical assistance facility to go country by country and help them elaborate their sustainable ocean plans. That's our commitment as the OAS, and we look forward to working with all partners in getting that done.
Thank you, Mark, for that commitment. And Alicia, just because this is your house, I'm going to let you close this session. So I'll jump to you, Vidar, if you don't mind. Barcelona, great milestone. Great day for Sustainable Ocean Plans, UN Decade Program on Sustainable Ocean Planning. We are already co-chairing with IOC UNESCO to bridge the gap between science and policy, which is basically a very important part of Sustainable Ocean Plans. Do you care to share a bit more on that or anything else that you would like to share for that matter? Thank you.
Does this work? Yeah, fantastic progress. No, I mean, science to policy is quite challenging, but the high-level panel did exactly that in its own right. We had heads of state and government coming together, being supplied with 18 updated reports about everything ocean, and on that basis negotiated a pact between those initial 14 countries, now about 20, about sustainable ocean management. And the concept of sustainable ocean management is a similar approach because we do have marine spatial planning, which is and can be very useful and helpful. But this is about societal planning. This is about understanding that the ocean is important to the land-based economy and the land-based economy is important to the ocean economy and environment. It's about the totality of the SDGs. It's economic, it's social, equity is an important dimension. It's obviously environmental. It's also about our cultural relations to the ocean. And it's about politics and governance. It's about science basis, but a political decision-making process and a political accountability for these plans that come with transparency and an all-of-society approach. And I think that comes from having had actual heads of state and government, sitting and serving heads of state and government on that panel. That's not too normal to have panels of current heads of state and government. They are the ones sitting at the end of the table when trade-offs and decisions have to be made. And the emphasis they're putting on this and the energy now in getting more countries to commit, I think is really promising because governments are compartmentalized, industries are compartmentalized, science even is compartmentalized, but ocean ecosystems can't be compartmentalized. We need to look at that as a whole, so it needs to be owned by the whole of governments as well.
Thank you for that. And yes, indeed, the Ocean Panel has gone through 10 changes of government already and still going strong. So that gives you an idea on how important this initiative is and how strong and how unique. So we need to bring more countries along. For that reason, I'm going to turn to you and put you on the hotspot there. Nick, tell us about the ambition. What's next? How can we engage more with the Commonwealth? And any final thoughts on your side?
Thank you. Well, I liked what Peter was saying earlier about making sustainable ocean plans sexy, because to me they are. We've been sort of trying to do holistic planning with governments for many years, and through national ocean policies, that is not a sexy term. But actually, it does bring together all those departments, all the different ministries that are working on a bit of the ocean, and try and join them up. And so important to be holistic, as Vida said. I mean, to accelerate this process, one of the things we did earlier this year is have the first Commonwealth Ocean Ministers meeting. Most countries don't have an ocean minister. A few in the Pacific do, but not most of them. And so to try and get countries to say, well, actually, for our government for this meeting, this minister is going to speak on behalf of all ministries on behalf of the ocean, starts that process and gets that going. And so we'll be having another one in about a year's time in Kenya, and watch this space for details of that. But so I think, but sustainable ocean plans really provide that framework that, as you say, connects not just the policy landscape, but the people, the communities, that the stakeholder engagement, the private sector, sort of everybody needs to be involved in that process to understand what needs to happen and get it forward. So as a model, I think it's definitely something we're going to be taking forward through our policy approach with governments to do that. The other thing, of course, is mobilizing the finance. And it was fantastic hearing what you were just saying there, and how you can work with the OECS countries. OECS, again, sort of a very strong Commonwealth region. We just, we've got to get this going. We've got nearly half the world's coral reefs in the Commonwealth, a third of the world's mangroves. We were talking about the breakthroughs yesterday. And we need that money to come into the breakthroughs, and we need to get it on the ground to the groups that are going to implement. But we need to make sure governments are fully engaged in that process. If we bypass governments and don't build capacity in them at the same time that we're building capacity in local NGOs, then next time they want to do another MPA, it's back to square one. But if the government's built capacity along the way, we can streamline the process, we can scale, we can move there and get by 2030. So thank you.
Thank you. It seems like the ambition is there, so I'm going to place a commercial here. I really hope the Secretariat from the Commonwealth joins us as well at the collision. So, Mark, any last thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. I take the challenge of both the OECS countries and the lesser developed countries in this hemisphere all must come together, because we all share this ocean. It's critical, and it's a critical challenge that we treat it in a similar way. And also, while I appreciate the idea to reinvent the SOPs, maybe making them more sexy, at the same time, I think we all agree, the hard work of getting the job done isn't sexy. I mean, it is, and I just was thinking as you said that, it's about the hard work of addressing what we put in our ocean, plastics, waste fuels, other things, how it gets there down rivers and other means, what we put on our oceans, the ships and other transportation methods that cross our oceans, what we pull out of it in terms of mining and extraction, and then what's left with the ocean. And at the OAS, we deal with things like the sargassum that drifts around and affects our Caribbean seas. So, while sustainable ocean plans could become on the surface for public consumption sexy ocean plans, we also really need to do the hard work of protecting that body of water that sustains us all. So I'll stop there, Cynthia, and just leave with that thoughts.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the ambition, and thank you for being such a strong partner. We really appreciate OES. Alicia, close this session for us, please. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very interesting discussion on how to materialize all the things we need to do with the ocean. And from the experience of the bank, it's very difficult sometimes to really be involved in a dialogue with the governments to identify the right partner, to see what are the priorities. We have committed 1.25 billion, and I have to confess that sometimes it's not easy to identify actions that really have a systemic impact on the ocean. So thank you very much for sharing your experience. I think that we need to keep working on the planes oceánicos sexys, no sé. and then to have an instrument that really is useful to this end and to contribute to the 30 by 30 in the context of this COP. Thank you very much, Cynthia, for your moderation and for the panel.
Let's give a big applause to our panelists, please. Everyone in the room, do not leave. More to come. Next session is, all of the sessions are great. So stay in your seats, stay tuned. Gonna give a big applause to our panelists and welcome the next panelist, please. Next session. Quien necesite traducción, tenemos servicio de traducción, pueden recogerlo afuera. Estamos haciendo inglés-español combinado. Alfredo. Who's next? ¿Quién sigue? ¿Me la llamas? Maybe we can have the next slide, please, Irene, for the next session. Grab a seat, everyone. We're about to start. Second session, Ocean and Climate Nexus. Where's Lorelei? I need you. There you go. Come on, take the floor. Leading this next session, our own Director for Ocean and Climate Platform, Lorelei Picou. The floor is yours. Lead the way.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we thought we were running a little bit late, so we were casually having a chat outside. But no, we are here to run the Ocean Climate Nexus session that will focus on coastal resilience and how to build a sustainable future. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, so I won't be too long to just set the scene and welcome you to this beautiful CAF Pavilion. I mean, we've been running around for days now, and it is hands down the most beautiful pavilion at COP16, so it's very exciting to be here. Just very quickly on why we're running this session. If some of you were at the GBF Ocean Day yesterday, we had the official launch of the ocean breakthroughs at CBD. We're looking at a blueprint focusing on 5 ocean-based sectors: marine conservation, shipping, food, energy, and tourism. So we do have a set of ready-to-implement solutions to ensure that we deliver for nature, people, and climates. Building on the ocean breakthroughs, we really want to look at how bridging the connections between the climate agenda and the biodiversity agenda, the ocean being obviously our best allies in doing so. For this session, we have decided to focus on coastal resilience and the impacts of climate change, of course, on coastal regions, but also the opportunities and the solutions that we may have to address the impacts of climate change. I actually recently learned, and I'm going to have to look at my notes because I'm very bad with numbers, but that in Latin America alone, 200 million people live by the coast. That's about 30% of the population in the region. That's insane. That's a lot of people that are going to be threatened by the impacts of climate change. Another thing, though, is that the Latin American region is a biodiversity hotspot. It's a powerhouse for nature. It's absolutely fantastic when it comes to mangroves, to wetlands, to a number of coral reefs as well being hosted here in Latin America. So we need to make sure that with the growing impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, urbanization, and so on and so forth, this powerhouse doesn't turn into a crumbling house of cards. So that's why we're here today to discuss how we can really work together and ensure the sustainability of coastal regions and communities. The last thing I wanted to mention, because in the opening of this beautiful Ocean Day at the CAF Pavilion, we heard from Excellencia Razan Al-Mubarak and from Special Envoy Peter Thompson the importance of the next UN Ocean Conference in Nice in June 2025. And I wanted to highlight that it will be also, coastal resilience will be very high on the agenda there. And you'll hear probably from some of our speakers how solutions in coastal regions will be highlighted in the Blue Economy and Finance Forum on 7th and 8th of June 2025. And I'm also very pleased to say that on the 7th of June in Nice, we will be hosting a special event on coastal regions and cities to launch the first ever Ocean Rise and Coastal Resilience Coalition, aiming at representing 1 billion people worldwide threatened by rising sea levels. So this is a really urgent and global topic that we have to address. And with This I will call on my colleague Marine Le Serre, the head of international policy at the Ocean and Climate Platform, who will be your moderator today. Thank you very much, Marine.
Thank you very much, Lorelai, for setting the scene for this event. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm delighted that we can talk actually about ocean climate action in a biodiversity COP. It's always so important to weave this blue thread across these different fora. So very happy to be here. And to kick off the discussion, I would like to invite on stage our 5 panelists. So please, a big round of applause for them, inviting them to come. Please take seats. Anywhere you want is perfect. Monique is there. And I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce them at the same time. So everyone's here. Perfect. So on my left, you have Dr. Kilaparti Ramakrishna, our dear friend and colleague Rama, a director on ocean and climate policy at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. Thank you for being here with us. We have also then Chip Conliffe, Program and Risk Director at the Ocean Risk and Resilience Action Alliance that you all know under the name of ORA. We also have the pleasure of welcoming Vice-Ministro José Ramón Reyes, the Vice Minister of Coastal and Marine Resources at the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources of Dominican Republic. Since we are in the CAF pavilions, it's quite a pleasure to welcome Dominican Republic, a Latin American country. We also have Ignacio Lorenzo Arana, one of our dear hosts, the Director of Biodiversity and Climate Technical Advisory for CAF. So thank you so much for welcoming us in this actually quite beautiful pavilion. And last but not least, we are here with Monique Galvão, Vice President of Rare Brazil. So thank you so much for being us and having this conversation with us. So to kick out this important discussion, I would like to ask all of you one overarching question so we can have all the different kind of perspective from not different regions of the world, but different sectors of the discussion. So my question to all of you is, what are the key levers to enhance the resilience of coastal ecosystem, communities, and infrastructure? So it's pretty wide, and to kick off this discussion, I would like to start with you, Rama. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Marine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. What a beautiful pavilion that we have for a discussion on this important topic. And as Laurel has said, this topic is probably one, to use an Americanism, where the tire hits the road. This is something that you can feel and have to contend with, the sea level rise. And the question that Marine asked was about science, data, the role that these two play in our appreciation of what is coming and what we need to do, how we build resilience to that. Now, one general point that we need to make is there is a lot that need to be known about ocean that we still don't know. So we at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution have large programs on ocean observations, and then they are trying to tell us as much as they possibly can, but this is not an attempt by just one institution. The global community need to take on that, and we need to learn a lot more. But having said that, we know a lot about sea level rise because of the work done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change through various reports, including a special report on ocean and cryosphere. The most recent assessment, AR6, has a large chapter on sea level rise. So we have that information. We have that information with respect to what would be the mean sea level rise at various temperature increases. Now, Paris Agreement talks about 1.5 as the goal, keep it under 2 degrees Celsius in any case. And we have a scientific community telling us what would happen at various temperature increases to sea level rise. But what is not clear is what that means to people living in the coastal communities. Even the policymakers cannot make much of a connection between 1.5 degrees means what. In fact, in the United States, when you talk about 1.5 C, they say, what does it mean in Fahrenheit? So it is that level of communication that we need to perfect so that decision makers actually know. So we have now enough information, no matter what we do in terms of reducing our footprint on burning fossil fuels. The sea level rise is upon us. It is something that we have to deal with. And we had UN Secretary General going to Tonga and talking about sea level rise. This is a real existential threat to a lot of communities. We need obviously more science to tell us precisely what would happen to various regions that are impacted by climate change. But while we wait for that, we have enough information to act in terms of working with the communities in building resilience. And there is a lot of material in the Ocean and Climate Platform have done that in various studies, and we have at Woods Hole have done that. And I hope there will be an opportunity to talk more about it. But the key thing really that I want to leave with you all is that while broadly speaking, we need more science on sea level rise, we have enough to act right now, and we need to really think about how we communicate what we already know in science to policymakers and to potential affected communities at various levels. And the damage, the cost of doing anything is quite significant. And we need to be mindful of that. It is not just a problem that the rich countries can solve by throwing money at it. We need to think about it as a global plane. And one last point I want to mention is, for the first time, the UN General Assembly, with the leadership of the President of the General Assembly, had taken this at the leadership level to ask about sea level rise and what it means to the world community. We have now a decision pending from the International Court of Justice on the subject. Next year, probably it will come. And the International Law Commission is also looking at what that means in terms of various aspects. In all these cases, we need to be able to communicate science better to the decision makers. I'll stop there, Miriam.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Rama. So the first lever would be science, duly noted. And also thank you for mentioning the special report on ocean and the cryosphere and how this really, with this new scientific information, how it helped us put on the agenda sea level rise. And seeing that we have the UN General Assembly picking this up is actually very inspiring and very encouraging. So thank you very much for that. We will go back to the coastal communities and to the question of communication a bit later, but thank you for this first word. So talking about this question of data, I believe someone else in the panel has something very important to bring in the discussion. I'm talking about you, Chip. I heard that Aura launched something quite interesting recently. So can you please tell us a bit more about this and how this contributes to the discussion? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for allowing to speak today. So, this morning we rolled out something called the Coastal Risk Index, which I've got to admit, is a sort of personal crusade, I suppose, in some ways, of mine, since I've been working on it since 2017. But the idea of, and I was, I suppose, that at that time, myself and a boss of mine were sitting down at breakfast and thinking about, okay, well, how do we get the insurance industry, and indeed, how do we get investment driven into nature? And how do we address the issue of the lack of financing for nature itself, but more specifically around ocean risks. So the key ecosystems that we're talking about here are, of course, coral reefs and mangroves. So over the last few years, we have been working with University of California, Santa Cruz, and IHE Delft in the Netherlands to develop an index, develop a platform that allows policymakers, insurers, investors, and others to use the power of data. So going back to what's just been said, to better understand the risk reduction value of those ecosystems. So what we're saying is that in terms of a mangrove or a coral reef, as I'm sure most of us are aware, they do provide that risk reduction value to assets on the coast, and indeed to people that live along the coast as well. But what are the dollar figures? How many people would be impacted by the loss of those ecosystems? And that's really what the Coastal Risk Index does. So it basically provides data for, as I said, those stakeholders to better understand the risks to assets on land. as an example here in Colombia, the annual projected damage to assets here in Colombia is $2.4 billion a year. Mangroves and coral reefs provide $1.2 billion of reduction, or reduces that value or reduces that impact by $1.2 billion. So that's how important these ecosystems are as a way of reducing flood risk. Okay, that's not focusing on people yet. So in terms of where you invest your money, if you're investing along the coastline, behind a mangrove or behind a coral reef, well, you know how important that ecosystem is for your investment. The whole idea behind the CRI is around, well, we now know how important those ecosystems are. We therefore should also be investing in those ecosystems into the future. So that's here in Colombia. In South America itself, $78.9 billion worth of damage could be expected from coastal flooding. With coral and mangrove ecosystems, there's a reduction of $13.6 billion. So again, how do you drive investment into ecosystems? Well, you do so by understanding the dollar value of those. And then I'm just going to give you one more, because I'm sitting here next to the minister from the DR. In 2050, so the good thing about the CRI is you can look forward not only today, but it's 2030 to 2050 as well. And we were looking at a 2050 with a 100-year storm. 13,000 people would be at risk. But that increases to 26,000, so that doubles the risk if you lose your mangroves and your coral reefs. So 26,000 people are now at risk of flooding if you were to take those ecosystems away. And then if you're looking at the dollar value, 515 million people at risk increases to 968 million at risk with habitat loss. We need to drive investment into nature, and more particularly in the work that we're doing, coastal nature. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chip, and congratulations on launching this forward-looking kind of tool. Here in this kind of context, we often talk about science to policy, so it's also so important and actually inspiring from our perspective to also be able to talk about the science to finance, and also trying to see how we can bring in these other kind of actors in the discussion, these mostly new stakeholders like insurers or others from the finance sector. So thank you for that. And actually, since you mentioned also Dominican Republic, I'm going to move now to Vice Ministro Reyes. Muchas gracias for being here. And I'm going to ask you to also illustrate from Dominican Republic's perspective to talk about these different stakes. Muchas gracias.
First of all, good morning, everyone. And in the case of the Dominican Republic, we are an island, and global impacts that our coastal ecosystem are suffering, as my colleague here mentioned, these impacts are very important, and we are going to do a huge effort to minimize and neutralize the local impacts. However, we are very much concerned by the threats that we suffer coming from those countries that keep on increasing the effects of climate change. In our experience and future planning, it is crucial for us to have resilience, and we need to address it from a multifaceted perspective. But especially, we have three pillars: conservation and restoration of the ecosystems, and integral management of the coastal lines, and thirdly, a key issue to us, which is education and creation of awareness, so that we can empower and train local communities in the use and sustainable use, especially of marine resources, and also the strengthening of their livelihood by having sustainable and alternative livelihood methods.
articulating these three different sides. I think it's also very important to see how conservation and restoration, as you said, are complementary to sustainable use. It's something that is really important in the global biodiversity framework. Make sure that we not only conserve and protect, but also stop the different drivers. And I think this is definitely this kind of approach. So thank you so much for that. And now I'm going to move to our next speaker or host, Ignacio, to also ask you the same question, perhaps more from a finance perspective. What are the key levers to enhance coastal resilience? Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Voy a dirigirme también en español.
Thank you. I will speak Spanish too, since we are in Cali. First of all, integration. And climate and the ocean have a coordination or integration that we also need to mention. And here in Cali, we also need to incorporate the dimension of nature to be integrated too. And under this beautiful mangrove, we have to strengthen this idea. And within this integration, scientific and knowledge topics are very important. And coastal management also implies information and technical analysis and scenarios that will imply a lot of complexity, and sometimes we do not have the capacities on the ground. So there we have a huge opportunity for joint work among countries and also in the academic sector level too. Also, the active participation of all the stakeholders on the ground, and the participation that shall not only come from the planning perspective, but also from management, from an alliance perspective. And within this participation and management, funding plays a key role. And funding that we at CAF have been analyzing, especially for adaptation. And we see a need to increase and move forward in funding and donations for funding under different conventions. But also, it is important for us to consider aspects and funding from the private sector. And in the incremental risk scenario, the concept of cost avoidance is there as an economic concept where we can have investment from the private sector to avoid future damage, and that might generate profitability for their investment from a private perspective. And we have infrastructure and tourism, which are crucial for the coastlines. And the challenge of that integration that I mentioned at the beginning is that the solutions that we are going to be investing in will not be traditional solutions, but they will include this holistic perspective of the ocean, climate, and nature. We see a huge opportunity here to rethink funding and rethink collective actions in the coastline in order to have a more resilient scenario in a context of higher risk.
Very interesting point in terms of connecting ocean, climate, and biodiversity action. So thank you for that. And I think it gets us to the science, inclusivity, and finance. And it's very important to see how multilateral banks or that kind of actors can also act as a bridge to connect the different stakeholders and have this more of a whole of society approach that we advocate for in these global frameworks. All right, moving to our final speaker, still in the Latin American zone, but moving from to Brazil. Could you please, Monique, also tell us about the levers that are most important to you?
Thank you. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. I would like to little bit how we transform decision-making practice. So some examples. In Brazil, we have almost 10% of the mangrove of the world, right? It means that 80% of these 10% is seated in the Amazon coast, which means 3 states of Brazil, 14,000 square kilometers. However, flow finance into the Amazon forest, not the Amazon mangrove, right? And it's really important ecosystem. In Brazil, we have an amazing framework of law, which is the National Conservation Unity System that empower communities with the HESEX model, which is MPAs. Recently, Lula signed also a decree protecting more 2 areas at Pará State, connecting the dots with the COP30 coming. So we can say that the Amazon coast is mostly protected. However, most of the finance goes to create new protected area and lack of funding to really manage these areas that are already protected by law, right? So I give a couple examples. We have 14 MPAs has access. Only 2 have management plans. Imagine, just 2 have management plans because it's a huge territory. Imagine that they can put 4 Philippines inside of just Pará state. It's huge ecosystem. And also we all mention about empowered communities and networks. We have a couple examples with Coastal 500 as a network of community, not community leaders, but government leaders. Who is from the government here? Just for me to see of decision making. No, universities, okay. Community members. So I'd like to, they are listening in Spanish, but, bringing decision-making to action, I think is really important to empower local communities and networks, right? For instance, we have a couple of examples. We have the Mothers of Mangrove as a network of 100 women that they are providing financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and how we flow the funding to them to really protect the ecosystem and improve their lives. And also the youth. We have a network of youth. They are helping with data to collect data with household surveys, for instance. So everyone has a role to play. And with that, besides of me speaking, I would like to provide a couple minutes for the community leaders just to share 1 or 2 examples how they are making change in the field. It's okay? So I invite Mayuton, please. He's a youth from the Amazon coast. He's going to speak Portuguese, but I would like to wait and brief. I will try to translate, okay?
Bom dia. Gratidão pelo momento. Eu venho lá do estado do Pará, Brasil, e venho representando as reservas extrativistas marinhas.
He is very grateful for this moment. He came from Pará State in the Amazon coast, so he is really proud to represent the community leaders.
Como o espaço é curto, a mensagem que eu deixo para vocês é que, de fato, a gente está na base e quando a gente visualiza as 23 metas, a gente vê a preservação da vida também, mas da dignidade humana.
He is just saying that he knows that he has short time. He's just in connected dots with 23 targets of the global framework that everybody's connecting with the conservation. However, it's important to raise human citizenship as well.
A gente faz de todo para preservar o ecossistema manguezal, que é tão importante para o equilíbrio climático do mundo. Mas a gente se vê também como pessoas que vivem, que moram nas unidades de conservação. E a gente fala da nossa própria vida, sabe? Falar que nós também merecemos viver com dignidade e proteção. Haja visto que a gente sofre vários riscos, inclusive de vida. Não é só das espécies biológicas, mas sim da vida humana.
He just mentioned that it's really important to conserve the mangrove, but also take care about human life because they are threat about the risks in the mangrove area.
E como representante da juventude dos manguezais amazônicos, penso que vale muito investir na juventude por todo o nosso dinamismo que temos de vida, de vitalidade, com essa força jovem e que a gente se enxerga como pertencente à comunidade. A comunidade, a natureza é uma só para nós, como um todo manguezal.
He's, as community leader, youth community leader, he's invited to invest on them because they have energy, they have vision, and they are connecting the dots with the nature conservation as well. Thank you. A final word, just Henyuji. Henyuji is a woman, community leader. She leads a network named Mothers of Mangrove, the acronym MOM. And I would like to give her a voice.
Bom dia a todos. Eu também moro numa reserva extrativista do estado do Pará.
She also lives in a MPA named Resex at the Pará coast.
Reforçando aqui a fala do nosso jovem Cuíras, das nossas resex. Eu venho falar também sobre as mulheres, que eu acho que é de suma importância ver políticas públicas voltadas para as mulheres, o fortalecimento.
She's also mentioned that beyond the youth, she would like to raise the topic about women, about public policy connecting to women agenda.
Uma vez que a gente somos guardiães do manguezais, nós tiramos o nosso sustento desse bioma e de suma importância que nós vivemos de forma sustentável. Então, por isso que a gente estamos aqui hoje também reforçando.
She's just saying that she lives from the nature. She takes her she conserve the mangrove in order to make a sustainable living, and she considers herself the true guardian of the mangrove.
Hoje eu estou como coordenadora da Rede Mães do Mangue, que tem mais de 800 mulheres, e elas tiram o seu sustento de dentro do manguezal e também estão de forma sustentável, fazendo as suas próprias economia e também fazendo as suas...
She's just saying that she leads a network of women, between 800, 1,000 women, and they also live from the sustainability of the natural resources from the mangrove. That's it.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Obrigada. Thank you very much for this. It's so important to also hear these other kind of voices to make sure that when we talk about ocean, climate, and biodiversity, we also talk about people and how the work that we do is actually translating on the ground. And I think it's important to have this discussion, especially here at COP16, when the focus is on implementation. How can we make sure that we create this link between these blue zone negotiation rooms directly to the mangrove sites. So we heard about every levers that you are implementing. Now I would like to discuss a bit more how you are carrying this work forward, each and every one of you in different sectors, in the different ways that you all have mentioned. So I'm going to ask you a bit more precise questions, coming and starting with you, Chip. Can you tell us a bit more about the work that you're doing with Aura, scaling up investments for this kind of ecosystems?
Yeah, thank you.
So much.
So Aura is a multi-stakeholder alliance of governments, of the private sector. So Deutsche Bank is our lead global banking partner, and AXA is our lead global insurance partner. We have over 100 members, and what we are looking to do is, what we are doing, should I say, is looking to pioneer finance and insurance products to incentivize the investment into coastal nature-based solutions and the ocean. So every project that we support through the funding from our funders has to have a finance or an insurance element linked to it. So whether that would be the development of a biodiversity credit in Kenya, whether it be a development of a parametric insurance product for small-scale fisheries in Indonesia or the Philippines, to building the market for seaweed in the Philippines and in Kenya. So every project has to have that financial element to it. So we are currently financing over 50 projects, and of course, what we also always hear from the private sector anyway, is there is a lack of that pipeline of investable programs or investable projects. So we are, through working at the bottom up, so working with local communities and local NGOs, and of course some of the bingos as well, to drive finance into building resilience in that space. But on the other hand, we're also focusing on the need to drive the hundreds of millions of dollars into the space, if not billions of dollars. And so we're doing that through the development of something called the SCIF, which is the Sea Change Impact Finance Facility. It's ultimately an umbrella term under which we have various programs and various finance mechanisms that we're developing at the moment. So one being a guarantee fund, Ocean Guarantee Fund for 6 sectors of the blue or the sustainable blue economy. So everything from ridge to reef, so offshore or anything that might flow from land to the ocean, blue technology, circular economy, offshore-based renewables, ocean conservation, and 2 more. But the key piece here is about de-risking. So how do you drive that private finance into the space if they are somewhat worried, somewhat scared about seeing that return on investment? And that's why we picked those sort of 6 sectors, because we see that those are, apart from ocean conservation and sustainable seafood perhaps, but they are quite, they're fairly well understood green opportunities. So what we're doing is we're sort of painting them blue. And that guarantee facility will help to drive finance into the space. We're developing a blue bond incubator, and we have Nick Silver here in the room actually, who's building that with us. And that's really about how we drive, or how we use debt to drive finance into the ocean and coastal ecosystems. We have an outrigger impact fund, which we're looking to with a first close at the end of Q2 next year, basically looking at between $1 and $10 million investments into blue economy sectors again, specifically focused on SIDS and coastal LDCs. We're very aware of the fact that pretty much every impact bond or every impact fund that's focused on the ocean has a geographical interest in either North America or Europe. How do we need to be driving finance into those coastal communities that are likely to be impacted most? And indeed, those communities whereby they may have a fantastic idea, but there's pretty much only one chance for them to make it happen. And if it doesn't happen, it probably goes away because they don't have the support, they don't have the finance to move that forward. So that impact fund is really key. And ultimately, I think that all of these different elements really sort of, as I said, sit under the SCIF. We're very aware of the need to drive further finance into the space, and very keen, of course, for anybody who is interested in becoming a member of AURA, please come and speak to me, because I think that it's the power of collaboration within our space that are actually going to move things forward.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chip. And actually, I just wrote collaboration just before you said it. So I think we're really aligned here. And talking about collaboration, one thing that I wanted to mention quickly is countries' national strategies and how we need to also make sure that we have a more integrated approach to them to make sure that the different actors of civil society can also contribute and get the clear signal that they need to be able to invest in the solution. So I think this is also important to make sure that we use these strategies as the roadmap to guide us moving forward. So thank you very much for that. And now I'm going to move to another side of the discussion on finance, to you, Ignacio, and ask you a bit more about what CAF is doing, the ocean strategy that you have. I heard some important commitments were made, especially during COP15. So how do you carry these commitments forward? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Y efectivamente, CAF.
Thank you very much. Indeed, CAF is developing always stronger their ocean strategy. And in fact, it is a huge pleasure to have you here with us. On that line, we have really committed to a very important amount of CAF resources, $1.25 million in this implementation period for the CAF strategy for blue economy. And doing that in a series of activities in Latin America and the Caribbean regarding coasts and oceans, from sustainable underwater cables and everything that has to do with the restoration action of ecosystems and coast ecosystems and oceans ecosystems, including the solutions that we were seeing earlier for the manglers, the corals, as well as coast systems. How to do it within that action range implies also having a financial instrument range and trying to understand for each problem and technical solution which is the best finance scheme that could apply. We were saying before the first part of the question how we start seeing rationalities of investment for the private sector, which has to do with cost avoidance and could be a way of incorporating new models for resiliency. Also, through green funds, CAF has attracted investments to the region And these are small and medium scale projects, but in their design, they show instruments that could imply a greater investment. Allow me to give you an example of something we are approving now with the Adaptation Fund in Uruguayan coasts, where it's a $10 million grant. It's a medium small project, and we have different components where we test some additional financial instruments. Most of the project, of course, has to do with the knowledge and strengthening of capacities and implementing pilot actions. And this is all based on donations, but we have incorporated a small component of what we call a revolving fund of zero interest for medium risk of flooding households that can have access to financing that markets do not give them in local funds and without any interest, and that can help them scale their financing action. Also, within that project, we have incorporated the Information and Innovation Project to test, for instance, with the private sector of infrastructure and tourism, how the ratio of cost avoidance can be, and which are the adaptations that could be based in ecosystem to sustain that investment. That information allows us to compensate with us, to talk with insurances, to understand how their premiums can be adjusted to that coastal infrastructure that, for instance, has their greatest product in investment in their coast within their country, and also CAF in its traditional sectors like credit lines to countries or to the private sector in the first and second line incorporate information of resilience and nexus between the ocean, nature, and climate into financial products so that incorporating that information, we can design different levels of risk and that will have a different interest rate. And somehow, when we do this kind of actions, we can reduce risk and interest rate that would be applied to that.
So congratulations for that. Moving back perhaps at the more national level, I would like to ask Viceministro Reyes. We heard about the strategy that you have, and I remember reading actually your national climate strategy where you talk about nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches, diving deeper into coral reefs and mangroves. So can you explain us a bit more about the strategy and the efforts that you are deploying to integrate ocean-based adaptation measures in your strategies and how the two are working together? Thank you.
Bueno, en la República Dominicana hemos trabajado o estamos trabajando.
In the Dominican Republic, we're actively working to integrate adaptation measures based on oceans and solutions based on nature and their contributions is determined at a national level and in their national plan for biodiversity. To this, we have made assessments to identify different areas and which are the most vulnerable communities to the effects of climate change, which will allow us to give priority to specific actions, including coastal communities. The greatest part of the Dominican population receives in an area coastal province, about 69% of Dominicans live in a coastal area. On the other hand, we also have tourism. Tourism is one of the main sectors for our economy, which represents 15% of the PIB of the Dominican Republic, of the GDP, and tourists go behind our natural resources. That's what they're looking for, mainly in the coastal areas. An example of this is that one of the main destinations is Punta Cana. Punta Cana is within one of the provinces with the greatest amount of mangroves and coastal unit that is very complex with very high values to marine biodiversity. On the other hand, we're boosting the implementation of biodiversity within national policies, integrating considerations about biodiversity and ecosystem in the urban development and the coastal planning, helping with sensitization campaigns to involve local communities into the conservation of their marine and coastal ecosystems. Dominican Republic has looked for alliances like international organizations in other countries to share knowledge. And an example of this is our protected area declaration in Cordillera Beata, which was done jointly with the Colombian government, with Colombian institutions. We are also developing abilities and trainings for communities and officials regarding sustainable practices in the use of ocean resources. And these efforts that have been made are part of a wider focus on facing climate change and the conservation of biodiversity, trying to foster resilience for the economy and the coastal economies. Thank you very much.
You mentioned is the sector of tourism, and Ignacio, you touched upon this as well. And in the idea of weaving this blue thread that we mentioned, we talked about the ocean breakthroughs earlier, and this is a topic on which the ocean breakthroughs are also discussing. That will be discussed at COP29 on the Ocean Day. So I invite you to also join us for this session in the climate sphere. And to conclude, last but not least, I would like to go back to you, Monique. Not to conclude, actually. There's still two speakers. Sorry for that. And I'm going to actually start with you, Rama. Sorry for that. To continue on the discussion on the points that you made in your introductory remarks before, talking about communities, one thing that I wanted to ask was how can community-based approaches complement scientific insights on the effectiveness of coastal resilience and adaptation plans?
Thank you, Marine. And before I answer your question, I just want to reflect on what other panelists have said. We have a lot of excellent ideas here, and the role that finance plays in particular, and the role that community plays, the role that mangrove forests play. It is almost like the Academy Award-winning movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I mean, we need to do that. The question is, but, I want to add to that since you brought up COP29, in terms of the priority setting, we have to focus on reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, first and foremost. And then we need to do whatever we can to sequester carbon from the atmosphere. But as I said in the beginning, no matter what we do, sea level rises here. And we need to think about how to protect the communities from that. And you asked about what we have been doing at Woods Hole, and I just want to draw your attention to a postcard that you see with a QR code. This has a report of a very important meeting that we had held in Woods Hole with a number of scientists and policymakers and those that are working with the United Nations in terms of bringing about this closer home. So the first point that we need to do is really make what the scientific community knows is known to policymakers. The sea level rise has to be a relatable concept to the policymakers. The abstractness of the temperature increase is not clear enough. We need to show through all sorts of tools that we have in the technology in terms of what a 1.5 degrees Celsius means to a particular coastline. Once we show that, then people understand the immediacy of it. The Secretary General talked about in his meeting in Tonga, for the Pacific Island states. So we need to bring the scientists and the policymakers together and communicate the results to the policymakers in a manner that they understand. I just want to give you one slight example of the difficulty of that communication, and we need to find a mechanism to do that. In preparing the report, my colleague Kalina Grab is here. She had taken primary hand in preparing that report. One of the sentences that we used was that sea level rise is now faster than ever before. And of course, as a scientific institution, we went for the peer review, and our scientists said, oh no, you cannot say ever before, because ever before means you're talking about the entire history of the earth. But you can say that over the past 3,000 years, it has been faster than, in the past 3,000 years, it's faster. So, but that kind of specificity is lost on the policymaker. So we need to make sure that they have that thing. We live in Woods Hole, and so it is very near to us. We are an oceanographic institution. We need access to the ocean. So things that we have to do, we're going to do them, but it's going to cost a lot of money. Our estimation in terms of just making it consistent with the potential sea level rise of 2050 is about $150 million. So what we did was the partnership, one of the things that has been talked about here. So we connected with all the other institutions in Woods Hole, including the private sector and the community leaders, to say, well, what does this mean to you? And how can we work together to make sure that we can build resilience? The Massachusetts government, where we are, has taken this example and came up with a mass resilience plan. So what the governor did was to come up with a plan that clearly lays out what the state needs to do at various increases of the sea level. So it is automatic. So the procedures are set in place, finances are made available, etc. But the key point is it's not something that even amongst the rich countries, this plan is not there. We need to make sure that those plans are there. But we are in the context of the global community here, at the Conference of the Parties. So we need to really think about what does it mean to communities that do not have the financial wherewithal. How do they cope with it? How do they build resilience to that? This is where I think the United Nations has a vital role to play. This is where finance has a vital role to play. And we need to make sure that we connect all these dots so that one of the primary goals of the Sustainable Development Goals is leave no one behind. And we want to make sure that we protect those that are vulnerable, that are most impacted by it, but do not have the resources at their disposal. And as a global community, it is our responsibility to make sure that we provide that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Rama. You're making my life easier doing the wrap up almost for me. To conclude this, and we have only a few minutes left, and we want to hear from our next speaker. But if you can tell us a bit more about the work that you do on the ground and elaborating on the different elements that you've mentioned, it would be fantastic.
Sure. Thank you. As everyone said, everyone has a role to play. And what we do in the ground is catalyze change via different type of partners. So with the universities and data that Doctor mentioned, it's really important. We have household survey with volunteers, and we connect to universities for monitoring and evaluation. With the mayors, we have a network of mayors in the coastal zone, in the 3 states of the 10% of Brazil mangrove. We have almost 90 mayors that we are trying to mobilize for change. It's really different. One mayor have a voice and a network have a voice. So we leverage network all the time. Also network of women with Empower for Business, right? Because they need opportunity to improve their lives, and youth. And collectively, what we do is to have an umbrella. So for instance, we are in October. We have the Pink October, right? And people recognize this brand. How we recognize the brand of the mangrove, what we are doing the past 4 years is to raise what we call Green July campaign. So the 26th July, the International Day of Mangrove Protection, we have been working for 4 years in a campaign of mangrove, saying our mangrove have value of cultural, have value of finance, and how we make difference in the field, connecting all dots. The problem is so big. It's not one organization such rare. It's not one community leader. It's everyone together, and we need to organize ourselves to better deliver impact. And this is connecting with trust. What the organizations that you trust, that you can catalyze the change for, make a vehicle So, for instance, in one municipality in Pará State, we are working a crab facility. To make it happen, we have one project for monitoring and evaluation the mangrove and the crab that take 10 years to get the adult life. Another funding go to build the facility, another funding for the capacity building. So it's a puzzle. It's really hard to make this puzzle happen, and only with integration and collaboration that we can make the change. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Monique. This is great. All right, I would like to take the time to thank all of our panelists. A big round of applause for them. Congratulations, and thank you for sharing your perspective on these different levers. I invite you to go back to your seats. And I'm taking also this opportunity to thank all of our partners for this event, particularly important ones, the IUCN, ORA, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, co-organized, of course, with the Ocean and Climate Platform. And to close this important event, we are very lucky. We have the pleasure of having Carlos Correa, the ambassador of the Mangrove Breakthrough and former minister of Colombia, who agreed to provide some closing remarks. So thank you very much, Carlos.
Muchas gracias, Maureen, y un saludo muy especial a todos, a CAF, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. A special salute to CAF. Thank you. It's so happy for me to be here celebrating this big day of the oceans. To all of our friends who are here, a big hug. I have loved this panel and I've really enjoyed it because we spoke about everything. And definitely the big conclusion here is that ocean climate are directly linked to coastal resiliency. And here we could see that. The closing remarks, the main things I think are very clear. First, this is the year of 3 COPs. We have 3 COPs this year. Now we are in Cali, COP16 of biodiversity, where the big challenges, amongst others, maybe the most important, are 3030, High Ambition Coalition. We need to protect and declare 30% of our oceans and continental areas, our seas and continental areas as protected areas. In Colombia, I was lucky enough as a minister to find a declaration of 37.5% of marine land on year 2022. And that's where the 30 before the 30 started. We can do it before the 2030. And the other issue is financing to manage those areas and the implementation of those protected areas. Third, synergies. Synergies amongst climate change, biodiversity, pollution, but also desertification, which is a third COP of hydric resources, water resources. So 3 things go together, and they go together in these ecosystems that we were talking about today, like mangroves. That is the first point to consider. Second, financing. Nacho from the CAF was speaking about financing, data, good information allows us to have and build good public policies. We need data, and we have seen all of these resilience indicators that we need those data. But it's also important to have the hearts of the indigenous communities that are present in the territory. And we have learned that they do not only operate with data, but with the experience, the feeling that they have of looking after Mother Earth. And those things need to go hand in hand. And the scientists, academy, the private sector, the public sector needs to find a message, a unified message to build the narrative and storytelling. Together, one unique message to get there and tell this planet and humankind that we need to protect ecosystem. In almost 1.5 million hectares of mangroves of the planet, we have a big challenge and responsibility. 4 numbers with which I always close. 115 million hectares we have in our planet. That is not much. That's what the Amazon's department has. 15 million hectares. Second, restore half the hectares that have been lost in the last 30 years. We have lost 1.1 million hectares. Out of those, 800,000 can be restored. All of the rest are gone. Restore 400,000 hectares is our challenge from the Mangrove Breakthrough and all of our allies. Third, to double protection. 40% of mangrove in the planet are within protected areas. Our purpose is to double that so that 80% of mangroves can be in protected areas by 2030. And fourth, $4 trillion is what we need for this purpose. And we need to make it together, collectively. 30 national governments have signed the declaration of 80 private, public, NGO organizations that are part of this. And this is the clear example of cooperation, how all together we can do it, all of the actors that can do it. And allow me to close by with a comment that Brazil did. Sub-national levels, mayors, governors in the territories, they also need to understand this challenge to move forward with it. Congratulations to each and every one here, the Minister of Panama, Dominican Republic, for the leadership and everything you're doing. A fourth of the global population, Mr. Jose Ramon, lives 100 kilometers close to our coasts. Those are the ones who will need many more solutions based in nature. Mangroves, corals, we need to look after them, protect them, and in this way, I think that we can make a great help to our planet. Thank you to former Minister Correa for those words that are really helping us to make everything for the next session wonderful. They're asking me for a photo of the panelists, so please come up here so that we can make it.
Big applause for that wonderful session. Inspiration. Please stay put. Our next session will start in 10 minutes. If you want to grab coffee, if you want to grab something to drink or to eat, this is the time. Please do not grab coffee, food during our sessions because our speakers get distracted. So, out of respect, this is the time for you to grab something to eat or to drink. And we'll resume very shortly with a great session on financing and the target 30 by 30. Stay put. More to come. 10 minutes. We'll be back with you. Gracias, acompáñenos en 10 minutos. Volvemos a retomar la sesión. Pueden comer, pueden tomar algo. Mientras tanto, por favor, al momento que empezamos la sesión, les pido que ya ahí mismo cerramos la parte de comidas y bebidas por respeto a nuestros oradores y panelistas. Gracias.
Hope you do the best, and I will see you later.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola. Hola, hola. Subile al, subile al R. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola. Hola, 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 hola. 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 Por eso el L es sí, por eso. No, 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 entonces entra en ganancia. Están las ganancias.
Sí está funcionando, ¿verdad? ¿Suena bien?
Y dale un poquito más al L, al R. Hola, 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 hola. Sí. Ahí le está subiendo al L. Hola, 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 hola. No mucho. Oh, oh. Ay, pues. Oh, oh. Hola, hola. Sí.
staying tuned, for staying with us. I'm glad you had a chance to have something to drink, have something to eat, because we're starting a very interesting session. So, session number 3 is going to be about mobilizing finance, bridging the gap from 8% to 30% of ocean protection. So, achieving this very specific goal of protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030 not only requires policy commitments, but also significant financial resources. For that, we have a great group of panelists that are going to lead the way. And your moderator for this session is Marcela Portocarrero from the World Bank. Marcela, the floor is yours, and thank you. Big applause for Marcela, please.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, this session is interesting. Target 3. And I need to say that I'm not optimistic at all about this target and reaching the 30 by 30. And I hope that by the end of this hour that we'll have here to talk and dialogue among us, my optimism, goes up. This session will be in English and Spanish. So please, if you need translation, there are devices, I think, behind you and outside. For our panelists, we have here devices, so we can have this conversation in the language that is most comfortable to all of us. I will start by inviting my selected panelists, and I will start with Rita. Ms. Rita El Saglul. Come on, Rita, you can. Director of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. I will then Ms. Mary May Jeremy. She's the CEO of the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust. Patricia Leon, Associate Director of the Bezos Earth Fund. And Eric Castro, Executive at CAF. We will have the Mr. Franz Tattenberg, the Minister of Energy and Environment from Costa Rica. He will provide the closing remarks. He will come towards the end of our session. But yeah, right now, I think we are ready to start. Okay. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, that's awesome that you're here. Please come here. And my final panelist, Jennifer Corpus, Global Policy and Advocate Lead from the International, representative of the International Indigenous Forum for Biodiversity. So as you see, we have an amazing panel of women and Eric. And the idea here is to, of course, see what are those challenges that are keeping us from reaching that 30 by 30 target, seeing who are the players, who are those governments leading, what's the role of communities, philanthropy, multilateral development banks. I think this is, as you know, we are here hosted by the Ambition Coalition. This is a coalition. This is the only way we can achieve this target. And as I was saying, I'm not positive. So far, we have only 8% of our ocean protected, only 1% in the high seas. And if you go back to what's happening in the land, only 17% of the land has been protected. And we have protected areas for the past 150 years. So imagine, in 150 years, we have only been managed to protect 17% of our land. So what's the future for our oceans? How we're going to reach and move from 8% to 30%, knowing that the protected areas that are already in place are underfunded. There are many competitors, now that the blue economy is blooming and all the countries are moving towards an energy transition, and we're talking about improving the circularity of tourism and improving fisheries and working about talking about transport, offshore wind development. There are many things going on and moving in the oceans, and many of those funds have been attracted to those activities, but protected areas are there, like stagnant, quiet, and where that money is gonna come from, how we're gonna prioritize areas, which areas are gonna be prioritized for this declaration. We have moved from, preservation areas or protected areas per se to other effective conservation measures based in area. Now we include indigenous peoples, local communities, coastal communities that are part of this initiative. But I don't know, I see it quite tricky. And I hope you panelists help me change my perception, and we can leave here with a positive hint about if we are or not reaching that 30 by 30 by 2030. And I would like to start with Rita. First, I don't know if many of the people that are here know what hack is. So if you can give us a brief idea of what hack is, and what are those new tools and mechanisms that hack has available for governments. How governments can use hack in a positive way, and what are those challenges that you see that governments have right now to protect their oceans. Thank you. Micrófonos, por favor.
Thank you, Marcela, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you today with such distinguished panelists. And also, I would say, I think there's also a bit more of an emotional part for me, because many of those who are here on the panel today were also colleagues in the negotiation in the trenches. So it's a pleasure to be here today, 2 years after the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, talking about this issue. Maybe just to provide a bit of an overview about the High Ambition Coalition. It's a coalition that was created back in 2019, launched in 2021, of governments, mainly advocating and trying to do a diplomatic outreach in order to make sure that 30 by 30 was reality as and adopted as a target. So maybe starting, I think in general, I'm a positive person, so I'm hoping that by the end of my intervention, you will be a bit more positive. Maybe I will start with the first point and saying that today we all talk about 30 by 30 as if it's something that we all agreed upon, and that it was something that all the governments and everyone, all the stakeholders were all on board, and we were, clearly again in this consensus towards 30 by 30. But that was really not the case. Back in 2019, when all the negotiations started for the post-2020 or the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, this was not the case. There was not a lot of support for 30 by 30. Many were saying that the jump going from, as you were mentioning, from approximately 8% on ocean and 17% on land to 30% was a big jump. So the Aichi target mentioned 10 and 17, 10 on ocean, 17 on land. We were going to do that jump to 30 by 30. So many were not very positive in that sense. This is why the hack was created at the beginning. We rallied many governments. We started with 5 governments. Costa Rica and France were the ones that initiated it with the support of the UK as the ocean co-chair. And then by December 2022, when we were negotiating at COP15, we managed to have over 100 countries, and the target was adopted. So point number 1 on positivity, I think that should bring us a bit more of positiveness into this goal. So since then, the coalition has shifted a bit its focus, and we're no longer trying to do this trying to advocate. Of course, this work continues with our political mobilization, but now we're much more in the phase of supporting our country members. As you know, many of the countries that are the most mega diverse countries and the countries that need more support are low-income countries and middle-income countries. So we need to make sure that those countries receive the support that is needed in order to be able to implement 30 by 30. So the hack shifted its support more towards the implementation of this target. Within the Secretariat now we have 8 people that are hosted by the GEF and the World Resources Institute. We are in Washington, D.C., and we focus really on trying to understand from our country members what are the needs. So since the creation of the Secretariat, which was a year and a half ago, we have been able to create several tools in order to understand really what are the needs of the governments in the implementation of 30 by 30. Of course, this is done also with the support of other stakeholders and making sure that, of course, indigenous peoples and local communities, and I have my sister here, Jen, to make sure that this is accompanied by an inclusive process, making sure that indigenous peoples and local communities are in the center of this conversation. So this first, I'll take us just one step back. The matchmaking platform, the 30 by 30 matchmaking platform within the coalition was created very quickly in order to make sure that we are able to support our governments. And it was launched at the COP28 last year. So it has been functioning for 10 months. And I'm very happy to say that several countries have used the platform. We have been hearing a lot of different needs from our country members. We have received 8 requests on the platform. We have been able to match 5 of those requests. This week we have been working very closely with our country members to make sure that they are able to understand much more the platform and be able to submit some requests. Of course, the requests go from Geographic Information System, GIS, to effective management, to finance, to understanding OECMs. There's a wide range and of array of different topics that are there, but of course, finance is a key one and is a central one. At the moment, the coalition works with over 62 organizations, and we, of course, are advocating also for more finance to be channeled towards the matchmaking platform in order to be able to support governments. We know that there's a gigantic gap. So the Waldron report mentioned that $100 billion are needed per year for the 30 by 30. At the moment, we have roughly $20 billion that are being channeled towards this goal. So we have a big gap. This doesn't mean that we can move forward. I think there's a bit of a wider conversation that we need to take place. There's more finance that is needed. There's a redistribution of harmful subsidies that is needed to be taking place. And the involvement of a wider sector of our community is not only, it's the conversation should go beyond the usual suspects, as we say. So I think in a way, I would like to leave you with a message that within the coalition, we have been able to support our country members. We have, I'll give just a brief example on, because we're over the ocean here, I imagine that those are the waves. We have the last match that we did with Madagascar in August, where we supported them thanks to our partners, Rainforest Trust Fund, in order for them to be able to build their roadmap on 30 by 30. So progress is coming. Countries are still engaging, and we are trying to make sure that countries have the support needed in order to be able to advance. But of course, much more is needed. And from our side, we are continuing that mobilization, both from a political level, from a technical level, in order to make sure that we accelerate our efforts. And really, the effort of the hack is as a connector, bringing the different partners together, making sure that we accelerate our efforts, because at the end of the day, this is not a goal that is just nice to have, or it's just a goal within the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It's a science-based goal. This is what we need to do. And there's no other way that we can do it if we don't really accelerate the I would say, increasingly our collaboration together, and we really speed up together to be able to reach this goal in less than 6 years that we have. Thank you, and looking forward to hearing from my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. And applause. In order to move forward and to scale up and to speed up this, we need to find innovative solutions, innovative instruments, and we need also countries that are, willing to take that risk and that challenge. And I see here Mary May representing the Seychelles Trust, and how the Seychelles has been, a pioneer in a way of finding new innovative blue instruments, economic instruments, financial instruments, You signed the first, I think, blue bond in 2018, and you've been moving, quickly, not waiting for the rest of the world to give you, I don't know, the way to do it. And I really want you to share with us what the Seychelles have been doing, what the trust is doing, how are you using that money, those instruments, and what advice can you give to other countries that are facing so many threats and challenges, and their populations are at risk, and how you are part of this 30 by 30, but also how are you protecting your people?
Thank you, Marcella, and good afternoon to everyone and all the panelists. I'm very pleased this afternoon to get the opportunity to share the Seychelles story a little bit. I think our story begins a little bit over 10 years ago, and for us it was since the Aichi target. That's how far back the Seychelles had that vision of actually protecting more than 30% of its EZ as protected areas. And we were, of course, one of the first members that joined the hack because we believed, we had that conviction that the 30% really should be the target and the goal that we go for that. And from the very beginning, for us, our ocean, being a small island developing state, our ocean is very important for us. And therefore, all of the solutions that we saw came from our ocean. And therefore, we did the first Debt for Nature swap for ocean back in 2015, which led to the establishment of the organization that I work with. So the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust, which is like a special purpose vehicle, really, that would allow for government of Seychelles to restructure its debt, to get some initial funds. And we were able to restructure at the time $21.6 million with a very strong focus on having a system or a mechanism in country to support our transition to expansion of our marine protected area network. And that started with an initial amount of $5 million that would go towards projects and programs related to biodiversity conservation, management of protected areas, building climate change resilience into the story, but also building on livelihoods in the development of the sustainable blue economy for the country. So then we went ahead and also issued the first blue bond for the amount of 15 million. And again, 10% of that would actually go towards the trust to award as projects. And since then, SECAT has been able to help the government transition. From 2014, we were only 0.4% marine protected areas to 32.6%, which we have already designated now. And we are at that crossroad now where we're looking to start implementing this huge area, which is 400,000 square kilometers of ocean, which is equivalent to the size of Germany, in protected areas. And being a small island developing state, that is not a small feat. We have a very small population of only 100,000 people, and capacity is a big issue. So when we start talking about finance, the financing gap, for us, this is a reality that we have to be dealing with. And part of the work of the trust has been to try and identify resources wherever possible from all sources for us to support the government, the country, the people in managing those areas. So the commitment from the people of the Seychelles is there. But I think, again, I understand a little bit your skepticism, because the more people you talk about, and when we speak about the lessons, yes, we've done it, but it's not been easy. And so that's why a lot of countries are reticent to start, because they know that once you do commit, you do set up those protected areas, there is a lot more that comes to that. And right now we're working with partners to build that capacity in country for us to manage those areas. But there is still a lot. We're looking at $30–50 million a year for us to manage those areas. And alone, this is where we are also struggling. And Seychelles is also a high-income country. So therefore, getting support from the rest of the countries that could actually help us has become very difficult. And so therefore, when we come on platforms like this, the idea is that we focus on solutions. Really, when we talk about matchmaking platforms, are they serving everyone who's actually made it? And how do you use those countries that have actually made it to encourage others to get on board? Because if we can't get the implementation going, then it's not going to make sense for us to achieve 30% designation and then not be able to manage it. So I think in the thinking about
talking 30 by 30, we not only need to speak about creation of MPAs, but how do we actually manage those MPAs? So I think this is where we are in that crossroad, and I look forward to engaging and maybe hopefully get some questions from the floor.
Applause. This is, yeah, my positivismo is going up now after listening. One of the things that are really interesting, and I'm super happy to have Jennifer here in this conversation, is because, you know, protected areas inland or in the ocean are, I don't know, for many communities, it's a way of saying to these communities, don't go there, don't touch. Your activities are going to be impacted by the declaration of this protected area. We have an issue in the ocean is that, you know, the ocean belongs, of course, to the states, but the communities are the ones that use that space. So there's no ownership or, you know, tenure of those spaces. And I know that there are many, I don't know, concerns and issues that indigenous communities and local, indigenous peoples and local communities have raised in terms of what's going to happen if that 30 by 30 is accomplished, how it is supposed to be accomplished, what is the role of indigenous peoples, local communities in that decision making. And I really would like to hear from you what have you been doing and leading and how we make sure that this is something that is inclusive, that integrates these peoples not as beneficiaries, because we keep telling, you know, you're going to get these benefits from this, but are partners and are the ones that also are part of the decision making.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the questions and for framing what I'm about to say. Indeed, indigenous peoples were very much central in the negotiations that led to the adoption of the GDF. And we had a very good collaboration with the High Ambition Coalition and its members. And so with that collaboration, what we have to show for it is words within Target 3 that talk about indigenous and traditional territories and the need to respect indigenous peoples in the process of, well, indigenous peoples and local communities in the process of protecting these areas. And for us, from the start, it was very clear that indigenous and traditional territories includes ocean spaces. I myself, I feel like a bit of a fraud because I'm a mountain girl. My traditional territory is up in the mountains, but I also come from the Philippines, and the Philippines is in the Pacific Ocean. And we have brothers and sisters who are coastal people. In fact, in the Philippines, ancestral domains include ancestral waters. And we have many examples of ancestral domain titles for indigenous peoples that include ancestral waters. And I think it's true also in the Americas, certainly in Canada and the US, there are ocean spaces that are recognized as within the traditional territories of indigenous peoples. And so having said that, the question is how we expand from there and how do we ensure inclusivity. So first, the first point I'd like to make is that we are limited in the framing of marine protected areas. Currently, the way that we frame it is through purely scientific criteria. And we know that a lot of the ocean is not studied. There's little information known. And for us indigenous peoples, we need to move beyond this purely scientific criteria and look at cultural criteria coming from the indigenous point of view. Because in our genealogies, and my brothers and sisters from the coasts and the oceans, their genealogies identify the ocean as kin. It's part of their genealogy. They emerged from the ocean. They also have a lot of rules to govern these areas. For example, taboos are always in place at certain times of the year. And so there is a management, there is a management framework, a way for indigenous peoples to manage marine areas. And so I think if we shift the framing to a cultural frame instead of a purely scientific frame, we would expand the coverage of protected marine areas. I have my notes from my friends from the oceans. The other limitation is geographic. No, as you said, there are some the EEZs and places that are within the territories of parties of states. Sorry. And if we are limited by these geographical boundaries, then it limits us in the protection. That's why it's important, for instance, for ratification and full implementation of the BBNJ so that we can cover more. But also, in the indigenous perspective, there are many traditional wayfaring peoples that actually have explored the high seas and regard the high seas as part of their territory. And if we, break this geographic boundary mold, we can actually expand the area that's being protected. Then finally, inclusivity. You said it exactly. Indigenous peoples have long been regarded as mere beneficiaries. But if you look at all of these genealogies, the cultural criteria, indigenous peoples are actually supposed to be full partners because we have worldviews that are very relevant for protection of the oceans. And so that is the challenge now. How do we engage with indigenous peoples as full partners? And at the same time, aside from recognizing the protection frameworks, also look at sustainable use, which is also in the GBF. In fact, it's there in Target 3. But indigenous peoples have traditional economies. In some Pacific Island states, they call it custom economies. And this would, a little bit break the resistance against strict protection when you also allow indigenous peoples through their millennia of sustainable use practices within ocean spaces to continue their livelihoods, their traditional livelihoods. Then you can make a strong argument for expanding protection of marine spaces. I leave it there and maybe answer questions when they arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I have one question back to you. And I think it's amazing how you say that traditional knowledge can help us understand the limits of those boundaries that can be used to create new areas of protection. Who needs to listen to this message? Is it the governments? Is it philanthropy, multilaterals?
All of the above. Of course, it's governance. And as indigenous peoples, we work with governments to establish the criteria for identifying areas of protection and inserting cultural criteria. But of course, it takes a lot of money, as my sister here on the panel has said. It takes a lot of money, not just for the establishment of the marine protected area, but also for the management, for data and research, for continuing community engagement, and education. So the philanthropies are also being addressed, and also the multilaterals. So how do we get money directly to indigenous peoples? Or also, how do we get money through the government so that there's better collaboration with indigenous peoples? So,
okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Listen, people, please replicate the message. And talking about philanthropy, Patricia, we have an amazing fund, Bezos Earth Fund, that now is implementing amazing projects across the world in different coastal areas. Tell us about, because you are quite new, you were recently created. And if you can tell us about this trust, and if you can tell us about the impact that is having, how important is philanthropy for these causes, what's the role and the support that you give to these governments, indigenous communities, coastal communities, and if you have a couple of examples that you can share with us.
Sure. Thank you, Marcela. It's a pleasure to be here to share this panel with all of you and with all of you. Thanks. So the Bezos Earth Fund is here today, but we're part of Protecting Our Planet Challenge, which is the union of 10 philanthropic entities, which have pledged $5 billion to support 30 by 30. Out of that, so I'm here representing all of them. I will speak and give and provide some examples specifically about the Bezos Earth Fund. First of all, the Bezos Earth Fund and other philanthropies, we support high ambition from governments, but also from indigenous peoples, from conservation trust funds, from MDBs. We work with all of you. And we need to support that high ambition. And I'll provide some examples across the globe. So let me start with the Eastern Tropical Pacific. That's we're supporting CEMAR. CEMAR is a corridor with Ecuador, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Panama. And the 4 presidents of these countries came together in Glasgow in 2021 and said, we have high ambition. We have high ambition for the ocean, and we pledge to significantly increase marine protected areas in our 4 countries. And they did. They tripled marine protected areas, protecting an area bigger than Germany if you combine all the MPAs. So as a result, we came together with other donors as well, part of Protecting Our Planet Challenge and other donors, and committed $150 million to support that. The Bezos Earth Fund has now disbursed more than $40 million to support CEMAR. And we do that by supporting countries at the national level, but also CEMAR as a regional entity. So, for example, in Costa Rica, we established the Blue Fund, which is a conservation trust fund that supports the implementation of the Bicentenario and the Cocos marine protected areas. And we came together with other 5 donors to do that. So as you can see, everywhere we try and bring other donors together, and the Bezos Earth Fund tries to use its funding to mobilize other funding. In Colombia, we've supported the management plans of all the Pacific areas in marine protected areas in Colombia. And we provided funding for Herencia Colombia to fund the implementation of the management plans. That's another conservation trust fund or PFP that we're supporting. And let me go to a different area of the world. We've pledged $100 million to support the conservation of the Blue Continent. And this is following the leadership of 16 island nations, which came together at the PIF meeting last year and said they were pledging to support 100% sustainable management of their economic exclusive zones, which includes at least 30% protection. And if you take all of these economic exclusive zones together, that's an area bigger than the continent of Africa. And so take 30% of that. It's a very, very large area. And there, we're just starting that portfolio, and we're meeting countries at different stages. So some countries have complete planning ready. They have marine spatial plans that are ready and have designated at least 30% for protection, and so we're supporting them. Some of them have conservation trust funds that are ready that we can support. Others are in the process of developing those. And then other countries are just starting in this process. Some are really just starting with their marine spatial planning. And we will meet each country where they are in the process. And the idea is that, yes, we support creation of protected areas, but also implementation and sustainable funding, right? So conservation trust funds, the Bezos Earth Fund is the biggest supporter of Enduring Earth, which create PFPs around the world. And so we've supported various of those, both in the ocean and on land. And finally, we're very proud to support Indigenous peoples in Canada on their PFPs. So those PFPs are completely managed by Indigenous peoples themselves. We're very, very happy to support that. And finally, talking about global support, today, along with another 10 philanthropies, so 11 counting us, we announced $51 million to support high seas MPAs around the world. So we're looking forward to seeing lots of high ambition from all countries. Please ratify the treaty, and please provide good examples of early movers for high seas MPAs. There's support out there for all of you high ambition countries. And so, yeah, in short, we work globally. We support high ambition from governments, from Indigenous peoples. We work in partnership with all of you. We support the High Ambition Coalition Secretariat, and we're very happy to be here and share this panel with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Patricia. And my skepticism is, I'm getting more positive now, and I think things are happening. People are gathering towards this aspect. Yeah, thank you. And Eric, te hago la pregunta en español. Desde las
From the multilaterals, from a development bank, a regional development bank, and the support and the potential that you have as a bank to support not only a country, but initiatives that are transnational to get to this 30 by 30. How is CAF supporting governments in Latin America with this? How are you following those conversations from financial instruments of supporting not only the creation of the protected area, but also their management and the communities that are behind this? Thank you, Marcela. A warm welcome to our minister from Ecuador. I'm an optimist, and for several reasons. One, because we have many champion women here, and I think that that somehow helps. And I'm optimistic with the objective because I had the opportunity of participating in the Colombian process. And as a political decision, it was strong, backed by science, by NGOs, backed by philanthropy. And we managed to get Colombia from 12% to 35%. Now, there are many challenges, not only in Colombia, with implementation. And I think that the role of a bank such as CAF, which is a regional bank, starts with the guarantee that our countries can have a voice in the global ocean discussion. When we participate on many of these meetings and we go to champions meetings, devotions meetings, we do not see many people representing Latin America. We do not see many Latin Americans in the discussions, and our needs are a little bit different. Unfortunately, if we do not manage to have this strategy that we are going to launch today, Southern diplomacy, we will not be able to place the ocean matter at the level of other issues. I'm not sure if it has to do with financing. I think that it has to do with the type of financing that is expected. If the president were to announce that he has $5 million for blue economy and it's non reimbursable technical cooperation, that would be finished soon. But if he announces that he has the same amount of money as for any other sector, it's a paradox because we would say there's no money, but we almost need to run after clients for them to make cooperation of blue economy. And unfortunately, the greatest challenge that many multilaterals have is how we innovate in blue. We do not really have blue instruments. We have adapted the green, which is not yet de- completely designed. We had the carbon market and we invented blue carbon. We had green bonds and invented blue bonds, but really blue mechanisms, recognizing the ecosystem that the ocean gives to fisheries, to the planet, to communities. We still do not have it completely developed. But I'm optimistic because this is part of the discussion amongst banks. And many banks have signed in Cartagena, in Como Finances, we signed an agreement to work on some guidelines in front of the NISA conference next year to have a common guideline for financing. We are also involved with the forum that will happen now. And I think that that forum will be a turning point in blue financing. And I'm also an optimist because I think that when I decided to study marine geology 30 years ago, the only path forward was unemployment. But for some reason, I never imagined that I would be working in a bank. And that means that banks are really given priority to blue economy, even if we're only learning. Thank you, Eric.
Give the opportunity to the public to intervene or to ask any questions. There's one question over there. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Monica Navarro. I'm from Costa Rica, also like a lot of our panelists and present people here. And I work for the Global Oceans Accounts Partnership. And listening to you, Jennifer, talking about how we can get indigenous peoples some financing, I think ocean accounts are really important to this because we need to find out what the ocean is really worth, what it's providing to our economies, and then we can put a value to it, and then we can ask for financial institutions to really give back what is given to the economy of our countries and our world. So Costa Rica is championing or trying to champion the whole rest of the Latin America area to join us to produce more ocean accounts and to bring them into their countries and do pilots with us. We're going to have an event in March where we are calling all countries to come with us and talk about ocean accounts and see if we can go to UNOC with a unified position in this. So, thank you.
That is one of the challenges of indigenous peoples is how to talk in the language that other people will understand. And I think you're providing exactly one way to get people to understand what the value is, what the value of the ocean is. The only thing I would add is that there are multiple values that we should also be looking at, not just economic value, because indigenous peoples regard our territories, including our oceans, and we view it with multiple values. There are the spiritual values, the cultural values, and so forth. And then if we're able to capture all of these multiple values of nature, of the oceans, then we would arrive at a more realistic valuation of what it means to us. Yeah, that's why. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Alan from the Seychelles. I work with the Trust in fundraising. So I'm very happy to have heard what Patricia said. It's very encouraging. It's been a while we've been planning to engage with the Bezos Earth Fund. So I just wanted to know, like, for example, an initiative like, a 30% designation on such a large scale with government. What sort of engagement modality usually you will encourage to happen? Do you go straight to CTF for such an engagement, or obviously you have to be a combination with the party and the CTF? And then a little comment to Rita on the Hack platform. Perhaps a little recommendation is to have more philanthropies or financing organizations who's ready to go in terms of implementation. So far what we've seen is obviously there are a lot of organizations that's willing to help towards the financing planning and everything else. But I think, for parties like Seychelles, be part of the hack, obviously, and we're going to have more organizations ready to go in terms of projects on the ground. For example, in our case, we've achieved the 30%. So it's just a little recommendation, or perhaps, what are the, actions and efforts of the hack, in that direction, so that perhaps coming from the COP, maybe we can get going. Thanks.
Me to take it first? Yeah. Okay. So to the direct question, we are engaging with the SPC. SPC is leading the political declaration process from the 16 SPC member countries. And so we have been supporting that process. hoping to have an agenda that is led by the region and owned by the region and facilitated by SPC. Once that agenda is completed, then we'll be making individual grants at the national level, with engaging with the governments aligned with the SPC-led agenda, and making grants directly to either conservation trust funds or other mechanisms in the region.
Yes, and maybe just to respond on your question, and it's a very good one. And actually, we have the case of the Seychelles that had submitted a specific request for it's specifically for the management of 5 seasonal protected areas, and it has been one of the requests that actually we haven't been able to find some finance specifically for that request. So what we're trying to do is really trying to open a bit more and trying to engage with several with philanthropists, but also trying to see what other type of finance we can connect our countries with. What we're doing with the matchmaking is that not only we're having the offers on the platform, but we also are engaging beyond. We're having something called the basket of requests, which is something that we send to our partners, so including the philanthropists, but also others, and seeing how we can support those requests beyond the platform itself, because we know that the platform won't be able to respond to all the different requests. You know that many, for example, when we're based at the JEF, and the support from the JEF might not be able to be through the matchmaking platform, but then we at least can connect the governments with those different options in order to make sure that they have a bit more of facilitation and a bit more of that accompanied support. So to your point, we're absolutely in that process. I'm trying to see how we can facilitate more of that, because of course we will not be able to deliver on those requests solely by the matchmaking platform, but our efforts and our engagement goes beyond the matchmaking platform itself. But yeah, thank you for that point, and for making me also mention this point of the Seychelles, which was part of the elements that I missed on mentioning in my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. We're going to take one more question, the last one for this panel.
Thank you. My name is Jerome. I invest in ocean innovation. My question goes to the protection of the MPAs. Are there any discussions to standardize and scale the technologies to effectively protect those MPAs? Because that seems to be the cost in the Seychelles and frankly the problem across.
Thank you. I think that's a very relevant question, because for a lot of us, starting with the designation and then eventually trying to do that transition to using more technology to manage such a large area, it's very new. And given that there's very few examples really, in fact, for large scale marine protected areas that are fully functioning right now. And for the ones that exist, they are from countries that have a little bit more resources than for us in the SIDS. So right now there is no standardization. And for us being ahead, it also means that we have to be trialing out a lot of new things. And that's also taking us more time, and it is costing us more. And so I think the idea of having more standardized processes, standardized ways of managing those large areas that we are asking countries to do will actually help us, rather than for us to be starting from scratch. The idea also for us to come and share our experiences is that we can actually share lessons, and for other countries that come after us, hopefully they don't have to do the same things, and hopefully that would then make things happen a little bit faster. And because we believe in the 30 by 30, and so we do encourage other countries to do start it, but I think together we will go further than if we expect countries to be doing that or pulling that leverage on their own. So
Thank you. And thank you everybody for staying, and I need to say that I'm taking your phrase of that we need to believe, and that you believe in 30 by 30. I'm a believer now. I think we can make it. It's not going to be easy at all. We need to speed up our actions. We need all of us from our side or our shore to support countries, support communities, support all these different initiatives that will take us to 30 by 30, hopefully before 2030. There are many ways to do conservation. We need to be innovative. We need to be practical. We need to make sure. And as Eric was saying, sometimes it's not about money. You know, the money is there, but the way it is implemented, executed, and the way it flows into the territories, I think we need to make sure that that happens. Just one question for each one of you is the same question, and I would like to know who's missing in this conversation. If there's a party, if there's who's missing, who else, who should be listening or who should be invited to these kind of spaces so we can speed up this goal.
Quizás no hablamos de un tema.
Well, maybe there's something that we have not mentioned, which are marine biodiversity credits. We believe that if we learn the good lessons from the carbon market, but also if we can learn from the bad experiences, this time we can have a better situation because we are the most biodiverse region in the planet and therefore with the highest opportunities.
Who we're missing. I think in general, I would say the more we get the message out there, the better. I think we need to involve the financial sector, we need to involve business, the private sector, youth, women, everyone should be involved in our discussions. Sometimes we kind of preach to the same audience, and I think that's where we have failed in the climate movement. I believe they have done a bit more of a better job in kind of getting the message out there, and we should learn from that. I think this, in order to be able to accelerate, as we were mentioning before, we need to have it much more of a whole of society approach and involving as many people as we can and not isolating ourselves in this discussion. So I would say many are missing, and we're trying to do that effort as well.
I think just following on from what Rita was saying, I think everybody needs to be brought onto the table. Sometimes we tend to think of the big players, governments, funding agencies, philanthropies, but I think also the people, and that's something that we value a lot within SECAT. We want to empower people because they have a lot of drive, they have a lot of power, they have a lot of potential to really bring about the change, especially about managing protected areas, but also in living and surviving in those areas where you have designated protected areas. And so I think bringing in the public, bringing the information that we have into the public domain, continuously raising and speaking about it and advocating for it. And I think this is where we would have probably better chances of succeeding.
So I heard one of the ministers yesterday who said that in the 1992 Earth Conference, La Conferencia de Rio, there were about 15 private sector participants. Mm-hmm. And in this COP, there's thousands of private sector participants. So I think we've done something good. We've expanded the pie. And we need to keep doing that. I'm guessing most of us here are convinced that nature is worth saving. So we need to be better spokespeople. We need to be able to say why in simple terms and just take the message out there.
Thank you. I think I will agree with most of what has been said, with all of what has been said, actually. The GBF talks about a whole of society approach. Therefore, we should be engaging everyone. It also talks about a human rights-based approach. So probably one missing entity here is the people that would think about human rights implications within marine spaces. We also talked about access to all kinds of finance, not just multilateral finance, national domestic finance, and so forth. So really, the financial sector needs to be part of this conversation. And then lastly, proceeding from the remarks I made earlier, the scientists and the innovators need to really be part of this conversation because there's some magic, I think, that can be developed from a conversation between scientists and culture bearers especially the culture of indigenous peoples and local communities in the ocean. And in that way, we can overcome those barriers around the criteria for how we identify marine protected areas. And we include, from a social scientist point of view, for example, culture, language, traditions, and so forth of indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all. So I invite you to believe we will make it. We will protect at least 30% of our oceans. And please take this message out there. And together, I think we will move forward that 30 by 30 challenge. Thank you so much.
¿Me da sonido? Gracias. Wow, what a great session. Please, a big applause for our panelists. And Marcela, thank you for moderating this session. We're going to take a break. It's going to be no more than 10 minutes. So if you want to grab something to drink, to eat, please do now, but please do not do during the next session. We don't want to interrupt our wonderful panelists. So please, out of respect, use this 10 minutes and do come back because we're talking about innovation and private sector next. So stay tuned.
Pero así es tal cual como lo veía, sale ser importante lo que yo quisiera hacer, que después la realización, solamente se puede hacer para ver qué quiero hacer.
Uy, yo lo mandé. Ese es Peribera.
Sí, yo creo que sí.
Ahí le escribí WhatsApp. 8907. Sí, no, déjeme, más rato lo llamo, vamos, hola, ya lo he. Hola, sí, hola, 2, 1, 2, bájale las ganancias, bajémosle las ganancias. Hola, 1, 2, hola, sí, 2, hola. Oh, 2, 1, 2, hola, sí, 2. Hola, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Yo estoy hablando pasito. Hola, ahí estoy hablando pasito. 1, 2. Ahí, ok. Monitorear.
No, that's the new one. But even in the ones from before, if you try to engage, you'll just get the. So I was impacted like
Hola, sí. Hola, hola. Este. Hola, 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 hola. Este. Pero ¿cuál está mejor? ¿Cuál? Este. Hola. Oh. No, hola. Y este, hola. Hola, hola, sí, dos. Hola, uno, dos. Uno, dos. Hola, 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 hola. Oh, 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 hola. Uno, dos. Hola, 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 hola. Ah, oh, oh. ¿Cuál dejamos? Hola, hola, sí, dos. Este BLX, oh, dos. Uno, dos. ¿Mejoró? Dos. Hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. Hola, hola. Hola, uno, dos, tres. Uno, dos. Hola. Hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. Hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. ¿No eran los audífonos? ¿No eran los audífonos? Sí. Uno, dos. Hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Hola, sí. Uno, dos. Hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Hola, sí. Uno, dos. Hola, sí. Dos. Uno, dos. Oh, oh, oh. Dos. Uno, dos. Y hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. Dos. Hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. Hola, hola, hola. Entonces bájele todo. O sea, baje todo el pack. Baje todo déjelo en cero. Hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. Y déjela en cero y bájele a la transmisión. Hola, sí, dos. Uno, dos. Hola. Uno, dos. Hola, sí. Prendo los códigos. Hola, 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 sí, dos. pero ya más bien allá a la capturadora ya le empezaba a subir, porque ya es real. Pero ahorita con ejemplo. Hola, sí, dos. Hola, hola, abrí los dos. Tengo los dos abiertos. Hola, hola, sí, dos, hola, 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 hola. Uno, dos, hola, hola. Este está más alto. Hola, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. No, pero eso allá. Es que yo ya no me daba para subirle más. Yo le puedo dar un poquito. Hola, hola, hola. Ese está bajito. Brian, este de acá está bajito. Y este sí está más. Hola, sí. Dos, uno, dos. Ya, dejamos uno nomás. El que está sonando. Hola, hola, sí. Hola, sí, dos. Sí. Que no. Hola, sí, dos. En cero, en cero. Yo trato siempre que sea de la consola que me llegue. Y ya cuando este le empiezo a subir, ya yo. Vamos al otro micrófono. Hola, hola, sí, dos. Oh, oh, hola, sí, dos. Hola, sí, dos. Y ese está bien en... Hola, sí. Hola, sí, dos, ¿cómo llega? Oh, oh, listo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us in this beautiful, wonderful, great, amazing Ocean Day. We are expecting some excellencies to join us for this session, so bear with us for a few minutes. We're about to start. Sit comfortably. 5 more minutes, and we're back with session 4 on innovation and business engagement. So stay with us. We'll start shortly. Empezamos en unos segundos. Buenas tardes. Gracias con la cuarta sesión del Día del Océano en CAF, donde vamos a incluir innovación y discusión del involucramiento del sector privado. Así que por favor, acompáñenos y muy pronto iniciamos. Ya listo.
Gracias. Hola, muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí. Les recuerdo a los que necesitan traducción que hay dispositivos allá atrás. Si alzan la mano para ver quién necesita. If you need live translate, can you raise your hand, please, so that we get one to you? If you don't have it yet. Perfect. Bueno, muchas gracias por unirse a este evento hoy. Como saben,
Thank you very much for joining this event today. As you know, we've had a long day where we began with the CAF reception, with a great description of everything that's been invested, and then with 2 or 3 panels that have gone on speaking about climate and oceans, sustainable oceanic plans, and sustainable, and recently 30 by 30. Now we're going to be speaking about public and private cooperations and the role of innovation for a regenerative economy. So with that, we have a very interesting panel. You're going to be hearing many perspectives from the academy, private sector, government. But before we begin, it's a great pleasure and honor to give our welcome to Liza Rojas, Her Excellency, Ministry for the Environment in Chile, who is here with us to give us the opening remarks and tell us about the leadership that Chile is having regarding oceans and that we are all supporting here. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Very good afternoon to everybody.
Oh, I will speak in English because yeah, they're written in English, and I'm going to mess it up if I try to translate on the spot. First of all, I think this is a very important conversation, a very central conversation. Find the actions and way to transition to a generative blue economy and the role that business has in this context. Chile not only believes of the very important interlinkages between conservation and sustainable use of the ocean, not only that they are compatible, but they're absolutely necessary and essential to ensure that the ocean continues to provide vital ecosystem services supporting our economies, providing climate solution for current and future generation. We have to remember that one of the 5 threats to biodiversity is non-sustainable use of natural resources. And when we think about an ocean economy, of course, we think a lot about fishing and how that fishing has to be sustainable. As you can imagine, having this very, very long coastline, Chile depends a lot for its many economic sectors on the ocean. But Chile also is very committed to ocean protection, and we have currently a bit over 42% of our economic zone under some way of protection. And in this regard, of course, the goal 3 of the Global Biodiversity Framework 30 by 30 is key. When I say that we have 30%, I mean over 30% protected, this involves different categories. And of course, it is the action of the state that proposes and leads that process. But when I say 43%, this does not mean that our job is done, because there are important ecoregions in the coastal regions where that are underrepresented in our marine protected areas. And when we talk about coast, you can all imagine that the situation to create protected areas is a lot more complicated, because of course that's where there are many other uses as well. But this is where we have to incorporate innovation to increase nature positive and these zero transitions. To share a little bit more, in the case of Chile, we have currently a law in parliament to regulate fishing that includes sustainability criteria. This is a reform of an older law. And we are in the preparation with a stakeholder engagement of a law to regulate aquaculture, which is another very important activity in the country, and where the vision on how to have a sustainable aquaculture, particularly, not only, but particularly salmon industry, will have a space for discussion and hopefully to find a common vision on how to advance. As I mentioned, creating protected areas in coastal zones is not easy because of the many uses that there are. So we are advancing and by showing good partnership with the fishing communities in the category of multiple uses. So not fully protected, but multiple uses, so that, and in that case, we have had very close collaboration with small fishing communities that in some cases even have been the ones that have asked the ministry to do those declarations. And on the other hand, something that we have also heard, I hope, quite a lot, the importance for the 30 by 30 target of the entry into force of the BBNJ treaty high seas, right? There's no way we will have 30% of our oceans protected if we don't include the high seas. And not only for that do we need the 60 ratifications. We are currently around 50 countries have ratified. Chile was the second country to ratify. But once it enters into force, we also need to have a portfolio ready for protected areas that we can roll in very quickly. So we need to engage and work with all sectors to see the benefits of these protected areas, to see the benefits of multiple uses when there are multiple uses. This requires the cooperation of all of stakeholders. And in this regard, I would like to thank CAF for the work that they're doing in helping us to have this fruitful conversation and engagement. So just to finish, I think that the invitation of Colombia to make peace with nature is not only very appropriate, but a very necessary question for us to reflect on what exactly that means in this case for a blue economy. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ministra.
Thank you very much, Minister. It is really an honor for us to be here working with Chile, following their leadership, which during this past 2 years, and especially with the implementation that we desire from PBNJ, the agreement for the areas out of jurisdiction, of national jurisdiction, Chile is showing us the way, and we are all willing to follow it. So thank you, Minister, and we hope we can continue working closely with Chile.
Opening remarks speaker, Asís Pérez. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Asís Pérez is the Undersecretary for Policy, Planning and Regulations of the Department of the Environment of the Philippines and of the Department of Agriculture of the Philippines. Apologies for that. And my question to you is, how is the Philippines tapping into the possibilities of public-private collaboration to advance the blue economy? Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Yo hablo español, pero muy poquito.
I speak Spanish, but only a little bit.
Discussion in English. Of course, it is my pleasure to be here with you today in behalf of our ministers. We have two ministries in the Philippines working hand in hand in this endeavor, and that is the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Agriculture. The connection between environment and agriculture is so obvious that it's very difficult really to separate them. And so I'm here representing the two ministries. We extend our sincere appreciation to the World Economic Forum for this invitation. And let me provide you with some background on where the Philippines is. Very far from here, 36 hours away by plane. And so you can just imagine the distance between our location and our country. We are uniquely positioned in the heart of Coral Triangle with 7,416 islands. You see, we have more water than land. So we have 2.2 million hectares of water areas in the country, with 62% of our population living in the coastal zone. Unfortunately, our fishermen also represents the highest level of poverty incidence in our country, 30% and 31% for our farmers. So this is a huge opportunity in a way because we have huge ocean, but also a huge challenge for a developing country like ours. Uh, our waters currently contribute around $15 trillion in our economy, representing roughly 4% of our GDP. But and around 2 million people are directly employed in many, many fishing industries. But we believe that there's a lot of opportunities available for the private sector. Recently, we started putting together, quite different from the 30-30, because, and this is what I'd like to open up in the discussion, the possibility of our experience or the value of our experience, which we call area closure for specific species. And I'm talking about sardine fisheries. Way back in 2011, we started our first closed season for sardines. And this resulted for 3 months or 4 months during the period when fish are spawning, which we were able to determine before during the month of November, December, January, February is the peak of our spawning period. We close the fishing area. It's a huge area where commercial fishing happens. And as a result of that, of course, at that time, I was not yet with the Department of Agriculture. I was the director for fisheries. You know, I had a lot of protest. People wanted to take me out in the picture because of what happened. But true enough, after a year of experience, 4 other areas applied for the same process. And to me, it is an indication of how best we can manage our area if we can show actual economic benefit out of proper management. And this is also why I'm here today to share with you this little experience on fisheries. On top of that, we also believe that, you know, public-private collaboration can address long-standing environmental issues. We've seen that happen because without collaboration with the private sector, government like us, we cannot move. You know, we need investments, the blue investments, the green investments, to make sure that our goals are fulfilled. Without private investments, then we are nothing. We'd like to inform you that the Philippines is in the process of passing two very important legislations. One of which is the Blue Economy Act, which integrates our integrated coastal zone management together. So you have the Blue Economy Act plus the integrated coastal management, alongside with certain incentives, which we will provide to private sector, assuming they intend to invest in these two important endeavors. And so what I'm saying is Philippines is open. We're game, you know. We're a place where investors who wants to do, you know, blue and green economic development can go. And in case you want to go there, I'm here. I will pass around my contact details so that, you know, we can get in touch. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much. I wish we had more countries saying that to all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to our panel section. I will ask our panelists to please come to the front and leave one seat in the middle for me so that we can have an actual conversation back and forth. So first I will call Thomas Berna. I'll say all of this in English because that's how they are written. Regional Head for Coastal and Ocean Resilience of the IUCN in Africa. Thank you for joining us, Thomas. Second, I will call Renny Meyers, a Global Ocean Policy Lead for Ørsted. Thank you so much, Renny. Then Octavio Burto Oropesa, Assistant Professor at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Thank you so much, Octavio. Next, Jimena Rodriguez, Group Senior Manager for Oceans and Biodiversity at DP World. Thank you, Jimena. Muchas gracias. And finally, Jorge Concha, Director of Green Operations and Financing, Positive Biodiversity at the CAF. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, now let me take my seat. You don't have a microphone, so you can have this. Hello. Perfect. So the idea now is that we have a conversation going back and forth. And if some of you have noticed, we are using this term that is called the regenerative blue economy. And the first thing that I want to do is that everyone in the room understands what we mean by that. So please let me go to you, Thomas, and feel free to respond in English or Spanish, whatever you feel more comfortable with. Can you help us describe what is the regenerative blue economy and how has the IUCN been championing this concept?
Yeah, thanks. And thank you for having me here. Really happy to be part of the discussion. It's actually very straightforward. Like a few years back with our partners, in particular on the African continent, but also sort of in the global south more generally, we took a step back and then we realized that unless we find a way to really mobilize the power of the economic engine towards climate and conservation outcomes, otherwise just plain simple, the 2030 target, we can just put them in the closet and just forget about it. It's just not going to happen. Now, maybe it could have happened like maybe last century, and it should have been actually the century of the sustainability. It did not, clearly. Otherwise, we would not have the discussion today. So now it needs to be about, this century needs to be the century of regeneration. We've overshot, the planetary boundaries. We need to bring it back. And that means that we need to indeed catalyze the power of economic activities. And in fact, it's pretty straightforward. No, there is no silver bullet. It's not like, oh, wow, you're going to use that one and then everybody's going to do the same and all the private companies are going to do the same. No, it's a process that they need to look into their own value chain, their own production system, their own, even the way they are financed, where do they deliver also the financing, and see, am I doing harm? That's kind of the first step, but it's not enough because sustainability is just not enough. So how can we actually... So that, the CEO of a company, the CFO as well. So it's not just, the CEO, the whole leadership and the people in the company need to look at what they do and how can they turn this into a driver of positive outcome, right? So that's the whole sort of process. In particular, with our partners, we went through we've established incubation kind of programs, acceleration program for more mature, businesses, even like venture building programs. Because in fact, there is still a lot of new businesses, regenerative businesses that need to be developed, as well as financing facilities that are dedicated to support that kind of businesses. And that's very important. I'm very, very inspired also to hear, the leadership from the Philippines and we've been actually trying to, make that happen on the African continent. So I'd be very, very keen to hear what made you move in creating those fiscal incentives to bring the private sector to start investing to this kind of, businesses. So it needs to hold kind of a seascape approach in our case, because we're talking about the sea and the coast, a very holistic approach. There is no silver bullet. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Thomas. With that, let's talk about a very concrete example of what this can actually look like. So for that, Renny, Ørsted has made so many great investments in regenerating the ocean. And I would just love to hear from you, what have you done? What has worked?
Thank you. And it's great to speak after you because it very much feels like offshore wind is a case study in that exact principle, that in the just transition, it's not just about decarbonizing our energy systems, it's about delivering more for people and for nature, and those two things together. So it starts with the bread and butter of what we do in the offshore wind industry. We have to scale to make up for how deep we've dug ourselves into our carbon budget. And so as we scale offshore wind deployment, we are also looking at mitigation technologies and investing in long-term innovation projects that can then be supported by governments, in this case, the German government. We released news this past year of our low noise installation technology, which effectively brings down the installation noise impacts underwater sound to the background levels of the Baltic Sea, which was supported in part by an innovation subsidy from the German government. But that took 10 years of expertise and incubation within the company. So you also have to have that ethos and that mandate. And so as part of what's in Ørsted's DNA is also a net positive ambition for biodiversity. After being very opportunistic about what we could do for nature, supporting ghost gear removal, for example, when we were doing our transits for our survey studies, we decided that to make real change, to be strategic about those opportunities and taking advantage of the opportunities of the just transition, we needed to set a net positive ambition for all projects after 2030. So that means that we invested in 25 different pilots for our projects across the world on how to integrate restoration and conservation activity with our projects on top of no net loss. So that might be large-scale wetlands restoration or coral restoration demonstrations about integrating artificial reefs into the foundations of our turbines. We needed to measure and make sure we could adapt as we went, not just disclosing transparently our progress and impact, but also helping inform our decisions as we go, what's working well, what's not, and making sure that those are also social metrics. And then making sure we can finance that and be clear about the pathway of those finances. Offshore wind is eligible under green bonds, but our ocean action, we fund that using the world's first blue bond issued by an energy company so that we can be explicit about the fact that we are contributing to ocean action and that we know that we're tracing that dollar for our investors all the way through to impact on the ground with that same measurement framework. So that's sort of the scaffolding around our program. And for us, it means that as we build, we're going to get to take more and more opportunities for nature at the same time.
Thank you so much, Renny. So many great points that you raise. The energy transition cannot happen if it damages nature, if it harms nature. That's number one. The second one is we have a responsibility not only to avoid, but also to be contributing to a net positive. And the third one is perhaps when we get to Jorge, and what is the role of financial institutions to enable this to happen, because it's not cheap, but also it can happen. So thank you so much, Renny. Octavio, vamos a cambiar a español. Y solo, just a reminder for those that there's devices in the back. Octavio, muchas gracias por acompañarnos hoy.
Octavio, thank you very much for being with us today. You belong to one of the oceanographic institutions, the most renowned in the world, which mainly during its 100 years of history was based in exploration. And you're one of those few professors who now say, how can we bring this to society? And I think that this is a very important opportunity for us to help us understand which is the role of academy and science in that transition towards a regenerative economy. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. And science needs to change. We need to look for those opportunities where these regeneration models in the ocean need to happen. If you want to look at it in a more clear way, where are the places in the ocean where we can do non-extractive activities so that we can balance them with the extractive ones? I have been working on science, and as biologist, we thought about finding those places where there's a lot of life, spend many of years on studying those places and years convincing governments to protect them, and then years to make those areas lucrative, and with that money, protect those areas. But there are areas that are giving money without taking anything from the sea, for instance, where you can go diving, where you can do snorkeling, kayaking, surfing. Imagine if each government could put those activities on a map, and I would promise that many countries, like for instance Mexico, that map could show that almost 10% of the GDP for those countries, in particular, or that specific country, comes from the generation of incomes of those economic activities, and that they can regenerate the sea. In a study that we did some 2 years ago, we assessed the whole diving industry in Mexico, And before our study, we didn't know that it lives a little bit more money than all the fishery, artisanal and industrial fishing in Mexico. And yet it is not considered in the same way as those extractive sectors. That's why science also has the challenge to align these two things that are required. The ecological recovery that needs time. We're speaking about almost a decade to see clear changes in ecology, and these economic activities that need to take place pretty quick. If we manage to align those two visions, I think that we can trigger those changes fairly quickly. Thank you very much, Octavio. So you have taken us to another part of the regenerative economy, which are non-invasive activities like the infrastructure that is required for some of these things. Diving, kayaking, all of these activities are also very important. Jimena, I'm going to ask you a question that I've been waiting for a long time to ask. It's DP World. For those of you who do not know, DP World moves an 11% of the global commerce, but it is also one of the companies that I admire, personally admire, in the commitment that it has for sustainability. And I think that with you in charge of all of these programs, many more things could be done. I'm sorry if I have a great expectation. But could you share with us what will be done in the next years to go to the next level?
Y es un placer
Of course. Thank you for the invitation, and it is a pleasure for me to share.
business language. It's easier for my brain at this time. But yes, I just agree with you. It's DP World has a big commitment to the ocean and sustainability overall. And this commitment has grown over the last years precisely because of the recognition of the role that we play in the oceans and for the blue economy. So as you mentioned, shipping industries by itself, they contribute more than 500 billion of dollars to the blue economy. So there's a lot of space to really drive change within the industry, and that's the commitment that we like to take forward. 90% of the trade of the goods in the world are moved through the ocean. So it's very intuitive, the relationship that we have with that and the responsibility. So last year we entered a new journey of evolution of our vision for the oceans and the water as well. So one of the things that we did was to first of all to create a specific strategy that focused on oceans, not to only look into how we can mitigate impacts, but also how we can contribute for the regenerative blue economy. And so we decided the ambition is basically to contribute to an ocean, thriving ocean, but also to a resilient trade system that is sustainable and is also fair and just with the communities where we are. So we created this strategy as a roadmap, and the strategy was actually very, I will say, challenging as well, because it implies that we needed to evolve that vision to make it more holistic in the way that we see the systems as well and the possibilities that we have to work in the ground. So we adopted the seascape approach and also source to sea approach. Nothing new, but really is something new for a company like us to be able to integrate that into our business in the way that we manage water and the way that we see the ecosystems and the possibilities that we have for regeneration. So the strategy now is focusing in 4 areas, core areas of action. And this is a roadmap for us to bring, first of all, priority, recognize where the investment has to go, and third of all, really to work with strategic partners to make it happen, because we cannot do this alone. So that's also an invitation in the room to really come and work together with us to make this happen. So the areas of focus are, we focus on regeneration of blue carbon ecosystems, given the role that they have in mitigation and adaptation as well, primarily. And we do focus as well in healthy waters, which is the responsibility to decrease and mitigate pollution. But interestingly, we are looking into how we can reimagine the role of or the way ports are looking in the future. So how we can bring, for example, innovation in terms of materials to develop and to build ports differently. And that can have a positive impact on biodiversity. So that's a very big area for us. We are looking at very seriously, and it has to do with standards. And if you are familiar with the industry, you know that this is very difficult to achieve. So we are in that path, and we believe that also we can bring and convene the industry to make a jump in and a change in this direction. And one core area of the strategy is actually the behavioral change, because it's not anymore about awareness. We need to change a system, and the system has to change in the way that we do businesses, and that has to come with ocean literacy, education, and behavioral change. And finally, we have a very important area of the strategy, recognizing the importance on bringing investment to where is more needed. So the strategy created a focal area that is looking into blue finance. So we created this as an opportunity. We don't exactly know absolutely everything that we are going to be able to be doing in this space, but that's where innovation also comes along, and to work with partners to be able to bring new innovative methods in terms of finance to really bring the investments to the oceans. So that's in a nutshell, I will say.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And just as a reminder, all of this operates in the context of 11% of global trade. So it's not a small challenge to tackle all of these strategies. And just the 4 points that I want to highlight again: social impacts, partnerships,
yeah,
innovation, because a lot of these solutions don't exist
Don't
yet.
exist.
We need to create them, and we need to foster that entrepreneur ecosystem to create them. And the last one, and our link to Jorge, enabling the investments to be able to flow, because these can become really large scale projects. Entonces, con eso, Jorge.
So with this, Jorge, can you please share what is it that CAF do in order to support regenerative blue economy, and how is it that you are already contributing in the region? Yes, of course. Thank you, Alfredo, and hello to everyone. We always say that funding blue economy is at the core of this new vision that we have as a green bank in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in this regard, also understanding that in order to be a green bank, we need to be funding ourselves in a green way, funding green operation, also operating in a green way. And this would allow us to have an analogy. So how as CAF, we are addressing this commitment with the blue economy and funding on sustainability of the activities in the ocean. And let me stress on the following. Even for institutions, multilateral institutions, and more for the banking sector, the commitment with the oceans and how we fund them has also an implication in its commitment with the ocean. In fact, in the work that we do with investors, with bond buyers and other agencies that we work with to obtain funding, the commitment of CAF with the ocean is a crucial part of what the institutions that fund us see. Secondly, and stressing where our funds are going, in the last conference of the ocean in Lisbon, we talked about our commitment to reach 2026 by funding $1.2 billion in blue economy. We are moving into that great goal, and fundamentally, the type of operations and funding are related to the different instruments that we have as a bank in terms of investment, technical cooperation, credits, advocacy. So, in terms of credits, let me highlight the work that we are doing in prevention of coastline erosion. We have operations in Brazil and Trinidad and Tobago, also linked to those activities, extraction activities, as our colleague just mentioned. We are working in a very intense way to see how tourism can become also a tool to protect the ocean and to create growth possibilities for the population, for those coastline societies. And also from the point of view of funding and public policies and programmatic strategies of the countries. And in terms of technical cooperation and how to mobilize other funds, not necessarily from CAF, from global partners such as DCF and others, that's where I believe it is worth highlighting how these initiatives allow to contribute as an integration tool in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And the work that we do through the support of our strategic partners and the funds go to regional initiatives such as in the Caribbean, the Great Caribbean, and that's where we are working with the GEF for the mitigation of the impacts and the sustainable initiatives too. We are working also with initiatives in the East Pacific and in some elements like what was presented here yesterday in the AfroPass Fund in the region of Chocó with the collaboration of Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Panama. And also, we have activities in all the countries that are shareholders of CAF, from Chile, and the work we are doing together with the ministry, but also with other stakeholders with initiatives to promote biodiversity markets that have a sustainable use of the ocean and also measures to avoid illegal fishing and to benefit the sustainable activities. Thank you, Jorge. Two pieces of information to stress on here. First, there are not many banks that can say that they have committed more than CAF to blue economy, $1.25 billion. That's huge. Of course, there are some challenges to execute that money. But what I find even more impressive is that if done strategically, you could be mobilizing much more. And this is what CAF is trying to do now. This morning, we signed a memorandum of understanding in order to support CAF to keep on executing those funds. And the idea is not to go back and have the entire round, but I think it's a good opportunity to go back to you, Thomas. Can you please give us like a global overview about another region in the world? What's happening in Africa? Can you please give us some examples of what are the specific opportunities that Africa has and how this relates to what we see in other parts of the world?
I just want to rebound a bit on the fact that a few of the speakers here actually sort of mentioned the fact that none of us by ourselves are actually able to figure that out. So partnership is absolutely key. And as a matter of fact, with the several African countries, first, it's becoming global. We've established the Great Blue Wall Initiative, which actually aims at establishing a connected network of regenerative seascapes. I'm very pleased to hear that also you are looking at the seascape approach, because indeed that's the scale required for us to be able to really regenerate the ecosystem, right? Now, the other thing is that, if you like croissant, you need to invest in the bakery, right? Now, you cannot expect to have croissant if you don't have the bakery. So that means that, again, either you wait that someone's going to build a bakery, or you do it by yourself and you bring other partners to help you build it. So that's exactly what we're trying to build. And again, partnerships are critical. And so that's the thing, is that if we want to accelerate the development of a regenerative blue economy, we need to all join our forces, probably sort of, bring down a bit some egos and some silos, because that's also the reality of human relationships, and find a way to figure this out together, right? So that's, again, trying to bring us all together. I'm really inspired by, seeing here the private sector, the MDBs, the NGOs, the international organization. How do we make it happen? It's possible. We've seen it happen on the seaweed, for instance, the seaweed sector, in tourism, in aquaculture, and you name it, and others. Now, that's one challenge, though, I'm going to send to the CAF and other financial institutions more generally, is it's very, very, very hard to turn very large production system, industrial systems, to become regenerative, just because of the scale of it. Now, in some cases it's possible, but in many, many, many cases, what you're going to have to look at is like much more kind of smaller, ticket size, therefore, and projects. And it's by the numbers that they're going to become big, right? And that's how they're going to also become resilient. Now, that's the thing, is that if those big financing institutions keep coming and saying, well, I'm not going to do anything below 50 million or 10 million or 20 million, it's not going to cut it. An African small scale fisherman is not able to absorb 10 or 15 or whatever the millions are, right? So now we need to find a way also, and that's where financial innovation is critical. We need to find a way to kind of de-aggregate those big tickets and make them chewable for the one who are actually best placed to deliver the impact, and those they are the indigenous people and the local communities. A regenerative blue economy needs to be driven and implemented by them. Otherwise, it's not going to go anywhere. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Very concrete call for action. We will make sure to capture that in the communique that comes out of this and challenge all of the development banks with this. Thank you so much. Actually, let's return to you, Jorge. Do you want to share with us a little bit of what's next for CAF? We are getting closer to the Blue Economy and Finance Forum. There's an opportunity to show more leadership even. And now you have a challenge.
Cheers. Sí, muchas gracias.
Yeah, thank you. And I will start making comments on what Thomas said. And yes, that's a challenge to have capillarity and funding to reach innovative initiatives happening in the region. Tools that we already have in CAF and the other MDBs through the financial sector, the intermediary sector, and the funding lines from multilateral organizations, and we can give to local development banks to foster these sort of projects, but with rates that can also reduce the risk for these sort of initiatives. That's possible today, actually. And we are also moving forward in a project with DCF in Galapagos for financing lines for small local initiatives. And that is also a way to take DCF large resources with funding from the CAF and with the local banks in order to reach small producers with an important capillarity. The second element is also related to impact investment and through the contribution of investment funds to reach with capital to these sort of initiatives. And in terms of your question, Alfredo, I think that one of the main challenges that we have as an institution and in general in Latin America and the Caribbean as a region is to be much more present in the global blue diplomacy so that the voice of this region can be really heard in important global conferences that are dealing with the oceans. So, from that perspective, we are supporting, for example, Costa Rica, that will be co hosting the next NIS conference in the preparation activities and for the event Immerse in Change, so that from the region we can prepare consented positions that can really represent the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean in these global scenarios. And also, we want to be a part of the technical committees in terms of how financial aspects and economic aspects in the conference are going to be considered. And this will happen in Monaco before the next conference. So from CAF, we are participating in these governance instances in order to represent the voice of our region. Thank you so much, and thank you for your humility, because CAF just became part of the board of the Blue Economy and Finance Forum because of your commitment. So it is a crucial role that you will have in the region. So thank you, CAF, for your leadership. Jimena, back to you. We already talked about the financial instruments, we talked about science, we talked about some examples. But now I would like to talk about the challenges. What is it that we need to face in order to really start believing that we can really have this transition happening?
To that, I was just hearing my colleagues, and I thought about talking about investments and how we drive finance where it needs to go. So just want to share with you that last year we released 1.5 green sukuk. That precisely the purpose of it was to drive that investment into projects that are related to green transition. However, our ambition is also to be able to do the same and translate that into the blue space. And I think that maybe I link already the challenges that you are saying is that it's a new space. It needs a lot of guidelines and definitions for us to be able to define what is considered a blue asset, for example. And so we can raise that as well. And of course, indicators and matrices that we use to be able to report on those projects are vital as well, because that gives investors confidence to be able to invest on these initiatives. So that's one of the challenges, and we understand that this is a very emerging area. And that's what I was saying before to you. We are willing to participate in the development of this space and to really lead the space and potentially take the risk as well. But there's a little bit of more of guidelines that the businesses need on how to do it. There's a lot of I guess definitions as well that we need. I see you saying yes, and I think you understand that. But as we have that more and more available, we are going to be able, as a private sector, to be able to bring the investment where it's needed. So I just wanted to share that overall, and also to give you one example of an initiative that it didn't require much investment, really, but more forward thinking and imagination on how we can really bring impact for the oceans through different initiatives. And this was one that we partnered with a research institute, and we partnered with academia, and Octavio, this is probably related to you, when academia becomes really relevant for allowing us to understand what is possible. And so last year in COP28, we released an initiative to reduce the temperature by which food is being transported and stored every time we move it across the globe. So the standard that we were using before, it was 18 degrees to be able to store food. So in partnership with the academia, we were able to research what was the actual optimal temperature that allow us to drop it down from 18 degrees to a temperature that we could be more efficient in terms of less energy, and that less energy means less emissions as well. And that we can potentially invite people to undertake that. So we found out that 15 degrees is actually perfect. So food is not gonna be damaged, and we by reducing this amount of degrees, we are actually potentially saving 7.5 or 7.7 millions of carbon emissions. This didn't cost absolutely anything. This just was a partnership we established with, science and research institutes to understand what was possible. And now we launched the initiative. 60% of shipping companies have signed into this initiative after we release it, and we hope that more companies are going to be joined and they participate of this. So this is also, I would say, an example of how private sector can have the possibility to move things ahead and quickly in a faster way that regulation sometimes does.
Prometo que no le pedí a Jimena que hiciera el plugin para que...
I promise that I didn't ask her to do the plug-in for Octavio to be the next speaker, but this is a very clear example. I mean, I didn't understand this very well. So you were reducing the temperature. I mean, you were using 18 degrees to store food, and to reduce it to 15, you would need less energy. Is that the case?
Bring it down to 15, right? So
Okay.
you have, it's more intensive, energy intensive, the colder you need to store something.
Por eso, entonces al revés, ¿no?
Sorry, it's
It's the other way around. Okay, perfect.
Reverse.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. But then you mentioned that this was very cheap comparatively to other things. It mostly required a collaboration with academia. And so now that is a perfect plug for Octavio to tell us of a good example. You have participated in several of them. Can you tell us of one good example where research informed something that then made a difference?
Bueno, les voy a compartir.
Well, I will share an example, but the important thing here is precisely that in these times of collaboration and change, and when we start to think of things in an innovative way, I mean, for a long time, we were just promoting the MAPs. And every time we talk about protection, investors are the first to turn around and leave, right? So we partnered with a team of corporations, NGOs, here with our friend Alfredo from the World Economic Forum, scientists, and we started thinking about how we could create this relationship. So we are pushing a new concept, a new narrative that we hope can create this connection. And instead of having MPA, we want to foster marine prosperity areas. Of course, everyone wants to invest in prosperity, right? So this prosperity can bring along several players to the table. So we designed a framework for 10 years with different key actions so that from the communities and the private sector and the academic sector, we can accomplish these milestones. So we need 10 years for this economic and ecologic recovery. So how can we maintain community throughout this period of time? And how can we inspire investors so that in these times, which are not short, they can really be a part of it. So this is a model that we're going to start promoting. I hope you hear about this soon. But we decided to have this first example in the Gulf of California. We are promoting 10 prosperity areas for the next 10 years. And we believe that this can have an impact on 100 communities that live in this sea that we have in Mexico. And in fact, 25 years ago, we published that we needed some sort of network of MPAs, but we didn't accomplish that in the past. Now we don't have much time, so I hope we can really now promote these prosperity areas. Thank you, Octavio. So what if we start using prosperity from now on, right? Instead of protection, right? I think this is something that we can all acknowledge because it will bring lots of benefits and also the change of mindset that will help us because it's not only nature, it's nature helping society and communities too.
The best job, which is, well, apart from working for Ørsted, which is to leave us with a sense of hope and inspiration. I know you are working on big things at Ørsted. Can you tell us of an example? What's next?
Well, I think picking up on that prosperity piece, we're really, I think the next stage is to make sure that we're not just working across our industry, but across all industries to create alignment towards that vision of prosperity. So two pieces. One is out of our hands, and WRI is leading some great work on the 100% Alliance. So we need to be able to have sustainable ocean plans that look across all sectors, that ensure that we're integrating impacts across sectors and enabling that prosperity, with regards to the science and across efforts. Within the renewable energy industry, particularly, we're working with the World Economic Forum on the Responsible Renewable Infrastructure Coalition. And that's exactly to integrate our metrics and actions and impact pathways for nature and people, so that we're not just saying, here's what we're doing for key habitats, protected species, but we're also looking at, as we transform in the just transition, how are we making sure that we're being transparent about our impacts on people and what those actions for nature can provide for coastal communities, what sorts of jobs and economic opportunities offshore wind can provide in the broader renewable space. So those are two pieces, though, of enabling environment. And there's another great roadmap from the UN Global Compact and Ocean Stewardship Coalition on the enabling environments that can help those efforts from finance and governments and civil society actors. I think at the end of the day, the thing that gets me most excited is that we need to get the job done. So it's about getting these projects on the water, reaching our ambitions for both the CBD and FCCC secretariats and the targets that they've set, and doing so in collaboration with local partners, because ultimately we learn so much and we're able to deploy that much faster to ensure that we're taking the action we need today.
Thank you so much, Renny. With that, I think we come to an end, but I just want to make a quick recap of everything that we heard, which goes all the way from what is the regenerative blue economy. It's not enough to be sustainable. We have to be contributing and investing back on nature. The second thing is that we heard about financial institutions actively thinking not only about the big tickets, but also about how do we deploy the money actually? How do we make it count for communities? We also heard from academia. This needs knowledge. This needs frameworks. This needs to consider new concepts like prosperity, not only protection. And then we heard from two large-scale, very different businesses that are thinking about the same thing from very different perspectives. One of them from a very infrastructure-focused perspective on how do you regenerate actively on site. The other one more from a supply chain, logistics, really changing practices perspective across global supply chains. And so I hope that with this, all of us get the inspiration that we need. We also have some key governments working towards this to enable all of what we talked about. And hopefully all of you can go back to wherever you are working from and think of new ways to contribute to our regenerative blue economy. Thank you so much.
Please don't go, because we need a family photo. Please do stay. We have another great session starting in 10 minutes. We will learn from the Eastern Tropical Pacific. Stay tuned. Thank you. This is your time. If you want to drink something, eat something, please do now. We will not interrupt the next session for drinks, and food. So please do go ahead. Por favor, si quieren en este momento tomarse algo, comerse algo, esta es la oportunidad antes de que empecemos la sesión para no interrumpir a nuestro siguiente grupo de panelistas. Gracias.
Me gusta el color mexicano. ¿Puede? Ah, no, si no puede, no. Si sobra, más tarde.
Bueno, gracias por la historia.
Pues, es que nos cambian de salón en Corlatos, entonces, quién sabe. Sí, bueno, no, gracias.
Ah, bueno.
Me he mandado un mensaje por LinkedIn, quería contactar contigo, soy abogado, aunque he venido como periodista aquí de Forbes, estoy muy bueno en la economía azul, porque tenemos malos mismo, pero además es que soy el abogado de la República de Ecuador en el caso de Galapa. Ha sido una experiencia, yo creo que icónica, donde hemos estado y me gustaría compartirlo contigo y además como está en una foto, son tres colores el azul, definido como los recursos locales en general, no solamente el naranja, que es la economía creativa, que es lo que vincula una cosa con la otra, y la biodiversidad, cómo ayuda a construir ese sería el camino. Y el amarillo, porque es el color de la tecnología. Y el verde solo es como el único giro de España que se llama Pavilion, que cuando acaba el plato le pone un perejil. ¿Por qué lo pienso? Porque al final si utilizas al final entonces, bueno, me dedico a la economía profunda.
Carlos.
Y te mando información y me gustaría además que me contaran lo que haces, pero igual es un momento de estar aquí. La gente ya más de tiene para canción. ¿Cómo se llama los cuatro componentes que también se cargan? Pero así el dejar de información, bueno, por nada, reserva de biosfera. No, era del proyecto bueno, el componente que era para elaborar un proyecto. Ese es el proyecto de fondo verde. Se trata de crear los cuales no, fondo verde le dicen. You're planning a center. Thank you, man. Te voy a incluso te voy a mandar para acá poder enviar la información. No, te voy a mandar la que te van a hacer ahora continuación para luego tocarlo en redes. Te voy a mandar la que me tiene el otro día, que me diga cómo será poner la foto de la cosa, por qué se consigue. Y la verdad es que ha sido pensando en la economía sobre lo que empresas privadas se están manifestando. Carlos, Alejandra, Humboldt, su obra, que son los pioneros de todo lo que estamos hablando ahora. Pero de hace 200 años, ya hace 200 años, ellos de hecho, que te lo voy a regalar. Darwin le mandó una carta a y apenas bueno, no me enrollo más. Que yo te escribo y me gustaría conocer un poco lo que haces. Me gusta mucho todo lo que has dicho. El rol de CAP este panel es poder apoyar el sector privado políticas privados, de academia, otras instituciones bilaterales e internacionales contribuir a el mejoramiento de la sociedad civil, de las comunidades, de las empresas y en general del sector privado, con iniciativas más innovadoras Yo destacaría la necesidad de dimensionar diferentes soluciones para las diferentes realidades, desde necesidades para grandes proyectos de infraestructura que requieren grandes aportes de capital, hacia también pensar en cómo bajar recursos de financiamiento a iniciativas de pequeña escala, pero que también son muy impactantes para la conservación. Gracias.
Buenas tardes, buenas tardes. Iniciamos en 5 minutos. Por favor, los que quieren tomar algo, comer algo es ahora. Después, por cortesía y respeto a nuestros panelistas, vamos a dejar el área de comida despejada Así que ya casi empezamos. We'll start shortly in 5 minutes. Please do not grab any food or drinks during our session out of respect to our panelists. Thank you. Irene. Tal vez podemos poner la siguiente filmina de la otra sesión, por favor.
Ay, gracias, sí, es que...
We're about to start. Please be patient. 2 more minutes. It's a very, very, very good session, I promise. So please stay with us. Por favor, esperen. Estaremos esperando en 2 minutos. Esta sesión va a ser realmente buena. Por favor, denos 2 minutos para comenzar. Bueno, aprovecho para decirles, estamos esperando a nuestra la señora ministra del país que nos está dando.
We're waiting for the minister of the country, who is a little bit late, so just a couple of minutes, but at 4 we will have a reception. Everyone's welcome, so I can invite you to stay after this wonderful session.
We will be starting shortly as soon as our host country, the Minister of Environment, is joining us today. So this will be our last session, but at 4 p.m. we have our reception. So please stay with us and join us to collectively celebrate Cavs Ocean Day. Thank you. Muy bien, buenas tardes a todos. Esta es la sesión.
Very well. Good afternoon, everybody. This is session number 5 of this big ocean day of the celebration in the CAF Pavilion. We have, of course, a wonderful closure for a project for Latin America and the Caribbean prepared for you. I think that everyone has heard about the Samara.
Last session, it's going to be focused on the Eastern Tropical Pacific. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, for being such champions of the ocean. Afterwards, we have a reception. So we have a marvelous panel to close Ocean Day at CAF Pavilion. At this moment, I'm going to turn the microphone to the moderator of this panel, Jose Julio Casas is the Secretary Pro Tempore of the Eastern Tropical Pacific Corridor, CEMAR. He's from Panama, and he will be leading this final session. Thank you, everyone, and over to you.
Muchas gracias, Cintia. Un gusto estar acá. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Cynthia. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you to CAF for this wonderful opportunity. We're sorry for this brief delay, but I'm sure you will understand where you might understand the complicated agendas of our environment bosses. Yes. And we have a panel of the highest level. We have a panel where we will be joining some of the members who will be talking with us today. So let's not use any more of your time in this process and begin with a presentation, as I was mentioning, of the wonderful panel we have today, starting with our host, Alicia. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity, for having us here, for your support. We're going to be speaking about that now. We also have His Excellency Juan Carlos Navarro, Minister of the Environment of Panama, and Minister Franz Adambach of Energy and Environment of Costa Rica. Welcome, both of you. We also have the participation of Arturo Isurieta, who is the boss of Galapagos National Park, who's representing the Minister Ines, who hasn't been able to join us given her agenda. We also have the arrival welcome of Benoit Bosquet of World Bank, who is also going to be participating with us. And to begin, again, thanking everyone for having made a space within your programs. We have a brief moment to make an introduction about the marine corridor that most of you have heard of in the last 2 or 3 years, given a series of actions that have been made. A series of actions that are very much based in the commitment of each of the heads of states that are here with us that have allowed us to move forward in this process. So, this commitment is supported by the strategic partners we work with and who will be discussing with us today as well, who are amongst our panelists. CIMAR is a governmental initiative. CIMAR is a regional initiative trying to look for the conservation and sustainable use of resources. And this is important because we need to consider that CIMAR is not a mega protected area or does not want to be one, but quite the opposite. What it expects is to use responsibly and sustainably all of the resources that we share amongst these four countries, because the CIMAR initiative is based on connectivity and the possibility of having different groups and species to move amongst all of these waters by connecting us. We have 10 protected marine areas in the corridor that have a huge diversity, and we have the opportunity of taking advantage for this and the coming generations. So it is within our responsibility as countries and the partners that are supporting us to make the effort for this process. Only this as an introduction, and to start with our excellent panel that we have today. And we can start with the president of Don Juan Carlos Navarro, Minister of the Environment and President of the Conservation of the Eastern Tropical Pacific Marine Corridor. Panama has the presidency now, facing a great amount of changes led by you with a technical team of all of the corridor. But all of those priorities and steps forward have been highly favored by the possibility of having all of these partners. How does the presidency welcome this opportunity of working with partners that are so important as the ones we have here today? Thank you, Jose Julio, and thank you everyone for coming here to listen about Semar. Semar needs no introductions. And we have not only Arturo, who is an institution of the Galapagos, and I'd like to put our hands together for him, please. Okay, and a teacher to all of us. For those of us who, for those of you who might be younger than him, well, our respect and admiration from France, from Costa Rica, who let's also welcome him with an applause. And soon for the one who will be sitting in this empty chair, who will need no introduction either. And of course, our two friends from the World Bank and CAF. By the way, no one thanks these people, but CAF put the first $1 million for Semar. No one thanks them, no one knows it, no one recognizes that, but I do. They're the best and they help us with everything. And then the new government of Panama began 100 days ago. On those 100 days, we find spaces to gather before the embassy in Costa Rica to speak about the oceans, to work together with our CIMAR partners to give an impulse to CIMAR. We have also made time to approve the treatment of the BBNJ that was approved in the Assembly. It was sent to the UN and presented last week. Panama is now the country number 14 in the world of having given a ratification instrument of the High Seas BBNJ instrument, which will directly impact SEMAR because the purpose of the treaty is to allow us to protect areas that are beyond our territories. And Panama has more than 54, I want 70, but 54% of our territorial water protected. We have reactivated the COIBA Directive Committee with the help of Aida Magana and a secret agent who's called Cali. We have protected and created the new marine reserve or wildflower reserve of the Sawan Island in Panama. Could you please stand up so that people can see you? These are wonderful people. They are wonderful. And they also help us with the sea turtle, and she's the director of our ministry, and she is the best. And she does it all for conservation because she has as much passion as I do, or even more for ecology. So many people here have to do with these areas in the environment. So just salute everyone so that people know who you are. All of these wonderful women are the ones that make Panama shine in the El Semar. Some of them have been working on that for a while, and my introduction ends with these words. During the next days, we're going to make an important announcement all together Costa Rica, Colombia, Ecuador, and Panama on Semar. But the most important thing is that we are determined our countries are determined at each and every level. Ecuador, with President Novoa, who's getting today to COP16 with his ministry, total and complete support to biodiversity, to Galapagos. In Costa Rica, I've personally spoken with President Chavez in several occasions about the subject. He's completely committed to Semar and his minister, and with President Petro and his minister. And this combination of political decision at the highest level and ministry decision with the right technical team is the unbeatable combination. That's the secret of success that from now onwards, Semar will have. And that's why I ask for your help during the coming months as we put turbo on Samar to do our work and take it even longer. So now let's go to other issues and thank you, Jose Julio, for your work.
Hey.
Thank you, Minister Navarro from the Secretariat. I am going to thank the new administration that with all that commitment We have not perceived the historical problems that we've had at SEMAR with changes in administration. We've been working at the political, technical, and diplomatic level to keep on working with the milestones mentioned. Now, Arturo, the minister mentioned what you and your team do in Galapagos, and that is extremely important because you can generate information that later, after analysis and conversations between the technical and political part, will allow to make political decisions. You are very much experienced in this topic and you generate a huge amount of information. And I would like to know how you see this support that not only has numbers, a support that is also very strong for the construction of all the things that have been done with the corridor as of today. Thank you very much, Jose Julio. Juan Carlos, thank you for your enthusiasm and welcoming remarks. And actually, you are making your energy contagious. Colleagues, Alicia, it is an honor to be here, and I would like to send the regards of Dr. Inez Manzano, who couldn't join us, as Jose Julio well explained. But as the ministers and the political leaders in the country explained, we are supporting SEMAR. Everyone is supporting SEMAR and the vision of Ecuador for this regional initiative. And the Galapagos issue as an anchorage in the protected areas for this initiative. We started with 4 and now we are with 10 in this initiative. We've been working for 20 years now. So, answering your question, the efforts to put together these political decisions as a foundation in order to reach the technical level, those who are at the field, those who conduct the different activities in order to execute what is ordered by political decision requires a tremendous articulation. And in the SEMAR case, the technical committee made up of each one of us who were delegates of the 4 countries, we actually get together in order to see how we can execute those mandates. And this requires funding. Funding quite often is already connected to the political decisions and the management at that level. However, in the technical part, there are some elements that you as a manager of a protected area are trying to look for as an instrumental part for things to be executed. And these might come from other sources that are not necessarily part of that organization. And these are elements that supplement what we have. And they are very important. And let me give you an example about some funding that was small but important when Ecuador had the secretariat of the SMR. We had several activities planned, but one of them had a missing element: being able to get together for a workshop in order to see what was the status of the climate state research at SEMAR. And there was an NGO that raised their hand and they say, here we are. And that NGO sat with the secretariat, with Ecuador as the leader, and they organized themselves. But I don't know if you know, but we in this structure work with consensus. The technical committee makes decisions by consensus, and then they raise that to the different ministers, so by consensus, they can approve things, and then there is feedback to the executing part. So these fundings that are complementary. In this case, this was an important workshop that brought the researchers of the 4 countries to Galapagos in order to have a first baseline for climate change studies was fundamental. And this happened through the funding coming from a partner NGO. And there are several cases like that one. So, in summary, my point here, and as Mr. Juan Carlos, the minister, requested, I want all of us to raise our hands and please approach us with your initiative so that we can articulate those elements that are not covered by the umbrella funds. There are always gaps and they are important. So it is important if we can work together so that these important activities, like the one that I have just mentioned, can really happen to benefit the region and the SEMAR initiative. Thank you, Arturo. Without a doubt, that company sometimes happens not only with funds, but also with help and support for the process. Now I will give the floor to Mr. Franz. With the 4 ministers, you are the one, within the 4 ministers, you are the one that has been there the most within this process, okay? So you already know what happened with that migration and evolution of the corridor. And this is why I would like to know, how do you see the committee of ministers or ministerial committee that is highly committed, as I said, to mention, as Ricardo mentioned, to make decisions and take decisions. So how do you see it in 5 or 10 years, considering all the support that we are receiving from our partners? How do you see things happening for this entity? Yes, thank you. And I am the one with the that has been there for the longest term. And I really like Samar, and I've only been in Samar for like 2.5 years. And with only 100 days, I see that everyone is excited by this initiative. Samar is very attractive because decisions are actually made by consensus. And many of us do not share land borders, but we do share sea borders. So our economic areas, many of you don't know about this, but many areas, many marine economic areas, exclusion areas, like in the case of Costa Rica, it is 10 times larger than our territory. And we share borders with Panama, Colombia, Ecuador in the ocean. So thanks to the work of the technical teams that have been there for a long time, they did some wonderful work as the one you described with all the research. And I think that governance is crucial for SMR. I discussed this morning with Mr. Navarro, and governance is fundamental. And yes, we are working towards a legally binding document, and we worked with other things that we're going to be announcing later because we cannot announce them now. But SEMAR is working and strengthening and consolidating the work. We want to have this legally binding document, which will be an agreement signed by the 4 countries, ratified by our Chancellor's office, and in some cases by our Congresses. This is what we are working on. And this is a message for all of our donors and the NGOs that support us. We do not want to wait to set things into action. We have enough resources to act technically as we've done it so far, but also to consolidate. We have the financial mechanisms. We have a clear relationship with Fundación Pacifica. We have the consensus of the ministers And the presidents are very committed at the presidential level with the process of Samar. So now is the time for action, and we know that there is a strong commitment for from the donors to execute. We have all the elements, and one more that will be announced soon. Also, we want a sustainable financial mechanism, and we want to strengthen the core marine areas and the one for sustainable use. In Samar, we need the sustainable use, most of them to be sustainable use, for sustainable use. And finally, we need to keep on focusing on research. Samar needs to keep on researching because it works towards conservation. 30% among the countries there, not all of them at 30%, but most of them will be at Samar. So there is an important commitment. And also the relationship with BB&J. This is very important because nobody has done this. How are we going to keep the ocean for everyone? This ocean belongs to everyone. And from a jurisdiction perspective, it is also discussed in the BBNG and in the Curing Montreal Convention because we want to protect this part of the ocean, the 30% that belongs to everyone. And Semar is an example of how four nations can work together towards a common goal for conservation and sustainable management in something that belongs to everyone. This is a lab. We are a lab for the BBNJ and for the conservation on the ocean that belongs to everyone. We are heading into that direction. We are going to bring our proposals to the table. But Samar is a lab that has been there for more than 10 or 15 years. 15 years, right? Yeah, 15 years consolidating our work. So there are older people in the process than myself. And it is a pleasure to be here and to see the enthusiasm in this room. Only 100 days, and people are so excited. I am so happy, Mr. President, to see this, and I'm so happy to be here. And I want to tell you that Semar has complied with the community of donors and NGOs. They were our drivers. They are the rabbit that we are chasing. You encouraged us, you helped us, you supported us. We've been strengthening our coordination instruments. We never failed. We have at least 4 ministerial meetings per year, and that's a lot. Ministerial technical teams have even more meetings more often. So this is how I see Samar as an legally with a legally binding instrument. I see it as an agile financial mechanism with the cooperation of donors and NGOs where we can feel happy and decisions are reached with justice and consensus within the governance of the four countries. We see a consolidated maritime area in protected areas and for sustainable management, and the permanent secretariat stable and based in a country so we can work from there, and also promoting research and the sustainable use in the entire region. And as a lab, we are the necessary lab for the BBNJ, at least one of the labs. Thank you, Mr. France. And yeah, we've been going through this for a long time and in a fast pace in order to be able to comply with our commitments. And without a doubt, all of this is based on the commitment, but it becomes operational with the support of the partners. We have two of the almost 25 partners that we work with at Samar. And I think that there is a milestone set here with the generation of the coalition of donors for the corridor, where they themselves define the table to discuss, align, and potentialize instead of doubling the funds. But as Mr. Navarro explained, the first partner that supported Semar's initiative with all this new Semar's perspective during the climate change COP in Glasgow 2021 was CAF. So thank you for the space. Thank you for being here. And the first question for us is, how was this intention born so quickly, so altruistically of supporting an initiative that has been there for 17 years at that point, but that really needed that push that you gave us? Thank you very much. Welcome, Madam Minister. We know that it was an effort for you to be here, but in CAF, we are super proud to have you here. It is great to have this panel, and I really am honored to be here with the ministers and talk about an initiative. And Jose Julio, you were asking why, but for CAF, this is extremely important because I've been thinking that we adopted the commitment to contribute with $1.2 billion in $1.25 billion in 2022 in the Lisbon summit. And at the same time, we decided to support Samar with a technical cooperation of $1 million. And I believe that here, the role of multilateral institutions needs to be portrayed. It is not only about funding aspects, which are paramount, but also trusting initiatives that are emblematic and need to be an example, the regional approach, the having the right stimuli for governance to be there, for sustainability initiatives to be taken from the instrument. So we will always support countries in regional initiatives. Right now, we have submitted a strategic ecosystem approach that precisely depends on these matters, how to work with countries so that actions can go beyond borders, so that they can be addressed with a regional perspective. And we believe that the work that was done at Samar is marvelous, but there's still a long way to go. We need to deepen the coalition of donors. Is an important initiative also because it will allow us to organize the actions that we are setting in motion. And well, I am very happy to have this presentation by the speakers, the different ministers here. I am very proud. And on behalf of Mr. Granados, our president who had to leave, I would like to thank you for your trust. And please know that we will keep on working with Samar and supporting all the necessary aspects so that these regional initiatives and other regional initiatives can work in Blue Matters as a green bank. But as we call it, we cannot have a green bank without being blue and otherwise too. Thank you, Alicia. Once again, I would like to thank you and I would like to welcome Her Excellence Susana Muhammad. We know that you have a very tight agenda. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. So, one of the last partners that we worked was the World Bank. We've had the chance to see different actors supporting our corridor. So, based on that, I wanted to ask you what are the challenges that you see from the partners to execute the actions that are planned with initiatives such as Samar? First of all, I would like to say hello to Mr. Ministers, Madam Minister. It is a pleasure for me to be here sharing this panel. Thank you, Alicia, for the invitation. And yeah, I hope that we are not the last partner, but the most recent one. It's the difference in English between last and latest. So I'd like to offer a few words on behalf of the World Bank, but also talking from the Pro Blue, which is the fiduciary fund managed by the World Bank, but really created thanks to the contributions of many donors: Germany, Australia, Canada, Denmark, the European Commission, the US, France, Ireland, Iceland, Norway, the UK, and Sweden. So, through the World Bank, many countries get together, and the European Commission too. And even though the funding package is addressed for Samar right now, and even though it is quite modest, I think it is of around $1.3 million. Yeah, $1.3 million. And this financing deploys a wide technical assistance and also scientific knowledge. And for three reasons, we've already heard the importance of the scientific branch of all of this. But well, the technical assistance and the scientific knowledge and the traditional and local knowledge, which is also a very important topic at the COP16, are fundamental for the formulation of good national and regional policies, in this case, for marine and coastline conservation. For three main reasons mainly. First, decision making shall be informed. Technical and scientific data allow those responsible to make decisions based on empirical evidence in order to understand the complex marine ecosystems and the impacts of the human activities and climate change. So there's a lot to learn, and sharing experiences with other protected areas and other coastlines in the world is very important. The second reason is the development of capacities for everyone, public servants, those who are cooperating, NGOs, community leaders. All of us together are learning and developing our capacities and skills to face the human and anthropogenic and climatic challenges. And the third reason is sustainable management, because knowledge is the foundation to develop management practices that can guarantee the health for the long term of marine ecosystems, from the creation of MPAs up to sustainable fishing practices and control measures for pollution. So we are also very proud to be here sharing with you and also being a part of that amazing partnership called SAMAR. And I hope that in the future we can increase our technical and financial support. Thank you. Thank you very much for this intervention. Without a doubt, it is very important to have more and more partners supporting this initiative. And the World Bank has actually been a partner that is like our latest partner, but they gave us a lot of support. Madam Minister, welcome again. It is a pleasure to have you here and seeing all this change and having the chance of having support funds from our supporters, some here in the room and some others too, and understanding that this funding and this support cannot be and won't be permanent. How, from your experience in Colombia, how do you see the necessary mechanisms to make sure that SEMAR will have financial sustainability throughout time? Well, this is not an easy question, but we've been working to strengthen governance first. A partnership among countries has the support of the institutionality of the countries, the technical capacities of countries. And in this regard, this is like the first step for sustainability. It is crucial to see how we as countries can articulate so we are not silos, but for us to add up seeking for a superior purpose. So we are trying to work on SEMAR's legally binding agreement. And this will not be a voluntary agreement. We are going to be having a legal framework that will offer stability to the purpose of this tropical marine corridor, and it will assign concrete responsibilities to the states and SEMAR as an organization. The second topic is for us to be a biosphere reserve, because there we are going to be generating purpose, because this will be for the protection of the marine corridor. And out of this protection, we can have financial opportunities for the country, like the blue economy, like genetic resources, but with a word that we've been discussing for the past 2 years, which is sovereignty, because oceans are one of those places where sovereignty is mostly lost. And sovereignty, we think that it is exercised by having our navy taking care of the oceans, but usually we do not have enough resources and capacities for that. But through a multilateral binding agreement with territorial organization of the corridor through the biosphere reserve, we can strengthen the rules of the game and the governance, and we can join capacities among the countries for work and for monitoring purposes. So this will allow our fisher people and our scientific research programs that need to give back to countries when we are going to be generating research for the world. And tourism is also another piece of income on the blue economy, but with a solid governance framework, because if not, we would have illegal fishing, we would have a situation where resources are being extracted without us knowing, and without recognizing the potential of this maritime territory. So I think that if we join forces, we are more, and we are also 4 Latin American countries with maritime borders that join us together. The sea connects us with shared stories, with communities and territorial processes that connect us as well historically. And this strengthening is going to be very important. And now we have the issue about the permanent secretariat of SEMAR. It will be in Panama. And we believe that this is a very important decision because we are giving more institutionality to SEMAR. So now we have a legally binding agreement, a maritime organization surrounding the biosphere reserve, and also we are building solid governance pillars, and by doing the synergies we'll be able to take things forward. And there's a fourth element that we've been seeking, which will be research in the corridor in terms of climate issues and biodiversity. This will benefit not only the 4 countries but the whole world. And here we also have another asset. And on this, to develop a serious blue economy that can be responsible, that can go around environmental protection. And I believe that this will be very powerful. So, well, we are trying to do this. After 20 years of a voluntary agreement, we are defining a deeper governance agreement. And this is an example of peace with nature because it is based on the logic of preserving the corridor, but also peace with nature. Because if 4 governments can have a common purpose, which is to take care of nature, which is the purpose of all this, well, we are creating solidarity bonds among our governments, among our peoples, financial also for the benefit of our nations. And I think that this is what we need to do in these times of biodiversity and climate crisis.
Vamos.
Thank you very much. Now, we have 6 panelists here with not a lot of time, so we have room for 2 or 3 questions if you'd like to ask. In here, we have a first question, 2, and 3. Good afternoon. I'm Cali, like Cali, Colombia. Thank you very much for your time, your cooperation, and your dedication to nature. My question has to do with being in peace with nature. and a framework under which we can protect SAMR. And it's the framework that has given me greatest amount of hope are nature's rights. And I know that, for instance, in 2008, Ecuador included nature's rights in the Constitution. In 2022, Panama did. Colombia has more than 23 cases, if I'm not wrong, of nature rights, and Costa Rica has the ability of representing nature in the courts. So there's antecedents of this in all four countries. So my question is, do you think that under this framework of protection for the intrinsic rights of nature, could SEMAR be managed in an innovative and protective manner? It is a very important question. I think that it is a relevant framework because the purpose is precisely to have a corridor, and the corridor is scientifically understood as that reproductive strength of life that we need to support precisely for that biodiversity to be able to reproduce. So, yes, I think that there's an important context for that concept. Now, when we go to the legal aspects, which is maybe where it should be in the legally binding agreement, we would need to see whether it's feasible for each of the countries in their legal frameworks. But given that this framework is, it could represent the objective of CIMAR, yes. Thank you. It's not much what I can add to what the minister just said, Maria Susana, in this. And I think that the key is going to be in that agreement where I think that is where countries would need to decide the sovereignty on the issues because the four countries are joining in an linking agreement that will be ratified in the case of Costa Rica by Congress. So it could be the right of nature. We also have important than SEMAR. I do not see any issues with that as very interesting, but we will need to see how lawyers see it when we need to do the international treaty. An additional thing to add what Susanna said, Cali, I love the idea of doing that, and I think that the framework of the Biosphere Reserve transnational, where we are recognizing that it is a one system, all of this marine ecosystem that is unique and goes beyond borders and beyond our lives. That is the framework where I would love to recognize the rights of nature, which is supreme and above ours. But I would like to add something. I am very proud of you. And I'm very proud of Colombia. So a big round of applause for the ministry and the work that has been done. And this is, come on, this is not enough. Come on, a real applause. Don't be shy. And do not forget that she represents us. Colombia represents all of Latin America. Very proud of you. Thank you very much, everybody. The next question, please, here. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure and I thank your opportunity in this panel. I would, I'm Maritza Cárdenas from University of Guayaquil, Ecuador. I would like to know whether within that planning of your activities, has it been considered to develop a legal framework that will allow the regulation of heavy metals and hydrocarbons that are affecting marine biodiversity in the coasts from Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and in this case, Panama? I would like to know if you're considering a regulatory framework that will prevent not only the accumulation of these contaminations and the affectation to the health of our fishermen and the communities on the coasts. Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor. The maritime traffic is something that is connected to each of the jurisdictions and responsibilities of each country. Some elements are determined, considered within the jurisdiction of each of the countries. But we are elaborating the action plan of CEMAR. We are we have started that process, and within that, we are seeing as one of the axes maritime traffic, sea traffic of different manners. Those who move commercially with different shiploads, we are analyzing that. And within the legal frameworks, each have to apply the way in which it is established, meaning that the articulation within the countries towards actions will very much depend on first, the respect to the regulations they have regarding traffic, regarding the kind of load that it carries. It can be fuels or dangerous loads. So within the international framework, it has specific passages to do so. For instance, at the Galapagos Maritime Reserve, there's a passageway established for some certain vessels with a specific amount of tons to go through the outside part of the maritime reserve. So this brings also experiences that can help us with more concrete options. At a similar level, it is a very clear explanation we received from the technical team. What we're doing at a level of countries where each country is doing their own, of course, and then that can be consolidated. From the Costa Rican side, we're working on the sustainable landscapes with zero deforestation agriculture, with orienting it to international trade, with zero emissions of greenhouse effect gases, with environmental responsibility and of biodiversity. And then it has to do with the use of responsible agrochemicals to reduce the amount of chemicals that go to waters and oceans. But in a more bilateral manner, today with the Minister Navarro, we were thinking bilaterally that countries are going to start going through things, but this is something that we need to agree upon by consensus. And we speak about the possibility of cooperating with the routes of vessels and the speeds regarding whales. That's a possibility, but we could not go faster than some are. We are tempted of moving faster, but we first need to build institutionality. So on the one hand, we are being careful with the speed at which Samar can move forward in this corridor of the biosphere reserve, the legally binding agreement, the execution of the financial mechanism, and what is requested from Samar. So we need to act by consensus. Anything else to add? Okay, then let's go to our last question, which was there on the back. Yes, we will send the microphone that way. Hello, I am Felipe Laino. Thank you very much for this space. The main pressure that we have here in Samar is fishery, especially illegal. How from Samar are you considering on facing this pressure? Because we see that the vessels from these countries tend to fish in other countries because they can skip the norms. And we see that fishing is also being done by vessels that are registered as tanks, as even travel vessels. So usually we have remote platforms that are showing the evidence, but this do not prove for any of these countries. So to have proof, we basically need to be in the area. We need to record the vessel, the coordinates, the fact that they are fishing animals. So it has been a big challenge. And I would like to know, what is there something being done to face this issue? An experience that we have had, not Semar, it's one of the countries of Semar. We will evolve to that, I'm sure, as the minister was mentioning, Minister Mohammed. The Costa Rican experiences have been very successful in two issues. One, 100% of the fishing vessels with the beacons, and as soon as those disappear, the agreements with the fishermen regarding their protected area in the Nautic in the Coco Island, which is very big, fishery fishing disappears from our side. But we have the illegal one, the one that doesn't use beacons, and that comes from the installation of radars that has mirrors in the Coco Island so that we can monitor all of the island. So when there's a radar surveillance, the ones that do not have any beacons disappear, but radars cannot get anywhere. And on those issues, well, those are even more delicate, and that's what we're working on. So that's the evolution. We are fighting against it. We have a learning process, as as the minister was mentioning, regarding the installation of radars. And with the Global Fishing Watch platform, for instance. And with the Ecuador Army to have mirror registries, and the evidence shows, as in Costa Rica, that this kind of monitoring has made vessels leave the protected areas, and the Ministry Committee has also approved the creation of the Coordination, Surveillance and Control Group for SEMAR. We have a public debate in the Cordonas Island regarding the installation of a radar that entails two environmental crimes. That one has to do with the drug traffic that comes from the Colombian Pacific coasts, as well as illegal fishing. And I think that it is a subject that has been previously consulted. We have the previous consultation with the judge and the territorial rights of the Black countries in front of the ancestral vision of the territories. In Malpelos, yes, we do have a radar where it is possible to, where we have the lifeguard, and surveillance is being done there. But I think that in time, the important thing is to synchronize the surveillance systems all together. Galapagos has an amazing monitoring system, which is very modern, but those are precisely the experiences to start governing jointly a common territory. It is not just monitoring through radar, satellites, or technological instruments, but the legal governance, because where are the corridors? What happens if they go through a border or another? Which are the legal regimes? So in practice, we we get stuck. Well, it's what happens at the frontiers, like the Amazon. And the frontiers, those are the places where natural resources are very much used illicitly because there's no coordination, not only from control and surveillance, but also from the legal jurisdiction. How do we apply legality? And that's why I think that a binding treaty would allow us to start working on protocols and common grounds in a more effective manner because the treaty is also given an order to institutionality to the we always have between environment ministries a strong debate regarding sovereignty of frontiers and sovereignty and there well the foreign ministries become very nervous. What are we going to do? We need to coordinate. So, those are like the institutional issues that, in practice, put a brake on our common governance. It is a territory that nature has no nationality. Last thing, because then the minister needs to leave. We are already seeing results. We're seeing the results of the SEMAR cooperation in each of our countries with the increase and processes to improve conservation, protection, and sustainable use of resources. Like in Galapagos, there's already a new radar which is more powerful in because we have one in Coiba and we're having a consultation to do it in Malpelo. So the four countries are improving our governance but also supporting each other to respect life on the sea even more. So my position is first, bring illegal fishermen down and then ask. Well, then we need to speak about protocols, Minister, but we will see. Anyway, we wanted to share with you that the co-founder of the Colombian Amazon have sent a letter to me and President Petro, just one message. And the message is that in everything we do, we need to cool. Cool. That's what the indigenous people said in the Santa Marta, Sierra Nevada, when we went there with President Pedro. When they said we need to cool down. So we would like to give you something for you to be a little bit colder. We want to cool you off as well. No, no, but it's true. The indigenous people are telling us everything we need to do is cool off. And thank you very much. We are going to ask you that before we conclude, if you can allow us the picture of the event. And Felipe, your consultation from SEMAR, we have already been working on a series of mechanisms and strategies to work and fight against those activities and illegalities that happen in SEMAR, understanding that we cannot allow that because, of course, that affects everything that we try to defend with the commitment of the countries, the support of the cooperating ones. Very high level panel. Thank you very much to each one of you. It has been a pleasure for us to have you here. Thank you.
Con el pelo. No, 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 con el pelo oscuro. Detrás del hombre muy alto.
Me preguntan de la mesa si es que ya empiezan a dar el mentoring o todavía no.
Pues hay que hacer unos anuncios. Ya. ¿Qué te parece? Si se empieza a comer y a tomar como por atención, ¿qué te suena?
Yo diría que mejor hacer los anuncios. Si empiezan a comer, se van a desordenar. Exacto.
Tiene otro.
Sí, es porque además la terrina no aguanta tanta gente.
De peso con todo ese mecánico.
La totalidad.
El asesor de
Ya se encontraron, ya. Ok.
Hola.
Hola.
Ángela Sananillo. ¿Bajamos?
Sí,
salida.
sí.
Aquí está Cintia. Mira. Rita, Alicia y yo. Pues nos saltamos a Rita. Si no estás, simplemente la saltamos. Tú la haces de No, porque yo tengo mi anuncio.
Exacto.
Y luego yo salgo corriendo después de eso.
Alicia,
Yo salgo corriendo después.
y déjanos ahí que lo pones también.
Me siento mal de irme.
Ya sé.
Sí me siento mal.
Pero bueno, no voy a hablar con las cosas así.
Las bajas de los vicios.
¿Viste?
Y aquella me trae ese tipo de cosas a bailar. Yo como, déjame en paz. Pero yo, o sea, sí.
No te engañes porque te busco.
No, además, o sea, sí, con una yo me estaba mojando de que ya hoy se me la pongo todo, ya hoy según
Estamos. Tú cuida que esto no se pierda, yo voy por el mismo, ¿te parece?
Irene.
El 31 a las 9 de la mañana. Te estaba esperando para felicitarte. Ahora me acabas de presentar como el José Julio del Corredor de ella. Felicitaciones. Muy bien. Muy bien, muy bien. Mucho son de la misma familia. Por eso es que se acabamos de pasar. Hay una serie de cositas que hacer, pero bueno, vamos a además nos vamos a inspirar con nosotros. Nosotros tenemos 17 años. Estamos por el mismo, la excepcionalidad, el acuerdo cultural. Ya no me pidas ahora. Son nuestros hermanos del otro lado del territorio. Sí, estamos perfectos. No, yo no.
Déjame encontrar mi iPad también. Hazme señita para que te diga si puedo entrarle o no. Voy a estar buscando mis...
Pero arranco, ¿no?
Y si en caso me saltas y me pones en el que sigue.
Ya. Buenas tardes, buenas tardes. Estamos llegando al final de un día maravilloso del océano.
We are reaching the end of this wonderful event around the ocean. Please join us for this final celebration and announcement. And then we'll invite you to join us to share, to talk, to analyze further the sessions that we've had today. So with this, I would like to thank you. If you can stay silent, because we have some important announcements.
Cosas que a lo largo de estos días se han nuestra anfitriona el día de hoy. Habernos dejado estar en su casa el día de hoy y celebrar el océano. Muchísimas gracias. Está puesta la Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, ha sido...
Thank you very much. Today was quite an intense day, but very happy to see us devoting so much time to the ocean, one of the most important topics in this COP and the climate COP. And we were super proud to organize this day. So thank you, Cynthia and Alfredo. I don't know if Alfredo is still here. I would like to thank you, Cynthia and Alfredo, for trusting the work of CAF, for being in this pavilion, and for giving so much visibility to this topic together with CAF. I wanted to mention the next steps, and I think it is very clear that the commitment with the ocean is a priority for CAF. And we wanted to close today's session by making some announcements, not only to celebrate how important the blue economy and the ocean are to us, considering how important They are for the livelihood of many people, for the ecosystems and the region, but also because we honestly believe that if we do not work together with the ocean, we won't be able to achieve the targets specified in the GBF. So we'd like to announce uh, we don't have slides, but still we want to tell you that we already announced our blue economy commitments, but now we're going to set in motion a strategy of sustainable blue economy for 2030 that will orient our work and orient the financial support in Latin America and the Caribbean towards the sustainability of the oceans and the resilience of the coastline communities. We want to be not only a source of funding, we are a bank and we have to do so, but also we want to be a key partner in the region, also through knowledge, through innovation, and through what we call blue diplomacy. We want to be a key stakeholder accompanying the countries in their initiatives. We have heard about CEMAR and how CAF back then decided to support that initiative from the very first moment. This is what we want to do, to accompany countries in their initiatives, but always trying to go one step ahead, be innovative, contribute with knowledge, and as we said, to be capable of strengthening the voice of Latin America about the ocean. We have so many people in Latin America and the Caribbean working in a very relevant way, but we still want for this voice to be audible, to be heard. We want to generate sustainable productive models based on the blue economy, but also what we really want is to be a global reference. And Eric will mention some of the key topics for us. And I would like to thank NEARCO that helped us in this work that sometimes is happening inside and outside of our offices. So thank you for your support. And Eric, would you like to give us more information about the future actions? Thank you, Alicia. This was a long day, so I will try to keep it brief. Well, we are very happy about CAF evolution in the blue economy. So, in a summarized way, our strategy will be based on four important pillars. When we started talking about the strategy as a bank, we initially said we need to focus on financial mechanisms, and of course, we'll do that, i.e., we are going to be strengthening topics around biodiversity credits, blue bonds, blue carbon, and innovation, which is something that we mentioned today. We need innovation for blue topics. And when I spoke in my panel, I mentioned that with regards to oceans, we do not have our own instruments. What we've done is an adaptation of what was generated for the green funding. So there was a carbon market, and we defined how to enter, and we said, okay, let's do the same with blue carbon. And biodiversity credits, they are just starting, but we adapted them for the marine biodiversity credits and blue bonds. Well, they're not so easy. And the thing is that many of these instruments were generated for the land, almost for private property. And when we are talking about a common good such as oceans, then it is hard for us to adapt these instruments to it. And the challenge is even bigger when we'll have the new BBNJ convention, because it will be even more complicated because it's not our own jurisdiction. So as CAF, we want to work around these topics for 2030. However, financial instruments, and as I mentioned today, we all talk about money. But sometimes the problem is not only around funding. And let me go back to my previous example. Alicia might say, we have 10 billion ready for blue economy, and if it's not reimbursable technical cooperation, they will be finished very quickly. However, when we are talking about the long term, it is paradoxical because we need to try and find clients because we do not receive these sort of operations. And this is why we want to work around strengthening capacities. Our countries need to strengthen their capacities and skills around the blue economy. There are countries that have not even heard about the blue economy term because this capacity strengthening is not only for our external clients but also for our internal clients. So we need to understand what a bond is, what is a debt swap. We need to know how marine biodiversity credits work. But not only us, communities need to understand this too. And when I was in a panel about Chile, Colombia certified the first blue carbon project in the world called Vida Manglar. But when the project started, the communities were like, we won't allow you to come back here. And we had Mr. Arias as a witness. And they were like, we are not going to allow you here to turn our mangrove into carbon. And the same is happening with biodiversity credits. After my presentation in the Chile Pavilion, a person from the community said, how so that you're going to be giving money for credits for biodiversity? So we need to strengthen the capacities. And the third line of work is crucial. CAF is a bank that is much stronger with the sovereign sector. However, the blue economy topic implies involving the private sector, and this is why we have signed this OU with the World Economic Forum. The private sector is crucial in our region. Except for the US and Mexico, there are topics that are not even talked about: sustainable ports, green ports, um, the energy transition in the maritime sector, and offshore energy topics. We don't know how to address them in many cases. And we are also going to be needing to discuss marine mining, and we don't know how to talk about that. We were in the traditional sectors, fishery, some biotechnology topics. However, we will need to work with the private sector. And the fourth pillar, we have identified the need, and once again, I would like to thank NEARCO, who has Diego here representing them. And I want to talk about the blue diplomacy. As CAF, we are participating in every global meeting about the oceans. And in most of these global meetings, we are having a hard time finding Latin Americans. Not many Latin Americans are participating in the global discussions around oceans, and we want to support our country so Latin America can have a strong voice on the blue economy topics. And I won't keep on talking because those next steps, as you saw, are the bridge from Cali to Nice that our manager will explain now about those next steps actually. Yeah, we are calling it the bridge from Cali to Nice. Of course, Azerbaijan first and many international meetings. But without a doubt, we'd like to call for action so that we can create coalitions and work with one voice for Latin America and the Caribbean linked to the ocean with our own identity. And there are four axes that we want to cover. First, creating a joint declaration around or about the oceans from the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean with a clear definition that we can all share for sustainable blue economy. And we are already working on this with the World Economic Forum, WRI, and we hope that we can submit this in Lisbon so that we can have the visibility. Oh, no, Lisbon. I'm sorry. Lisbon was in the past. It's Nice. It's Nice. Yeah, it's Nice. Yeah, Lisbon was so important to us in the past. And secondly, a crucial aspect that was mentioned in several panels today explicit and implicitly, which is the need to develop a shared taxonomy for the blue economy. And this is something that has not been created yet, and we want to have our own taxonomy for Latin America and the Caribbean with specific details linked to our own challenges. And these, in turn, will allow us to mobilize more resources and to understand better what is it that we talk about when we talk about blue bonds. So, we want to have and set clear goals for us. And I believe that we need cooperation for this purpose because we need to speak the same language when defining what the blue economy means. And in this same line, it would be good to set a baseline about the blue economy to measure and monitor the policies that will be adopted, to have a reference, a benchmark to know what direction we can go into. If we do not measure it, it won't exist. And finally, as Eric explained, in our role as a bank, we need to work in innovative financial instruments. We are having some Blue Biodiversity Certificates initiatives. We're going to call them certificates to avoid the term credits, Eric. And I think that it is important for us to keep on working with our own instruments for the blue economy. But this requires all the previous issues that I mentioned, having clear the taxonomy, the challenges, and the specifics around all the topics that we have discussed today. Sustainable oceanic plans, the links and bonds between the entities responsible for this. So these are our commitments, and we are heading into that direction. We are going to Nice. Very happy. Thank you so, so much. And that was it. Thank you for your presence. And I'll give you the floor back, Cynthia. Thank you very much, Alicia. And continuing with the good news, we're going to be finishing this day with positive announcements and an agenda full of what's coming next. So I would like to introduce Mr. Daniel Ortega from Impact in CAF. He will talk about the Blue Economy Report. Mr. Ortega, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Okay. I am very happy to be here sharing this space with you. And now I would like to talk about an initiative that we have at CAF called Impacto CAF, CAF Impact. This is an effort that we do to understand the impact of our actions in the well-being and development, and specifically to tell you that the next weeks we're going to be publishing this CAF Impact around the blue economy and the oceans. And we are very excited about this because what is it that we do at Impacto CAF or CAF Impact? For each one of the strategic areas that we work in, road support to SMEs, water, we describe our role in detail as CAF. Then we review the literature and the scientific research about the impact that this has in the well-being of the population. And then we make a triangulation. Since CAF is doing this, and the scientific evidence explains how this affects well-being. So these are the consequences of CAF's work in the well-being. So this is a report that you will find on our website, CAF's website. This is a website called Impacto CAF. And what I wanted to show you is what we're going to be publishing soon around the blue economy and the oceans. So starting from this commitment that some of you might know that we have at CAF of giving $1.25 billion for this topic up to the year 2026. We are making progress, good progress into this direction. In the past 3 years, 17 credit operations and 18 technical cooperations were approved in different spheres, benefiting 16 countries. This is very important because We are seeking to promote the sustainable blue economy with an emphasis in the restoration of marine and coastline ecosystems, blue carbon, renewable marine energy, and sustainable fishing and agriculture. So, very quickly, I would like to tell you about some of the messages that we are portraying in this report. So, for MPAs, we describe the fact that we contributed to the management of 1.5 million square kilometers of MPAs, covering countries such as Brazil, Ecuador, Costa Rica. And by adding all these areas up, 1.5 million square meters is like half of the Caribbean Sea. So the extension is really very meaningful. And what the literature shows is that this type of action helps increase the size of the population and the wealth in the fish species. It also helps with resilience for climate change. And something that was mentioned outside was also related to the financial aspects. These marine areas increase the employment in extractive and fishing sectors. So someone referred to these as prosperity, marine prosperity areas. Some operations for sustainable fishery were conducted and they have the consequences that we were expecting. And an important topic was the eradication of invading species. We also worked with several operations in this line, and this is very important for the preservation of the local ecosystems. And well, there is also discussion around the effects of the CAF actions for the restoration of coral reefs and also for the use of certain techniques for the restoration of these coral reefs. Some of them more effective than others, natural reproduction of the coral reefs, and also the promotion in order to achieve the goal of preserving and halting the degradation of coral reefs given their effect on marine biodiversity. Also, the Gulf weed issue, which is very important in some parts of the Caribbean. And as you probably know, an important part of the problems linked to pollution in oceans are related to the waste that we throw into the sea. So cleaning and managing this waste is a very relevant part of CAP's role for the protection of the ocean. And this, of course, has a key effect in the reduction of untreated waters and how they are sent into the sea and with the consequential positive effect in the health of the ocean. Moreover, we consider that there's an important effectiveness in this type of investment to reduce the impact of prevention of floods because the costs of floods are reduced with this sort of prevention operations. And finally, an important part in this strategy is related to the support to the sustainability of the economic activity in areas using important marine resources. So part of CAF's action is oriented towards or into this direction with these sort of economies. And well, finally, let me tell you that please pay attention. We're going to be publishing this soon on CAF's website. And I hope you enjoy it. And I want to interpret this as a commitment from CAF to measure what we do because, as Alicia said, we need to measure and understanding the consequences of the intervention that CAF is funding, but also to understand where can this impact be more important to help us give potential and prioritize actions for the future. And for this, we consider the available evidence, and we do that in other sectors, and we are going to do this in this one as well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Danielle. We promised that we were going to have positive and interesting announcements for this closing session. And then we're going to have time to grab a bite, to have some drinks, and it will be good for us to benefit from the opportunity and ask questions about this wonderful project. And now I will switch to English for the next announcement. So if you need translation, you know that we have the service.
Following announcement comes from the Global Director of the Ocean Program of the World Resources Institute, Tom Pickrell. As you know, not too long ago, WRI was in charge of a very important task to host the secretariat of our Ocean Conference. This conference is happening very soon. It's a great opportunity to keep the momentum for the ocean and to bring in more commitments towards sustainability, towards climate and biodiversity strategies. So for that reason, please, I would like to welcome Tom Pickrell to let us know a bit more about our Ocean Conference and what to expect next year in April in South Korea. Tom, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Apologies for my lack of Spanish. I have tried very hard the last couple of days. I'm delighted to be here. Can I just ask you to raise your hands if you're interested in the ocean? That's good. I've got a good crowd.
Muy bien. Veo que tengo un buen.
Kerry launched the Our Ocean Conference. The aim of this conference was to have an annual event where countries and organizations and companies could make commitments about what they were going to do to improve the health of the ocean and to improve the sustainable blue economy. It's now 10 years since that opening event, and the next conference is taking place in South Korea, as mentioned by my colleague Cynthia. So the Korean team unfortunately couldn't be here today. They're actually going to be doing an official launch of the event at the next COP, the UNFCCC COP in Azerbaijan. But I am here to just give you a bit more information in advance of that. So what I'm going to talk about is the date, most important thing. What is the theme and the agenda of the meeting? And finally, a little bit of information about the venue itself. So we do hope to see as many of you as possible there. The meeting will take place April next year on the 28th to the 30th. This will be preceded on the 27th by a youth summit. So this has become a bit of a tradition of the Our Ocean conferences. And the good thing about this is it enables us to bring some of the youth participants into the meeting to sit on the plenaries, etc. So what is the theme of the conference? Now, this is the important one. Each Our Ocean conference has its own theme. And because this is going to commemorate the 10th anniversary, what we want to do in this conference, the Koreans want to look back over the last 10 years at the state of the commitments, what's happened to them, have they delivered, what's the impact, and we also want to look forward to the next 10 years. So it's a stock take almost. Look back and look forward. Because of this, the theme of the conference is Our Ocean, Our Action. So no more talk, let's start delivering. Because of the 10-year anniversary, all the commitment holders, so this is anyone who's made a commitment, if they have completed their commitment and there's now impact, they are invited to submit their commitment and the impact for highlighting in a showcase. And it might be 1 or 2 commitments for each of the thematic areas, but this is going to be like the best of the best, and it should be a real, good opportunity there. So there you go, our ocean, our action. There's going to be the traditional 6 core areas, plus the Korean government have picked a 7th one called digital oceans. So that's their focus, is digital oceans, as well as the normal 6 thematic areas. And they are, as you can see on the screen behind my big head, or maybe you can't, it's marine protected areas, it's climate change, sustainable fisheries, marine pollution, maritime security, and sustainable blue economy. So that's, if you've got an idea for a side event, it's got to align with one of those topics. So there's also going to be a number of plenary sessions, and this high level element of the conference, and this is normally where commitments are made, and there's going to be 7 plenary sessions throughout the 3 days, and as you can see, they're aligned to the themes. I've got in sort of text after it the areas of focus that the Koreans are looking for the plenaries. Oh. Stupid animation. Yeah, don't give me control. There's going to be 56 side event opportunities. So if you've got a side event, there's 56 slots available. It must align with the themes of the event. They will be 90 minutes long. Previous ones have been 60. I think this is much better. This will give us much more time to discuss and to take action forward. The applications for side events open on 11th of November. That's the day before the official launch of the official launch by the Koreans. There is a QR code that will take you to the website. That is where the side event applications can take place. The meeting will take place in Busan in South Korea. If you've not been to Korea, I recommend it. It's a beautiful country. Busan is on the coast. It's going to be taking place in Bexco, which is an enormous exposition center. So it's going to be absolutely perfect for this event. And hopefully we will see you in Busan. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I've got some flyers that I'll give out with all further information on it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tom. You've heard it, 56 side events. Go for it. This is the ambition. We need to spread the word. We need to spread the work. And also we need to share also best practices and ambition and action. So moving forward, another great announcement. Let me go back to my notes. This is from one of our co-hosts, the WEF, and also in Vermar. And for that, Francisco Arias. I'm sorry. We all know him as El Capi. Y yo creo que ya me va a pasar español, ¿no? Francisco Arias está acompañado.
Francisco Arias is with us from part of Endemar. And Alfredo, please, would you kindly explain a little bit about the project before we give the news? Yes, we can come here. Francisco. Capi's fine. We are very happy to announce this cooperation between the World Economic Forum and Colombia. This is Blue Carbon Action Partnership. Welcome, Jimena. And the strategy to develop blue carbon ecosystems. These are the things I never say in Spanish. And what we're going to do through the World Economic Forum, establish cooperations with national governments to help identify how to elaborate a roadmap to conserve these ecosystems. Luckily for Colombia, you are the global leaders. There is no comparison. The first country to put credits into the market and the first country to think more beyond the credits. This is also about costs, fisheries, communities, and so many more things. So we're very happy now because we have been establishing this cooperation with IMEMAR as well as one of the technical agents, the most respected in the region. And I would like to give the floor here to Jimena so she can tell us a little bit about what the Colombian government is doing and how we can move forward with this. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. Well, for Colombia, it is a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the words that you've expressed. We have done a long way on investigation, coastal services, marine services, and all the service that the reefs, the mangroves give us as CO2 helpers. That is something that began in Imbemar, and we're very proud of being one of the countries that has a great amount of information, which has allowed us that from the national government we can work on the roadmap for Colombia in front of the handling of these ecosystem systems for 2030 so that we can fulfill the NDC commitments in front of the Paris COP. So, in this manner, we are also contributing to the mitigation and adaptation to climate change because NDCs have 8 NDCs, and one of those is to include initiatives to mitigate and adapt to climate change based in blue carbon ecosystems. That's why it's so important for us to have this baseline of how much is it that we really have for CO2 both in the Caribbean as in the Colombian Pacific, and that's where our roadmap is going to establish and identify which are those ecosystems that are giving us these services, not only looking for feasibility and availability of carbon market, but also services to adapt to climate change. It is very important for local communities to unite them to this in this work of how ecosystems give these services and how they are part of the solution in front of climate change. So we will continue working together not only with Colombia, we also want to work with the other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean within the framework of the Ramsar Convention. We're also doing that. We have an initiative for blue carbon from Costa Rica, Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, with whom we have been working on this Ramsar initiative because we consider that these ecosystems are part of the future of the country in front of the adaptation to climate change. So thank you very much. Imbamar is our main ally. It's the technical arm of the environment ministry, and that's why we're working together and we have decided to begin this memorandum process. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation and for being here. I think that this is a moment of alliances, of working together, of cooperation. It's a permanent message that together we're stronger. And I like to remember within the framework of this COP that wants to put together the Biodiversity COP with the Climate Change COP, the issue about marine ecosystems for them to be relevant, in particular the mangroves that have already been mentioned. And I always like to remember 2 or 3 things. First, that in the Climate Change Convention, there was an emphasis given to the concept of mitigation and all of the processes to it related. And this affected a certain group of countries, but the ones that were mainly affected by the impacts of climate change were some countries where the emphasis was given to adaptation. And for many years, the Climate Change Convention never gave enough attention to adaptation, which would be, for instance, countries such as Colombia. The second thing is that impacts on climate change have a direct effect on the loss of biodiversity, one of the big issues that we're working on. And the 3 big urgency factors in the planet have to do with climate change, biodiversity, and contamination. And the first and last affect biodiversity directly. on reefs, on ecosystems, an increase in superficial temperatures of the ocean, a direct impact on the ecosystems, the lack of oxygen that we will start feeling in the bottom of the ocean with the loss of diversity. So we can put this all together. And here I get to the mangroves issue because, as we have said, Colombia has been a pioneer here. And within that reflection of not having enough vision about marine ecosystems as part of the issues and the solutions, and marine ecosystems were considered greenhouse effect producers. They were demonized and they didn't consider the production of methane in the systems, but clearly they were when they were not well handled. Marine Healthy marine systems are quite the opposite. At least what the institute managed to measure and classify as CO2 excess captators and retainers, with an additional guarantee that I will mention. They are 5 to 7 times more efficient than continental forest, and the captured CO2 that is got in these ecosystems becomes mineralized, frozen in times, unlike what happens in continental ecosystems, where those forests can, for bad practices, return to the atmosphere on CO2 or also for natural causes. So they're not only more efficient, but also safer regarding the carbon that is deposited. Three, having entered into and tried scientifically proved that has been an achievement of science of those of us who are in marine research and who can now take that to the discussion and the difference of adaptation and mitigation with another series of co-benefits as mentioned and as we know. And I would like to make a special request before I close up. So, having given that step, and in the blue carbon models, very strongly incorporating the element of co-benefits to local communities has been a real success. Our project invests what is being gathered from credits directly into the local communities. 14 community groups that have become allies, that have went from being hunters or loggers to those who look after the system and who now contribute to a change in their lives for their well-being, but also for the well-being of the ecosystem. And that's something that makes us very proud. And last thing, this stage calls for those mangroves. And I would like to ask something to CAF. I don't know how we're going to do it. The Marine Research Institute, IMEMAR, has a National History Museum that is changing and its exhibitions are changing. And I don't know how, but I will ask you not to lose this, not to put this to waste. If it's possible, I would like to ask the CAF to move this wonderful stage, such an evoking stage, to the Natural Marine Museum in Colombia so that we can take this message that CAF gave on the marine ecosystems during COP16 in Colombia. Thank you. Thank you very much. And to finish, to tell you in 30 seconds what comes next in this cooperation. Well, what comes next is through the World Economic Forum, we have the national platforms where there are governments that are already doing a lot, like international platforms, where we work with investors, development banks to tell you that we have that roadmap, how much it costs, which are the financial mechanisms, and how we can educate those to respect the countries. This is our role in this cooperation, and we're happy that Colombia is giving us this through the ministry and INVIMAR to cooperate with you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's use that request. Who votes for to pressure the cup for a little bit? I don't know. Eric, would you like to do that? Well, the worst request is when the boss leaves, huh? CAF has a very strong commitment to compensate and reduce its carbon footprint, and that's also part of this process. So we will give you the security that if there's no owner or restriction for this stage, we will make an agreement, and we would be very happy that on December 17th that our president will be there. We hope this can be installed at the museum. Ignacio's going to kill me. He's here right in front of me, and I think he'll never make me moderate again. We have another very inspiring part for you to leave from here. Then that's eating something together, drinking something together, something prepared by courtesy of CAF. And a very important part
and cultural producers into these processes and into these decision-making processes, because if the knowledge is created somewhere and the action is created somewhere else, and then you bring in communicators and artists and cultural producers to, at the end of the day, only communicate what has been done, there's very little buy-in, and that creates very little engagement. No, and from everything that we heard, this is exactly what we need. So I hope that this gives you a little bit of a break of everything that we've seen before. Completely different register. It's nice to see so many friends here, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Gracias, Marcos. Hemos llegado al día de una sesión.
So we have made it to the end of a very long day in session, but you have been here throughout all of these sessions, which means that you care, which means that you want to work towards a common action. So thank you very much to everybody for having participated, and I will keep that hopeful message of Marcus about having empathy and thinking the ocean as a connector. And we all come from oceanic countries. It doesn't matter if our countries are connected to the ocean or no, but at the end we will depend on the ocean to combat climate crisis and biodiversity loss, and also have food security. And for that, we need to sustainably manage the oceans, which has been the connector throughout our discussion today. We are all citizens of the sea. I would like to thank CAF. Please, a big, big applause to all of the CAF. Let's please stand up so that you can be recognized. Thank you very much, Ignacio, Kiko. And I wish to thank all of the people who have been here during the past 2 months with us in this adventure. Irene, who's there in the back, big applause. A total and complete warrior who is doing what was thought to be impossible, and to Eric, who has been our strategic partner. Yes. And Alfredo already left. And the right arm, and the one who has helped us, and from Tagarai, who has been the co-host, with the generosity of the CAF, who had to leave. But yes, a big thank you to everyone, to our partners today who made each of these sessions a reality, and to bring you everything that we're working on, the vision, the action.
Llegamos todo para acá, pero está.
Seems like it's about to rain, so we might bring things into the building, but we would like to come with us to celebrate and to keep on thinking about good ideas. We are about to take a selfie, but I lost the photographer, because you are the most important thing here, because you are the ones making the changes. Any last comments from CAF? Thank you, Cynthia. We've been trying to prepare the best agenda. Lots of people wanted to participate, so we tried to integrate, and maybe we should have had 2 days for the oceans, but okay, this is an ongoing negotiation. We have here a representative in Brazil who's very powerful about what will happen in the climate change COP, so we'll keep on negotiating, but at least we've had our ocean day. So thank you, Cynthia, and enjoy, because we've had enough. Thank you very much.
Llega al siguiente y dice,